Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Broken Dawn by Dianne Duvall, narrated by Kirsten Potter. Chapter 1. Nick Belanger strode down the deserted sidewalk, the buildings that composed the University of Houston rising up around him. The night sky above bore thick clouds that hid a crescent moon, deepening the darkness that lurked wherever campus lights didn't reach. No students walked the path tonight, having been chased to their dorm rooms or their homes off campus by the heavy rains that had fallen earlier. A few puddles here and there reflected the lights along the sidewalk, their surfaces rippling as drops that collected on the trees above slid off leaves and plunged to the ground. "It's weird." Nick glanced at the woman beside him. Like him, she wore black cargo pants, a black shirt, and a long black coat that concealed the many blades she carried. About a foot shorter than Nick, she barely reached 5'1" with boots on. That, combined with her slender form, lent her a delicate and vulnerable appearance that was mightily deceiving. Eliana was one of the fiercest warriors he'd had the pleasure of hunting with over the centuries. "What is?" he murmured. "It's been so quiet of late." She glanced around, her long black braid sliding across her back. "We just defeated Gershom. I would think we'd be facing the fallout for quite some time." That fallout being the dramatically increased vampire population left behind after Gershom's machinations. As usual, just the thought of the bastard made anger slither through Nick and curled his hands into fists. The Immortal Guardians had never in his lifetime, hell, never in anyone's lifetime, faced such a powerful adversary. Both the Immortals and the human network that aided them had suffered serious casualties in the quest to identify and defeat their nemesis. Eliana likely wouldn't be by his side right now if they hadn't. She'd been stationed in New York for decades with a number of other immortals, hunting and slaying the psychotic vampires who thrived in the busy city. Then Gershom had started wreaking fucking havoc in North Carolina, setting a plan into motion that had come damned close to launching Armageddon. Twice. Seth, the immensely powerful leader of the Immortal Guardians, had transferred two of Eliana's closest immortal friends to North Carolina temporarily. Then shit had gone really wrong, and the two had never returned to New York. Eliana needed a change after that, so Seth had transferred her to Houston. Under Gershom's leadership, vampires had stopped killing their victims and instead started transforming them. Vampire populations around the globe had swollen to insane numbers, and instead of encountering 2 or 3 vampires in a night, Nick and his fellow immortals found themselves battling a dozen or more in one sitting. He glanced around. Only a couple of weeks or so had passed since they'd defeated Gershom. Like Eliana, he'd thought it would take longer for the vampire population to dwindle. "Maybe the rain chased them away," she snorted. "Wusses. When did vampires get to be so damn sensitive?" He laughed. "I don't know, but I don't mind if it gives us a quiet night or two." "I suppose. Where's Rafe tonight?" The immortal male usually hunted in Houston and sometimes partnered with Eliana. "Puttering around Austin, I think." The last big battle with Gershom had taken place at a military base not far from the state's capital. Nick frowned. "I thought the network tied up all the loose ends there." "They have. I think he's just bored." Quiet fell, or as much quiet as there could be in a city the size of Houston. "So..." Eliana slid him a look from the corner of her eye. He arched a brow. "So? How's the missus?" He shook his head. The world of Immortal Guardians could be a dark one, so many of them liked to razz each other to lighten things up a bit, as Eliana was doing now. The missus to whom she referred was Nick's next-door neighbor, Kayla Dorman. Eliana knew he was besotted with the lovely single mother and liked to tease him about it. But Kayla had gone through a messy divorce a few years earlier and, based on the conversations Nick's preternatural hearing had allowed him to overhear, had no interest in ever marrying again. No interest in dating, either. Throw a teenaged daughter who'd once had a crush on Nick into the mix and, yeah, there was no way he could pursue anything romantic with Kayla. She misses Becca. Eliana nodded. Becca started at Duke University this semester, right? Yes. Didn't you say Kayla homeschooled her? Yes, kindergarten through 12th grade. Kudos to her. That must have been hard as hell after the divorce. He nodded. Her brow puckered. After spending so much extra time together, I would think it would be difficult for them to be apart now. He thought of the phone calls and FaceTime chats he'd overheard. It is. Kayla thought it would only be hard for her, but Becca misses her too. Anger rose. She called Kayla every night at first, but the other students started fucking with her about it, calling her a baby for missing her mommy and shit like that. Eliana frowned. What are they, 7 years old? Mentally? Yes, apparently. Eliana made a sound of disgust. Everyone is so eager to be ugly to each other today. So quick to pounce on every little opportunity to say something snide or just plain fucked up. I'm sick of it. Me too. They turned down another path. A breeze ruffled Nick's hair as his lips twitched. Becca managed to shut some of the kids up, though, by feigning sympathy and telling them how sorry she was that their mom sucked ass so much that they didn't want to speak to them. Eliana burst out laughing. Way to go, Becca! He smiled. Yeah, she's strong like her mother, but the shit still gets to her. I can hear it in her voice. Eliana snorted. It's getting to me, and I'm not even the one having to deal with it. Becca's dorm mate is the worst. She seems to grab every chance she gets to make Becca feel bad. I admit, I almost called Rafe and asked him to teleport me to Duke so I could give the little snot a firm talking to. Eliana's face lit up. Oh, let me do it! Let me do it! Clasping her hands together under her chin, she jumped up and down. Please, please, please! Becca is such a sweet kid. She doesn't deserve that crap. Let me put that mean girl in her place. You can't. Becca would recognize you and wonder why the hell you're there. Oh, true. When Nick had begun to suspect Becca was developing a crush on him, he'd asked Eliana to come by his place several times. Though he had never actually referred to Eliana as his girlfriend, Becca had drawn the expected conclusion, and the problem had been solved. "Oh!" Eliana exclaimed. "I know! Get Lizette to do it! She's a telepath, so she could read the little snot's mind and threaten to expose all her most embarrassing secrets if she doesn't start playing nice." He stared at her. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'll think about it, and—" A foul stench reached him. Eliana grimaced. Ugh! Why is personal hygiene the first thing vampires abandon when insanity starts to kick in? Humans who were infected with the vampiric virus suffered progressive brain damage that rapidly eroded their impulse control and drove them insane. Fortunately, Nick and Eliana had escaped such a fate. Both had been born gifted ones, with advanced DNA that granted them special gifts and protected them from the more corrosive aspects of the virus. Since they hadn't descended into insanity when they were infected, they spent their nights hunting and slaying psychotic vampires to protect humans. And, unlike the vampires, they actually enjoyed taking showers. The stench that floated on the breeze mingled with a subtler aroma. Perfume. He shared a look with Eliana. She nodded her head in the direction of the building to their right, a security camera perched on one corner. He whispered a curse. Winking up at him, she stepped closer and slipped her small hand into his as they picked up their pace. It was a ploy they had used often when hunting together on college campuses. He smiled. The first time she had taken his hand, she had burst out laughing at the surprised look on his face. "Relax," she'd said. "It's just for show. If they think we're a couple, they won't freak out over the way we're dressed." An unfortunate number of the mass shooters in the United States had garbed themselves all in black, so instead of thinking him a goth or some guy trying to look cool or tough, people now often viewed Nick with suspicion, particularly on college campuses. But vampires tended to be creatures of habit and often preyed upon students who were too drunk or distracted to pay attention to the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Hunting on U of H's campus could be tricky. There were somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,400 security cameras scattered about. The last thing immortals or vampires needed was to be caught on camera. An overwhelming majority of humanity remained oblivious to the existence of both preternatural beings, thanks to the network of humans and gifted ones Seth had built over the years. Vampires might be crazy, or well on their way there, but most remained lucid enough to understand that any humans who found out about them would hunt the vampires as vigorously as the Immortal Guardians did. And it was far easier to evade one enemy than it was to evade two. Immortals and gifted ones also understood the dangers discovery would unleash, because most had already been subjected to the consequences at one time or another. Whenever humans got a whiff of gifted ones, the advanced DNA they possessed, and the gifts that DNA bestowed upon them, the humans hunted the gifted ones mercilessly, either wishing to kill them for the supposed threat they posed, or to use them for their own personal gain. In recent years, the few outside the loop who had learned about immortals and vampires had tried to capture them and use them to create a race of super soldiers they could hire out to the highest bidder. Such had resulted in some pretty catastrophic battles with mercenary outfits. Nick still didn't know how the hell the network had managed to cover it all up. The stench on the breeze thickened. "Damn, they stink," Eliana muttered. They really did. Humans might not detect it, but Nick's enhanced sense of smell was picking up body odor, old blood from multiple victims, and more. As soon as they reached a portion of campus that lacked cameras, he released Eliana's hand, and the two shot forward at preternatural speeds the human eye couldn't follow. They could run right past a human, and the human would only feel a breeze. At most, he or she might see an indistinct blur. But most humans walked with their heads down, staring at their phones, so they remained oblivious. He and Eliana stopped in the shadow of a building across campus, then peered around the corner. 3 female students walked along a path, heads bowed over their phones. Bright screens cast blue light upon their faces, flickering as the young women scrolled through whatever held their interest. All 3 wore skinny jeans. One wore a tank top, her bare arms beaded with chill bumps in the cooler autumn air. The other 2 wore long-sleeved sweaters that left their stomachs exposed. One of the latter wore sneakers. The others wore boots with chunky high heels. All 3 were totally oblivious to the vampires stalking them. The women reached an intersection of 3 wide sidewalks and absently turned up one. 4 vampires, whom most onlookers would mistake for students, strode up one path behind them. 4 more strolled up another. The pack, all male, merged at the intersection and followed the women without a word. 1 or 2 looked as though they had made at least some effort with their appearance, so they might be recently turned and not yet mad. The rest were slovenly, greasy-haired, and wore clothing that bore dark stains consisting largely of blood from previous victims. The women never once looked back. Eliana shook her head. "Aren't they old enough to know they should pay some damn attention to their surroundings?" she whispered, her voice preternaturally soft so it wouldn't carry to the vampires. Yes, but he'd seen older women and men do the same. She nudged his arm. "Let's go." The 2 of them left the shadows and crossed to the sidewalk. Eliana again slipped her hand into his as they strolled toward the women. The one in sneakers glanced up, then looked at her friends. "Who are they supposed to be?" she muttered sarcastically. "Neo and Trinity?" The blonde beside her didn't even look up. The other one glanced at Nick and Eliana, then returned her attention to her phone. "Who the hell are Neo and Trinity?" Sneakers rolled her eyes. "From The Matrix?" "What's The Matrix?" "Don't you watch any of the movies your parents mention?" "No. I figured if they like it, it must be lame." Sneakers sighed and shook her head. Nick prepared to smile and nod at the students as they came abreast of them, but none even looked up. He sighed. Where the hell was the southern hospitality he'd heard so much about before coming here? The students continued along the path behind him, occasionally muttering about posts, and he didn't know what else. Now Nick and Eliana faced the pack of vampires who continued to trail the women, no doubt waiting for them to reach an area with no cameras. Eliana squeezed his hand, warning him she was about to begin. He fought a smile. Eliana had the most unorthodox approach to vampire hunting he'd ever seen. Usually, he and his fellow Immortal Guardians just dove in and attacked when they encountered vampires. If any seemed newly turned, he and his colleagues would sometimes try to talk to them and determine whether they were worth trying to save. So far, they had found maybe a dozen who were, and who wanted to be saved. Most vampires, however, were so drunk on the new speed and strength they'd acquired after transforming that they had no interest in searching for a cure or treatment. They enjoyed scaring and hurting others too much. The vampires slowed as they shifted their gazes from the students to Nick. Vampires in general weren't the brightest bulbs, so it usually took them a moment to conclude, based on his clothing, coloring, and mannerisms, that Nick was an Immortal Guardian. Then they would either flee or attack. In these numbers, they always attacked. But Eliana could pass for a college student. She was small and wore a crop top with her black pants that exposed a strip of pale, bare flesh on her flat stomach. The neckline dipped low enough to provide a glimpse of cleavage. The long black coat wasn't typical of Houstonians. Houston so rarely saw anything approaching winter temperatures now that he often encountered students wearing shorts in December. But even if the coat roused suspicion among vampires, that tended to vanish once she opened her mouth. Eliana stopped short and stared at the vampires. Her eyes widened as a smile lit her pretty features. "Jason?" she cried with surprise. The vampires slowed to a halt a few yards away and glanced at each other. "Oh my gosh, it is you! I can't believe it!" Releasing Nick's hand, she skipped forward and threw herself into the arms of a tall, blonde vamp in front. Eyes widening, the vampire closed his arms around her while his comrades looked on with "what the hell?" stamped on their faces. Nick struggled not to laugh. Eliana released the vamp and stepped back. "I haven't seen you in like 2 years." She glanced at a blonde vampire standing behind him. "Wait, is that your cousin? The one who got you into the fraternity? What was his name? Bill, I think?" The vampire in question glanced at his buddies, then smirked. "Sure, you can call me Bill." Nick didn't have to be a telepath to read the dark thoughts that entered each man's mind. All thought Eliana would make an easy victim, and she was lovely enough to inspire lust for her body as well as her blood. Immortal males dramatically outnumbered immortal females for a reason. Few female gifted ones who were attacked survived the vampire's brutality long enough to complete the transformation. Were Eliana a human? Her fate would have been sealed as soon as she greeted these vampires. But she wasn't human. She was immortal. Eliana smiled up at Bill. "Great to finally meet you." She waved Nick forward. "This is Nick. We're on our way back from a party with a Matrix theme. Nick, this is Jason and Bill." The vampires shared a gleeful look as Nick went from possible Immortal Guardian to nerdy second victim in the space of a heartbeat. "Are these your frat buddies?" Eliana asked. Jason nodded. "Yeah, if y'all aren't ready to go home, we can take you to another party. We're on our way there now." Eliana looked up at Nick. He shrugged. "I'm up for it." "Excellent!" Grinning, she turned back to Jason. "Let's go." The vampires closed in around them and resumed their stroll. Some grinned and nudged each other as Eliana embarked upon a steady stream of mindless conversation. Those who had been infected with the vampiric virus the longest practically salivated in anticipation. The vampires led Nick and Eliana to a camera-free zone on a less traveled path by one of the auxiliary buildings, then stopped and fanned out, facing them. Nick and Eliana positioned themselves so that the vampires were between them and the building. Nick tilted his head. "Where's the party?" Jason smirked. "It's right here. You just don't know it yet." A few of his friends snickered. Eliana looked up at Nick, her smile shifting into a look of exasperation. "I mean, really? That was way too easy. They don't have a single clue." He shook his head. "None at all. Like taking candy from a baby." "Exactly. Where's the fun in that?" Some of the vampires lost their smug expressions. Jason frowned. "What?" Nick ignored him. "You have to admit, though, it does make our job easier." There had been times when he'd been unable to herd the vampires he fought to a camera-free zone before they attacked. Messes like that necessitated a call to network headquarters. Camera footage had to be erased. The minds of security guards had to be altered, as did the minds of any students or professors who happened upon the scene. Anything uploaded to the internet had to either be scrubbed or debunked. It was a real pain in the ass. "True," she admitted, then wrinkled her nose. "But it kind of makes it harder for me to kill them. They're like lambs who led themselves to the slaughter, you know?" Jason began to lose patience. "What the hell are you talking about?" She sighed. "We're Immortal Guardians, moron. Look how we're dressed." Several vampires' eyes flared, an involuntary response to spikes in emotion, like anger or alarm. Bill scowled. "You said you were coming from some geek's Matrix party." "I lied," she explained patiently. "Seriously, didn't your parents warn you about talking to strangers?" Nick nodded, "particularly those who try to lure you closer with a promise of candy." Eliana motioned to her body. "I'm the candy." "And when she dangled herself in front of you, you pretty much leapt into our windowless van without a backward glance, sealing your doom." She shook her head. "How gullible can you get? You're adults, for Pete's sake. You should know better." Jason stiffened. Fury contorted his features as his eyes flashed a brilliant blue. "You're the ones who were doomed." "That's it," Eliana coaxed as she drew 2 Shoto swords. "Get angry." "Or," Nick added, "you could always surrender. Other vampires have, and we're doing everything we can to help them." Not all humans infected with the virus welcomed the insanity. A precious few recognized the monsters they were destined to become and put themselves in the Immortal Guardians' hands, trusting them to keep them from hurting innocents while the network researched a cure. "Only pussies surrender," Jason snarled as he drew a bowie knife. Bill nodded. "And we outnumber you." A particularly sleazy vampire stepped forward, a blade in each hand. "You think you can take all 8 of us?" "Easily," Eliana countered. Jason's eyes glinted with the madness that was slowly taking control of him. "Bitch, let's see if you're still saying that after we kill your boy here and take turns fucking you." The sleazy vamp growled. "Yeah, we're gonna tear you up." Eliana's brown eyes flashed amber. "Now you had to go and make it gross. I'm gonna kick your ass for that, you fucked up fuck." She shot forward in a blur. Nick drew his own Shoto swords and leapt after her. Chaos erupted as the other vampires drew blades and dove into the fight. Nick and Eliana were indeed outnumbered, but he didn't fear the outcome. The vampires they fought had spent most of their time sitting on their asses, either in class or playing video games at home. Their weapons might be sharp, but were of the poor quality one would find in superstores and online, and they swung them with little proficiency. He and Eliana, on the other hand, had endured months of vigorous daily training after their transformations. Master swordsmen who had been schooled in battle by the best warriors hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago had drilled them until they, too, became master swordsmen. And women. Their weapons, everything from swords to daggers to throwing stars, were of the finest quality, crafted by swordsmiths who followed in Masamune's tradition. There wasn't a vampire here who could match them. Most of the vampires converged upon Eliana, believing her the easier target because she was so much smaller, and female. Vampires always underestimated female fighters, the Weasley bastards. Nick ducked the swing of the first vampire who ran at him. Swiveling, he swung his Shoto swords and liberated the vamp's head from his shoulders. The second vampire's eyes widened in shock, then his face contorted with fury as he swung 2 long buoys at Nick. Nick blocked both blows, fended off more, and swept the first blade from the vampire's fingers. The vampire howled in rage, too far gone mentally to feel the fear he should. Nick ran the vamp through, then decapitated him. He spun to face Eliana, who had already taken down the sleazy vampire, and Jason. The other vampires hovered close, awaiting their opportunity to strike. Bill circled around and came up behind her, wielding tactical knives. Face twisting in a sneer, he swung at her. Nick blocked the asshole's swing and positioned himself at Eliana's back. "Coward!" Shicks and tings split the night as he fought off Bill's blades. Someone cried out behind him before another vampire Eliana felled collapsed to the ground. Nick's blades flashed, fending off Bill's and drawing blood as he opened the vampire's carotid artery. Eyes wide, Bill stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Another vampire took his place. Nick cut and thrust relentlessly, opening a brachial artery, a femoral artery, and lopping off a head. The vampires dropped to the ground. As soon as the vamps breathed their last breath, they began to shrivel up as the peculiar symbiotic virus that infected them devoured them from the inside out in a desperate bid to continue living. By the time it finished, there would be nothing left of them but clothing, jewelry, and dental fillings. He spun to see how Eliana fared. Her last vampire foe fell to the ground like a discarded rag doll. Eliana turned to check on him, then glanced down. Blood painted the exposed skin of her stomach, chest, and neck. It also liberally speckled her face. "Well, crap," she muttered in disgust. He laughed, prompting her to shoot him a dirty look. Leaning down, he tore a piece off a vampire's shirt and used it to wipe his blades clean before sheathing them. "Any injuries I should know about?" "No. How about you?" "I'm good." Reaching into his back pocket, he withdrew a pristine white handkerchief and held it out to her. "Thank you." She wiped blood from her forehead, cheeks, and chin. "How do you always manage to avoid getting blood on your face and neck?" "I don't. Tonight I lucked out, but I think height might be a factor. You're shorter than most of the men you battle, so your face is more apt to be sprayed when you open their arteries." "Great." She wiped her neck, then some of her chest before the handkerchief grew too stained to be of help. "Got another one?" Grinning, he took the first from her and stuffed it into his pocket, then handed her a second. "I'm going to call Henderson." "Okay." Palming his cell phone, he dialed the head of the Midwest division of the human network that aided Immortal Guardians. "Henderson," Scott answered absently. "It's Nick. Eliana and I just took out 8 vampires at U of H. No witnesses, as far as I can tell, and I think we managed to avoid getting caught on camera. But you might want to double-check that. We also need a cleanup crew to come rinse the blood off the pavement and retrieve the vamp's belongings." When vampires had roamed alone or in pairs, the network hadn't had to do much in the way of covering up their disappearances after Immortal Guardians killed them, particularly in a city this size that boasted so much crime. But 8 males going missing on the same night might draw notice. Having their personal belongings would help Henderson and his crew identify them and then concoct a reasonable explanation for each one's absence. "Okay," Henderson said. "I can have someone there in 5. "Great, thanks." He pocketed his phone. "Did you hear that?" Nodding, Eliana cleaned her Shoto swords and sheathed them. "Too bad it isn't still raining. That would have at least gotten rid of the blood for us." Again she grimaced, and rinsed the stench off me. I shouldn't have hugged that guy. I'm pretty sure he hasn't bathed in weeks. Nick silently agreed. Eliana reeked. Do you want to head home for a shower? I can stay here and take care of this. Actually, I was hoping we could hang out for a while. Max is out of town visiting family, so the house is too quiet. He smiled. I think a lot of the seconds are taking vacations. After the past few years, they deserve it. The seconds, or human guards, assigned to live with Immortal Guardians, sacrificed much for them. They conducted business for them during the day, since most immortals could only tolerate limited sun exposure. They lent an appearance of normalcy for nosy neighbors. Boy, he'd had some nosy neighbors in the past. They also protected their immortals, providing backup when they needed it, and immortals had needed a hell of a lot of that in recent years. Every Immortal Guardian was required to have a second. Except Roland Warbrook. That antisocial immortal didn't trust anyone who lived with him not to kill him, or at least he hadn't until a few years ago. Nick still couldn't believe a female gifted one had fallen in love with the cantankerous male and asked him to transform her so they could spend the rest of eternity together. And every Immortal Guardian appreciated his or her second. Nick was no different. Mine's in Cabo. Oliver isn't home? He shook his head. Nick had insisted he take some time off. You want to stay at my place tonight? Sure, she smiled, although I worry it might give the missus the wrong idea. Laughing, he bent and began to collect the fallen vampire's weapons. Your worry is unfounded. Kayla isn't interested in me. Chapter 2. Kayla reviewed the material on her computer screen, then clicked Send Invoice. Done. Leaning back in her chair, she indulged in a nice long stretch and glanced at the clock. 3:27 a.m., and she wasn't a bit sleepy. She sighed. It hadn't taken her long at all to inadvertently shift to a new sleep schedule. While she'd homeschooled Becca, she had steadfastly remained on the traditional rise early in the morning and go to bed at a decent hour schedule. But Becca was in North Carolina now, and Kayla had always been a night owl. At the rate she was going, she didn't think it would be long before she ended up going to bed when the sun rose. Fortunately, her job as a freelance editor and proofreader allowed her to work whatever hours she liked. Rolling her chair back from her desk, she rose and left her home office, shutting the light off behind her. It was quieter at night, providing a better work environment, so she saw little harm in the new schedule. Becca usually didn't call until afternoon or evening anyway. Once in the family room, she fed her glowfish and debated grabbing a snack to nibble on while she wound down with a movie or TV show. Perhaps some ice cream? Nope. She mentally lectured. You're eating healthier, remember? Right. Maybe some berries, then? She had some delicious strawberries, blueberries, and blackberries in the fridge. She nodded. That sounded great. Drawing back the blinds that covered the sliding glass doors, she peeked out at the back patio. Bright solar-powered floodlights illuminated a neat cement slab decorated with an abundance of potted plants. Her eyes fell on her pepper plants, then narrowed. Damn it! She stomped into the kitchen, yanked her keys off the hook above the junk drawer, and headed into the laundry room. After tugging her jogging shoes on over her fuzzy socks, she unlocked the back door and headed outside. A cool breeze brushed her hair back from her face and raised chill bumps on her bare arms. She'd forgotten temperatures were actually nice for a changed night. Houston didn't get much in the way of autumn or winter anymore, just occasional half-assed cool fronts that only made temperatures dip for a day or two before it became shorts weather again. Oh well, at least yoga pants covered her legs. She crossed to her veggie plants, then leaned over the bell peppers in search of her prey. Aha! I knew it! A large snail munched away at a leaf, having already eaten every damned flower on the plant and clearing one limb. You're going to pay for that, you little bastard. She grabbed it by the shell and tugged, grimacing when it stuck to the plant. Damn, Nick, a woman said. What'd you do to piss off Kayla? She froze and looked at her neighbor's fence. A low, masculine chuckle floated on the night, doing funny things to her insides. "Nothing, I hope," a male replied, his voice carrying a faint French accent. Grass crunched as footsteps approached the 5-foot fence. When a handsome face appeared above it, butterflies filled her belly. Nick Belanger stared at her, his brown eyes glinting with amusement in the ambient illumination cast by the floodlights. "Everything okay?" Straightening, she returned his smile and held up the snail. "Yes, just stopping this little bugger. He and his buddies keep devouring my pepper plants." He grinned. Damn, he was handsome. Not in a pretty boy way, but in a ruggedly masculine way. His short black hair was slicked back from his face, still wet from a recent shower. His strong jaw bore a 5 o'clock shadow. His straight white teeth provided sharp contrast to the dark stubble that coated his cheeks. She'd been attracted to him ever since she had moved next door to him 6 years ago. 2 small hands gripped the top of the fence beside him. A moment later, a lovely woman stepped up onto the horizontal brace on the other side and peered over the top of the fence. "Hi, Kayla." "Hi." Reality crashed down, making a mockery of every fantasy she'd woven around Nick. Eliana's long black hair was slicked back from her face like his. Clearly, the two had just showered together. Kayla envied the woman that. Nick had a fantastic body, broad shoulders with plenty of muscle to enable him to lift a woman up and pin her to the wall as he drove into her. Eliana was his perfect counterpart. The woman's pale porcelain skin practically glowed and lacked the freckles that peppered Kayla's. Her brown eyes sparkled with warmth, her full lips stretched in a friendly smile. And while Kayla and the other woman were built the same, petite, slender, lightly muscled, with full breasts and rounded hips, Eliana appeared to be at least 10 years younger than Kayla's 38 years. "What you killin'?" Eliana asked. "Snails." Dropping her slimy nemesis, Kayla crunched it under her boot. "They keep eating my pepper plants." Eliana nodded. "They've been really bad at my place, too. I think it might be because so many of the frogs have died off." "You noticed that, too?" The frog population seemed to get smaller and smaller each year. The damned mosquitoes and other insects were loving it. As if on cue, a hungry mosquito landed on Kayla's arm. She smacked it. Eliana smiled. "Hey, would you like to join us?" Surprised by the invitation, Kayla glanced at Nick in time to see him send Eliana an indecipherable look from the corner of his eye. "Oh, no, thank you. It's late, and I wouldn't want to You wouldn't be intruding. We were just going to snag something to eat and see if we can find something to watch on TV. Nick nodded. "It won't be anything fancy. I'd offer you something better, but Oliver is out of town, and I didn't cook tonight." Oliver was Nick's best friend. When she had first moved in, Kayla had believed the two were a gay couple, until Becca had mentioned Oliver having a girlfriend. They hadn't seen Nick with a woman, hence the rampant fantasies Kayla had fabricated around his handsome ass, until Eliana started coming around. "Please," Eliana coaxed. "I'm around men all the time when I work and could use a break from the testosterone." Kayla smiled, but hesitated nevertheless. She didn't want to be a third wheel. "If you don't," Eliana added with a mischievous glance at the tall man beside her, "I'm going to make Nick sit through another Gilmore Girls marathon." Nick's eyes widened and fixed on Kayla's with feigned dismay. "Please join us." She laughed. "Okay. Might as well. She had nothing else to do. Let me change first." Eliana waved a hand. "No need. We're in our slouchy clothes. You're perfect as you are. Meet me at the gate." She disappeared from view. Nick smiled. "You are perfect. See you in a minute." Then he, too, disappeared. Kayla stared at the fence, bemused. Nick thought she was perfect? After taking a minute to lock her back door, Kayla headed for the gate on the side closest to Nick's. It released a loud groan as she opened it. She could probably get rid of that with a little WD-40, but had opted not to, so she would hear if anyone tried to open it. Her damn ex-husband had tried to sneak in the back a few times after she'd moved here, and that creaky groan had worked well as an alarm. As she closed the gate, the one on Nick's side opened and Eliana stepped out. "Good to see you again," Eliana said with a smile and drew Kayla into a hug. She was so nice. Even Becca, who had briefly borne a deep crush on Nick, had been unable to dislike her despite the jealousy she inspired. "Good to see you, too. It's been a while." "Yeah." She wrinkled her nose. "Work has had me bouncing back and forth from here to Austin." She ushered Kayla into Nick's backyard and closed the gate. "Wow, you are rockin' that tank top, girl." Kayla shot Nick a look. Surprise rushed through her when she caught him staring at her breasts. She glanced down and noted the hard peaks the cool breeze had made prominent beneath the cotton material of the tank and her thin bra. Heat flooded her face. "Thank you. You're rocking that crop top." Eliana's short-sleeved black top boasted a V-neck line and left a strip of lightly muscled flesh at her midriff bare. "Thanks. I'm lucky I had a spare set of clothes in my car. We both got muddied up at work, and Nick was kind enough to let me use his shower." "Oh." She glanced at Nick, who waited on his barren back patio with his hands tucked in his pockets. Eliana made it sound as if they had showered separately. "I don't think I've ever asked what line of work you're in, or how it got them muddy." She vaguely recalled Nick mentioning something about security and had pictured him as a guard of some sort. "Global security," Eliana responded with a smile. "I can't tell you who we were protecting tonight, but some assholes thought they could take our clients out, and proving they couldn't got a bit messy." Kayla wasn't sure how to interpret that. Global security? Take them out? As in, kill? Were Nick and Eliana part of one of those high-end security firms that protected executives and billionaires and the like? Had someone tried to kill one of their clients? Did that sort of thing happen often? She hadn't realized Nick had such a dangerous job. She sent him a questioning look. Before he could respond, Eliana said, "Nick, you should ask Kayla to help you do something about this backyard because, damn." Kayla bit back a laugh. There wasn't a single potted plant on the back patio, just a table with 4 comfy chairs. The large oak tree in the center of the yard thrived, but the grass beneath it was spotty, and there weren't any shrubs or flowering plants to draw the eye aside from the weeds that thrived in long-abandoned flower beds. "Seriously," Eliana continued, "did you see Kayla's backyard? It's beautiful. I'm going to start hanging out over there if you don't fix yours up." Nick's handsome features contorted in a grimace as he glanced around. "Yeah, it is pretty pathetic back here. But Oliver doesn't have a green thumb, and I have no idea what kind of plants do well in this region." Eliana rolled her eyes. "You've been here like 10 years. He arched a brow. "And you've been here too. Can you tell me which plants can survive the long droughts, the extreme heat, and whatever level of sun and shade each of the flower beds receives?" "Hell no." Kayla laughed. "I'd be happy to help if you're really interested in sprucing things up back here. I like gardening. It relaxes me." Nick grinned. "Except when snails devour your hard work?" "Exactly." "I'd like that, thank you. Now that temperatures are cooling down a bit, I enjoy sitting outside and winding down after a long night's work. It would be nice to have some color to enjoy when I do." A black cat appeared atop the back fence and began slinking its way across the plank's edges. When Eliana made kissy noises to try to draw it closer, it froze, stared at them a long moment, then scurried to the far side and ducked out of sight. Eliana laughed. "Not very friendly, is he?" Kayla smiled. "He's a stray. I think the neighborhood kids torment him, so he tends to keep his distance." "Poor little guy." Nick opened the back door and motioned for them to enter. Kayla stepped inside his home for the first time. Wow. It was the polar opposite of his backyard, and much nicer than her own. She glanced around. Either Nick or the previous owner had put some serious work into updating the place. Beautiful wood floors that she thought might be bamboo shone beneath her sneakers. His kitchen had definitely been expanded and boasted gorgeous granite countertops and a large island with bar stools pulled up to it. Appliances that looked as though they cost as much as Becca's tuition gleamed in the bright overhead lights. The living room looked just as high-end. The large open space was dominated by a sofa so huge that she suspected she'd look like a child if she sat on it. Would feel like one, too. But damn, it looked comfortable. A matching ottoman nearly the size of a single bed was parked in front of it. A large, flat-screen television hung on the opposite wall. The other walls drew her gaze. Even the artwork appealed to her. Modern paintings bursting with color-joined framed sketches so detailed they could have been photographs. She wished she could have such awesome art hanging on her walls, but anything that good would be way beyond her budget. Eliana and Nick entered behind her. Kayla glanced up at him and told the butterflies in her stomach to simmer the hell down. He was so close she could feel his heat and catch his scent. No cologne, just Nick. "You have a lovely home." He smiled. "Thank you. It used to belong to a friend of mine. I bought it when he moved to North Carolina." She studied the paintings that graced the walls. "I love the artwork." "You do?" He seemed particularly pleased by that. Eliana chuckled and nudged her with a shoulder. "Nick painted those." Kayla stared up at him, eyes wide, totally impressed. "You did? They're fantastic." His smile widened into a charming grin that carried just a touch of, "aw, shucks." "Thank you. I'm glad you like them." "Did you do the sketches, too?" He nodded. "Wow, you are really talented." "Yes, he is," Eliana agreed, then narrowed her eyes at him. "So why does every sketch you do of me end up looking more like a caricature?" He laughed. "You can blame Max for that. He wanted to see how long it would take you to say something." Eliana rolled her eyes. "I should have known. That man loves to aggravate me." Nick chuckled as he headed into the kitchen. "Is fruit okay, or would you like something more substantial to eat?" Eliana arched her brows at Kayla. She smiled. "Fruit sounds good." "For me, too," Eliana called, then lowered her voice. "Let's go claim our places on the sofa before Nick sits his big behemoth ass down and takes up all the room." "I heard that," he called from the kitchen. "I notice you aren't denying it," Eliana said on a laugh as she guided Kayla over to the sofa and sat on one end. "Is this thing huge or what?" She patted the cushion in the middle. "Have a seat." Wondering what Nick would think about having to sit beside her instead of Eliana, Kayla perched on the edge of the cushion. "Oh, wow, this is ridiculously comfortable." "I know, right? I could sleep on this sofa." "I have slept on this sofa. Scoot all the way back." When Kayla did so, her feet dangled quite a distance above the floor. Eliana did the same. "I swear, it makes me feel like a 5-year-old sitting in her dad's favorite chair." Kayla laughed, wondering if Eliana had slept on this sofa with Nick. "So, who is Max?" "The man I live with," she replied with a smile. "I love him to pieces, but he lives to tease me." Kayla glanced over her shoulder at Nick, who was pouring fresh blueberries into bowls. "Aren't you and Nick—" Eliana waved a hand. "Nah, we're just friends. He's more like a pain-in-the-ass big brother." Nick approached, balancing 3 bowls heaped with blueberries, blackberries, and strawberries. "He likes the same snacks I do," a little voice inside whispered with glee. He shot Eliana the stink eye as he set the bowls on a wooden tray resting on the ottoman. "I heard that, too." Eliana winked. "And you aren't denying that either." "Because you're a force of nature and I'm too tired to battle you tonight." Eliana shot a fist into the air. "Yes! Girl power!" Laughing, he headed back into the kitchen and returned with 3 glasses of ice water. Kayla's heart began to race when he settled himself beside her. He didn't sit way on the edge of the incredibly long sofa. He sat near enough for his arm to brush hers every time he moved. She drew in a subtle breath. He smelled so good. Looked good, too. Positively edible. Unlike her and Eliana, he had no trouble planting his feet on the floor when he sat back, knees splayed. The muscles in those long legs flexed beneath his cargo pants as he shifted and reached for the remote on the ottoman. "So, what are we watching tonight?" He glanced at Kayla. Her mind went blank. She'd been so focused on being this close to him for the first time that... Wow, he was really big, wasn't he? Her ex had been 5 feet 7 inches tall, and though he had been pretty buff, something she supposed had aided him in attracting all of the women he'd cheated with, he had never made her feel so petite by comparison. Nick's shoulders were deliciously broad and muscular. His ab muscles rippled beneath the tight T-shirt he wore. Even his beard stubble appealed to her. He stared at her expectantly. Oh, crap. What had he asked her? Have you ever watched Luther?" Eliana asked. Kayla tore her gaze away from Nick. Right. They were trying to decide on a show to watch. "No." "Then let's watch that." Eliana sighed and stared up at the ceiling with a dreamy smile. "I love Idris Elba. He plays Luther in this and reminds me so much of David." Nick aimed the remote at the television and started pressing buttons. Except David maintains a much stronger hold on his temper than Luther does. Eliana snorted as she reached for a bowl. "Thank goodness. That man can do some damage when he lets loose." She popped a blackberry into her mouth. So sweet. Try one, Kayla." Kayla leaned forward and picked up a bowl, then scooted back again. Nick glanced at her feet dangling above the floor and grinned. "You two are so small. I love it. Want me to bring the ottoman closer?" He liked that they were small? "Yes, please." Eliana shook her head. "We aren't small. You're a giant." "I'm not a giant. I'm 6'1". Seth is a giant." "Hell yes he is," Eliana agreed. "I'm only nipple high on that man." Kayla laughed. "How tall is he?" She smiled. 6'8". "Wow, nipple high sounds about right." Kayla's breath caught when Nick slipped a strong arm beneath her calves and lifted her feet up. All kinds of tingles raced through her while he dragged the ottoman close enough for her to prop her feet on it. "How's that?" he asked as he lowered her feet and withdrew his touch. "Great, thanks." She sounded normal, right? She didn't sound like she wanted him to slip his hands under the hem of her yoga pants and slide those long fingers up her bare legs, did she? Because she totally wanted him to slip those big hands of his under the hem of her yoga pants and caress his way up her calves. Nick grabbed the last bowl of fruit and leaned back beside her. Aiming the remote at the television again, he propped his booted feet on the ottoman. Her lips twitched. They looked huge next to hers. She'd always had small feet. Back when she was in high school, the other girls had made fun of her for it, as if wearing a size 5 somehow made her less womanly than wearing a size 7 or 8. But she kind of liked the way her size 5s looked beside Nick's big-ass boots. It made her want to know what it would feel like to have those large feet tangle with hers beneath the covers. Nick made a humming sound of pleasure that made her nipples tighten. Get your mind off sex, damn it. She glanced up at him, entranced by the movement of his strong jaw as he chewed. "These blueberries are delicious." Absently, she nodded. So was he. He bent his head over his bowl. "Look how big this one is." He held up a particularly plump blueberry. "Here, you take it. The big ones are always the best." Eliana made a choked sound of amusement behind her. When he held the berry in front of Kayla's lips, some little gremlin inside made her part her lips so he could place it inside her mouth. Sweet juice exploded on her tongue as she chewed. That is good. Thank you." Did his gaze linger on her lips a little before he dragged it back to the television? "You're very welcome." Kayla focused on the show and did her damnedest to follow the storyline. Nick didn't make it easy. He offered her several more of the sweetest berries. Then, once his bowl was empty, draped his arm across the back of the sofa so it brushed her shoulders. Eliana offered up a running commentary on the show, which Kayla did enjoy quite a bit, but once her tummy was full, fatigue began to creep in. Nick's scent continued to tease her as his warmth drove her towards Sleepyville. Was she leaning into him? Because even the side of her face felt warm now. She fought to keep her eyelids from drifting shut. Something strong curled around her and cuddled her close. She sighed, contentment slithering through her as darkness descended. This was nice. The cushion that pillowed her head was both hard and soft at the same time. A deep voice murmured in the background. What was Idris Elba doing in her house? Something nudged her feet, like a puppy tugging at her shoelaces. Too cute. Her shoes hit the floor. A big body spooned up behind her, chasing away all thoughts of puppies. A strong arm wrapped around her waist and drew her back against a hard form. Not Idris Elba. Nick Bélanger. Best dream ever. Nick was having the best dream. Until he awoke and realized it wasn't just a dream. He lay on the sofa, curled up with Kayla. And holy hell, her body felt good pressed against his. He was spooned up behind her, one arm pillowing her head, the other wrapped around her with his hand cupping a full breast. Oops, when had that happened? Her breast was exactly as he had imagined it would be after years of picturing her naked, filling his big hand with perfection. She didn't wear one of those padded bras that concealed her nipples, nor did she wear one that shoved her breasts up to her chin to make them look plumper. So he could feel the hard peak against this palm and wanted badly to tweak it, roll it between his fingers and thumb, pinch it, and see what would make her moan. But she hadn't exactly invited him to touch her. She had fallen asleep during the show, leaning against him more and more, inspiring warm, fuzzy feelings inside him. He supposed he should have woken her and walked her home, but when else would he have an opportunity like this? An opportunity to hold her and sleep beside her and soak in the peace and contentment she inspired. Shit, she felt good against him. Eliana had removed Kayla's shoes before tiptoeing upstairs to sleep in Oliver's room. Knowing his mischievous friend, she would probably rearrange just enough stuff in there to drive Nick's second crazy when he returned from his vacation and tried to figure out what was different. Kayla shifted in her sleep, her beautiful bottom rubbing against his erection. It was all he could do not to moan. The good guy in him lambasted him for taking advantage until, in painfully slow increments so as not to wake her, he released her breast and rested his hand an inch or so away on the sofa cushion. At some point her head had slipped off his arm. Nick withdrew it, careful not to bump her, so he could prop himself up on his elbow and study her. Kayla was the cute kind of beautiful. A plethora of pale freckles dotted her cheeks and nose. More speckled her slender arms, left bare by her tank top. Nick decided he loved tank tops. He knew from the many birthday celebrations he'd overheard since she moved in next door that she was 38 years old, but she could easily pass for a decade younger. No lines had yet begun to form beside her eyes or along her mouth, probably because her pale, freckled skin burned too easily for her to spend much time in the sun. He also knew she worked out almost daily, something her trim waist and lightly muscled thighs showed. She'd lost her father to a heart attack when Becca was 5. She'd lost her mother to cancer 3 years later. Both had set upon her a quest to find a diet and exercise routine that would enable her to live long enough and well enough to chase her future grandchildren around the playground and give them plenty of piggyback rides, even if Becca waited until her 40s to have them. She shifted in her sleep again, that tempting bottom of hers nearly dragging a moan from him. Her hand grazed his forearm, then slid down to his hand, drew it closer, and tucked it between her breasts. Her lips turned up in a faint smile. Hell, she was even cute when she slept. How awesome would it be to experience this every morning when he went to bed, and to wake up to this every afternoon? He really envied Marcus. His longtime friend had fallen hard for a woman and married her a few years ago, a woman who apparently hadn't balked at the idea of transforming and spending eternity with him because Marcus had mentioned looking forward to spending century after century with her. They had even adopted a child together since Immortal Guardians couldn't father children. Nick struggled to bring his body under control, to tamp down the arousal that seemed to grow by the second. Kayla shifted again and would likely wake soon. Rolling over and finding him staring down at her with glowing eyes would probably scare the crap out of her. She tightened her hold on his hand. Consciousness beckoned. Kayla fought it, wanting to remain in dreamland a little longer. A large body curled around hers, warming her back and infusing her with peace and contentment. Curling her fingers around a big hand, she hugged it to her chest, then stiffened. Her eyes flew open. Oh, shit! Kayla rolled onto her back and looked up. Nick smiled down at her, his hair rumpled and his handsome face coated with thicker stubble. Morning. I fell asleep? Amusement twinkled in his pretty brown eyes. Yes. I'm sorry. Don't be. I've fallen asleep on this sofa many times myself. Sure, because it was his sofa, upon which he had apparently slept last night. With her. Wait, had he even had a choice? Had she fallen asleep on him? Was that why he'd slept on the sofa with her? Heat filled her cheeks, then deepened when she realized she was still holding his hand between her breasts. Hastily releasing him, she sat up. Her chestnut hair tumbled around her shoulders in what probably resembled a bird's nest. She couldn't be one of those lucky women in the movies who woke up with their hair spread across the pillow in lovely, shining waves. No. Hers probably looked more like a maniacal squirrel had wrought havoc until it stuck out in weird angles. As casually as she could, she combed her fingers through it in an attempt to tame it. What time is it? 9. You've only been asleep for about 3 hours. He sat up beside her, careful not to accidentally nudge her off the cushions. Sorry we kept you up so late. I should have warned you that Eliana and I are both night owls, hazards of the job and working nights. That's okay. Where is she? And how pissed would she be about Kayla cuddling up with Nick? Eliana had said they were just friends, but that could have meant friends with benefits. Upstairs. Sleeping in Oliver's room. She paused. Why had he felt the need to clarify that? To make it clear Eliana wasn't in his room. He smiled and offered her a slight shrug. You were sleeping so soundly I couldn't bring myself to wake you. So he had opted to sleep beside her? As if he could hear her thoughts, he added, and I didn't want you to roll over and fall off. Kayla eyed the large sofa and the ottoman. She suspected there had been little danger of that, and thus no need for him to have lain down with her. She arched a brow. Nick cleared his throat. I was tired? He suggested hopefully. He looked so adorably sheepish that amusement danced through her. I guess we both were. His charming smile reviving, he tucked several stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her skin tingled at the innocent touch. Her nipples tightened, and her gaze dropped to his soft lips. What would they taste like? What would he taste like? She dearly wanted to find out, but... Had he really wanted to sleep beside her last night, or was that just how her still sleep-fogged, infatuated brain had interpreted his words, his expressions, while it looked for something she desperately wanted to see that wasn't actually there? Nick lived next door to her. If she kissed him and he wasn't into it, she would have to face that embarrassment every time she saw him, and she just had no plans to move anytime soon. Eliana had said she and Nick were just friends, but she could be lying. People cheated. Kayla had learned that lesson well. Eliana could be cheating on Max with Nick and just didn't want Kayla to think less of her. Nick might wish to avoid the same. Taking the safe route, she rose. I'd better head home and get a couple more hours of sleep. I have an appointment at 3:30 and want to get a little work done before I go. Something she thought might be disappointment flickered momentarily in his features. Then he smiled again and stood. Okay. He helped her find her shoes. Thanks for joining us last night. It was fun. We should do it again. She cursed her heart for fluttering in her chest. He wasn't asking her on a date. He was inviting her to maybe hang out with him and Eliana sometime in the future. Sure, sounds good. She followed him to his back door. Let me walk you out. He escorted her onto his patio, then across the grass to his gate. He waited patiently while she left his yard and entered her own. He even lingered at the fence until she unlocked and opened her back door. Thanks, Nick. Smiling, he dipped his head in a brief nod. See you later. The prospect pleased her more than it should have. For some reason it felt as though something had changed between them. But it hadn't, right? Not really. Uncertain, she entered her home and closed the door. Chapter 3. Nick couldn't get back to sleep. He tried, he really did. But every time he closed his eyes, he remembered how it had felt to wake up with Kayla's warm, pliant body in his arms, her firm ass wedged against his lap, her narrow back pressed to his chest, her full breast cupped in his hand, her fragrant hair teasing his nose. He hadn't slept with a woman, in the literal sense, in... well, he couldn't remember how many years. Decades? No. Centuries? Yes, it had been centuries. Not since he had become immortal, now that he thought about it. The risk had been too great. He also hadn't slept with a woman in the figurative sense in a long time. Meaningless sex with strangers got old after a century or two, particularly since the positions he could choose were limited. The eyes of immortals and vampires acquired a very noticeable glow whenever they felt strong emotion, like lust. So he almost always had to take women from behind to keep them from freaking out. And while such did scratch the itch, so to speak, after a while it just got boring. He never made a personal connection with one-night stands the way he had when he'd taken lovers as a mortal. There was no friendship, no affection, just the satisfying of a physical need, like eating an apple for a snack. He could eat an apple every day for centuries, but it just wasn't the same as a big piece of steaming, hot, fresh from the oven apple pie. Yeah, he had long since lost interest in casual sex with strangers. Unfortunately, immortal human relationships almost always ended badly. Humans couldn't transform with the vampiric virus without suffering the progressive brain damage that would rapidly drive them insane, so the human was destined to age and die. More often than not, in such relationships, the aging human grew bitter over the fact that her lover remained forever young. When he would leave each night to hunt, she would suspect him of meeting clandestinely with a younger woman. Then he would grow bitter over her lack of trust. And even if such did not transpire and the two remained steadfastly devoted to each other, the human was destined to die and leave the immortal alone to grieve her loss. Tommaso and Cassandra were a perfect example of the latter. The two had been together for over a century. Seth's incredible healing gift had enabled him to extend Cassandra's life, but he couldn't stave off old age and death entirely. Cassandra now looked old enough to be Tommaso's grandmother. The two were still as in love and devoted to each other as they had been when they'd met 130 years ago, but their relationship was not without difficulties. Their time would draw to an end in another 2 decades or so, and Tommaso would be devastated when he lost her. He had waited hundreds of years to find Cassandra and experience the love the two shared. Nick wouldn't know how his friend would survive facing centuries of solitary grief after she was gone. Nick headed down the hallway to his studio and grabbed a sketchbook. Opening it, he flipped past dozens of drawings he had done of Kayla and began yet another. Immortal Gifted One relationships didn't fare well either. The fact that gifted ones could safely transform and spend the rest of eternity with the men they loved didn't necessarily mean they would want to. For centuries, immortals had been likened to vampires, whom the Church had deemed evil, soulless, damned. In the past, no gifted one had been willing to risk an eternity in hell by transforming to be with an immortal. And immortals, not knowing why exactly they were the way they were, had not asked them to. Slowly, Kayla's likeness came to life on the page as he sketched her the way she had appeared as she'd slept beside him on the sofa. "Times have changed, though," a little voice inside him murmured. Immortals now understood that a peculiar virus, one that behaved like no other on the planet, made them what they were. They understood that anyone who possessed advanced DNA like their own could safely transform without losing their sanity, and several female gifted ones had fallen in love with Immortal Guardians in recent years and voluntarily transformed so they could spend the rest of eternity with them. "Maybe Kayla is a gifted one, too," the voice suggested. He didn't think so. She had demonstrated no special abilities that he could see. Then again, gifted ones were usually careful not to reveal their differences. And the DNA of today's gifted ones had been diluted with ordinary human DNA for so many millennia that they sometimes bore gifts that were so mild they didn't even realize they possessed them. The phone next door rang. Nick ignored it. His preternatural hearing enabled him to hear the goings-on in most of the homes around him. Centuries of practice enabled him to tune most of it out, as he did now, until the machine asked whoever was calling to leave a message. "Hi, this is a message for Kayla," a woman said. "This is Harper from Dr. Fisher's office. I was just calling to see if you were still planning to come in for your appointment today. If not, please let us know so we can reschedule you." His hand stilled. He glanced at the clock as Harper droned on, leaving a phone number and mentioning they would have to charge her a fee for missing the appointment. Kayla had left over an hour ago. She'd said her appointment was at 3:30. It was now 4 o'clock. Frowning, he set the tablet and pencil aside, left the studio, and headed downstairs. Maybe she had run into traffic. It seemed as though rush hour had started earlier every year in Houston. Or perhaps there had been an accident that had backed things up. He'd left the remote on the ottoman earlier. Nick grabbed it and turned on the television, flipping over to a local channel that hosted an early evening news program. The anchors mentioned a double murder in Bel Air, glossed over the latest happenings in politics, then followed with a fluff piece about a dog. No mention was made of the vampires he and Eliana had slain at the University of Houston the previous night, a result of the network's astonishing ability to clean up such things. An Amber Alert followed the dog story. Really? A dog adopting a stray cat took precedence over a missing child? He shook his head in disgust as they segued into a weather forecast teaser. No rain, no freezing temps. No surprise. Nick fought a growing sense of unease as he glanced at the time indicated on the screen. Finally, the traffic report. A woman in a form-fitting dress and incredibly uncomfortable-looking shoes warned drivers of a longer-than-usual commute. Apparently, a 4-car accident had brought traffic to a standstill. The muscles in his shoulders began to relax. The intersection mentioned was likely one Kayla was trying to get through to reach her dentist's office, so she must have been held up in... His mind blanked when the helicopter's camera zoomed in on the scene. That had been one hell of an accident, and one of the mangled cars was the same color as Kayla's. "There are lots of silver cars in Houston," he murmured, and many of the models looked similar. Even if they didn't, the car in question was so banged up he couldn't identify the make or model. According to the traffic reporter, some dumbass who was texting while driving had slammed full speed into the back of a car waiting at a red light, forcing it into traffic where another car plowed into it from the side and spun it in front of a third. Firefighters had to use the jaws of life to remove the driver, whom the traffic reporter said was en route to the hospital in critical condition. His cell phone rang. Nick strode into the kitchen to answer it. There were millions of people in Houston. The chances that Kayla had been involved in that accident had to be slim. He didn't recognize the number displayed on his phone. "Hello?" "Mr. Nick?" A tearful female voice said, "It's Rebecca Dorman from next door." Oh, shit. His hand tightened on the receiver. "Becca, what is it? Are you okay?" "No," she blurted, her voice breaking on a sob. "The hospital just called. They said my mom's been in an accident." Yanking the charge cord out of his cell, he raced for the stairs and took them 3 at a time. "They say it's bad." She began to cry harder. Mom said if anything happened and she wasn't around, I should call you or Mr. Oliver. I don't know what to do. I'm in North Carolina." Nick put the phone on speaker and, with preternatural speed, yanked a pair of jeans on over his boxers and added a shirt. He heard a door open on Becca's end. "Ugh," a girl murmured disparagingly in the background. "She's crying. Looks like she's missing her mommy again." "Fuck off, you stupid bitch," Becca shouted at her roommate. "My mom's been in an accident." "Becca," Nick said, trying to keep his voice calm, "I'm going to have someone come pick you up, okay? I have friends in North Carolina. They'll arrange a flight for you and get you here as quickly as possible. What hospital did they take your mom to?" Despite her tears, she managed to give him the name of the hospital and the person she'd spoken to. "Okay, I'm heading there now. I'll call my friends on the way, and a man named Chris Warden will call you soon with details." "Okay, thank you." Eliana appeared in his doorway, her face creased with concern as he disconnected the call. "Kayla's been in an accident?" He nodded. "It was on the news. They said she's in critical condition." "I'll call Seth." "Thank you. I have to call Rorden and see how fast he can get Becca here." He dialed the head of the East Coast division of the network. "Rorden," a distracted male answered. "Chris, it's Nick Belanger in Houston. I need a favor." He gave Chris a quick rundown of the situation as he tugged on his boots. His damned hands shook so much the task took longer than it should have. Critical condition. What if Kayla died before Seth could reach her? "What's the girl's number?" Chris asked. Nick recited the number that had appeared on caller ID. "She stays in one of the dorms, but I don't know which one." "Don't worry about that, I've got it. I'll send a man to pick her up now and can have her there in a few hours. I take it this woman, Kayla, means something to you?" "Yes." "Have you called Seth?" "Eliana is calling him now." "Good. Henderson no doubt has contacts at Memorial. I'll give him a heads up that you and Seth are on the way." "Thank you." Heart racing, Nick zipped down to the living room in a blur. Eliana waited near the kitchen, a cell phone pressed to her ear. Seth, the immensely powerful leader of the Immortal Guardians, abruptly appeared beside her. "Kayla Dorman has been injured." His deep voice was flavored with a British accent, tinged with a little something else Nick had never been able to identify. Nick halted before them. "Yes, do you know her?" Seth nodded. "She's a gifted one." Shock hit him like a punch to the chest, but Nick filed that away for later. "It sounds bad. Time may be of the essence. Then we'll go to the hospital now." Tucking his cell phone into the pocket of his long black coat, Seth reached out and grabbed Nick and Eliana's shoulders. The room around them darkened. A strange feeling of weightlessness gripped Nick, not unlike that which he sometimes felt in an elevator. Then their surroundings brightened, and he found himself standing in an office lit by a wall of windows. A doctor, seated behind a desk that dominated the room, jumped at their sudden appearance, sending whatever paper he'd been reading flying into the air. Upon recognizing Seth, he relaxed. "Shit, that startled me." He rose, brow furrowing. "What's up?" "Dr. Runs, this is Nick and Eliana. A gifted one by the name of Kayla Dorman was just brought to your emergency room. She's been in an accident and is described as being in critical condition. I need you to take us to her. Yes, sir. He rounded his desk. Are you planning to heal her? Yes. You'll have to bury a lot of memories if you do. Doctors, nurses, paramedics, any technicians who might have performed scans. I'm aware, Seth answered. I would appreciate your assistance in locating them all. Yes, sir. Nick and Eliana followed Seth and the doctor out of the office. Dr. Rands drew his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. Mike, he murmured, keeping his voice low enough that it wouldn't carry to the medical personnel they passed as they navigated one hallway after another. We've got IGs on the premises. I need you to give me the current location of a patient named Kayla Dorman. Kayla Dorman, a man repeated on the other end. Yeah, here she is. They're prepping her for surgery in OR3. Okay. Call your guys in security and give them a heads up that we're on our way. Then get Henderson's tech crew to remotely help you deal with whatever shows up on the security camera feeds and prepare to alter her medical records. Will do. Thanks. It didn't surprise Nick that the network had connections inside the hospital. They probably had such in every major hospital in town. Houston was a big city with a lot of crime. Vampires loved that shit. And they didn't always kill when they sought blood sources, so sometimes their victims wound up in the hospital. It was a lot easier to camouflage a vampire attack as something else if you had people working inside such institutions. Nick followed the others into a large elevator. The ride down seemed to last forever. Then Dr. Rands led them down more hallways to OR3. No one stopped them as they strode boldly through a set of double doors. The nurses, surgical techs, and a man Nick thought might be an anesthesiologist looked up. Their expressions instantly blanked. The anesthesiologist set down the syringe he held before they all left the room. Through a glass window, Nick saw a doctor who was scrubbing up in the next room frown and open his mouth to protest. Then his expression went blank. Stepping back from the sink, he dried his hands and left. Seth's telepathic abilities were truly remarkable. Nick crossed to the small figure on the table in the center of the room. A lump rose in his throat. Kayla. A sheet was draped across her hips and over her right leg, leaving the rest of her bare. The left side of her face bore multiple gashes embedded with glass, most of which still bled. Her eye on that side was discolored and almost swollen shut. Her left arm was broken, her leg was too, the femur visible through the jagged hole it had torn through her skin. Her slender torso was bare, badly bruised, her breasts exposed, and a long, jagged piece of metal stuck out of her chest. He rested a shaking hand on her forehead. Kayla. She moaned. Her eyelashes fluttered, then opened. Nick? She whispered. He nodded and leaned down until his face hovered just over hers. I'm here. Hurts. I know, honey, but it's going to be okay. Call Becca? I already talked to Becca. She's on her way. Dr. Rands began to rattle off all the things Seth needed to heal. Kayla glanced down at the metal sticking out of her chest, then met Nick's gaze. It's okay, he murmured. Everything's going to be okay, I promise. He pressed a kiss to her bloody forehead. Just close your eyes and rest. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes, sparking a burn at the backs of his own. Something tugged on his shirt. Nick glanced down and found her uninjured hand fisted in his shirt. Tell her I love her, she whispered, voice harsh. Gently prying her fingers loose, he pressed a kiss to her knuckles. I will. It's going to be okay, I promise. Nick, Seth murmured, we need to do this now. Nodding, he withdrew the hand on her hair and straightened. Kayla's gaze clung to his, her clutch on his hand painfully tight. Seth rested a large hand on her forehead. Sleep. Her lashes closed. Her hand went limp in Nick's as the tension in her body vanished and she sank into unconsciousness. Seth kept one hand on her forehead and rested the other on her chest, fingers splayed next to the metal that protruded from it. His eyes met Nick's. You'll have to remove the metal. Nick lowered Kayla's hand and released her. His own hand shook as he curled his fingers around the chunk of metal he couldn't even identify. He looked at Seth. Seth applied pressure to Kayla's chest to hold her still, then nodded. Nick tried to ease the chunk free slowly, but it was really lodged in there. Clamping his lips together, he exerted more force and yanked the metal free. Eliana gasped as blood gushed from the wound. Nick stared down at Kayla, his fingers tightening around the metal. Seth closed his eyes. Seconds later, the blood flow stopped. The ragged edges of the wound slowly drew together, sealing, forming scar tissue, then fading away entirely. The bruising that graced it darkened to purples before rapidly slipping into shades of brown and yellow and disappearing altogether. Seth's hands began to glow faintly, heat radiating from them and raising the temperature in the room. The broken bones in Kayla's forearm shifted beneath the skin, repositioning themselves until they were properly aligned and weaving back together. Her femur sank beneath the skin. As it realigned itself and healed, the skin it had pierced drew together and sealed. "Damn, I wish I had the ability to do that," Dr. Rands whispered. Nick turned his gaze to Kayla's face. The swelling around her eye decreased. Shards of glass embedded in the cuts that scored her cheek and temple glinted in the bright overhead light as they backed out of the wounds and fell to the table. Seth opened his eyes. She suffered partial vision loss in her left eye. I've restored it, but we'll leave the bruising around it. I'll also leave some cuts and abrasions on her face. Nick opened his mouth to object. Seth cut him off with a shake of his head. The accident made the news, Nick, on television and online. The network can't cover it up and make it disappear the way they could a fall in the shower that doesn't make headlines, and there really isn't a need to. We'll put a cast on Kayla's arm for appearances, but she'll feel no pain. This way the network can simply revise her records to make the injuries reported less severe, and I'll have fewer memories to alter. Eliminating her visit entirely would pose too many problems. He saw the logic in it, but... Nick stared down at her battered face. "She won't scar," Seth said softly. "I'll make sure of it." He nodded. Seth withdrew his healing touch and turned to Dr. Rands. "She needs a blood transfusion." The doctor nodded. "I'm on it." In short order, he set up an IV. Nick adjusted the sheet so it covered both Kayla's legs, then gently drew it up to cover her bare breasts. Seth caught his eye. "I'm going to get to work altering memories." "Thank you." The Immortal Guardians leader left the operating room. Dr. Rands retreated to the scrub room and began talking softly on his cell phone, guiding the network in the changes they should make to Kayla's records. Eliana stepped up beside Nick as he reclaimed Kayla's hand. "She's okay." He released a long breath, trying to calm his frayed nerves. "I know, but it scared the hell out of me." His hand still shook from it. "Me too." "Mortals are so fragile," he said with some despair. "What if she hadn't made it to the hospital? She could have died before I even heard about the accident." Eliana nodded. "You should tell her how you feel, Nick. She's a gifted one. There's no reason not to now." He shook his head. "You're assuming, 1, that she's interested in me. She is. And 2, that she would be willing to transform and become immortal if things worked out between us. Why wouldn't she? Sarah did, and Melanie, and Krista." He glanced down at her. "But they didn't have children. How many parents do you know who wouldn't dread the idea of outliving their children, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren? Look what it did to Roland. Until Sarah, he never let anyone get close to him, and it still tore him up inside every time one of his descendants died." She bit her lip, her look turning pensive. "Jenna transformed for Richard, and she has a son." He shook his head. "Jenna had no choice. A vampire had already begun transforming her." Surprise lit her features. "What?" By the time Richard realized what was happening, her immune system had already been compromised, and her only options were death or becoming immortal. "I didn't know that." Her son was only a couple of years older than Becca and felt responsible, so it would have crushed him. Richard, too, if she had opted to die instead. Shit. Exactly. Silence fell between them. or as much silence as their preternatural hearing would permit in a building this size, packed with so many voices. I still think you'd be a fool not to tell her. Eliana's voice carried such sadness that he studied her. I mean, don't you get lonely? When her brown eyes met his, he swallowed hard at the stark pain he read in them. He knew that pain, that loneliness, well. One of the other reasons Seth insisted all Immortal Guardians have mortal seconds who lived with them was to try to ease the loneliness that so often prevailed in their long lives. Though it helped, it wasn't the same. Yeah, I do, he admitted. She shifted her focus to Kayla's still form. I think Tommaso's got it right. Though he's destined to lose Cassandra in the end, they've had over 100 years of love and affection and happiness together. I know losing her will tear his fucking heart out, but he'll at least have the memory of those years together to keep him going. Her throat worked in a swallow. I would give anything for that. Regret filled him. Eliana was always so full of energy and had such a friendly, buoyant personality, often laughing and teasing, that he had never suspected her smiles might hide a deep loneliness and unhappiness. He opened his mouth to say... He wasn't sure what. What could he say? The doors swung open, and a pretty Latina woman wearing scrubs entered. Her steps slowed as she approached them uncertainly. Nick and Eliana shared a look. Crap. Dr. Rands rejoined them. It's okay. Isabel is going to take Kayla to another room where Dr. Kim will put a cast on her arm for me. Both moonlight for the network. I'll stick with you until we reach Dr. Kim. Then I need to catch up with Seth and lend him a hand. Nick relaxed. Dr. Rands returned to his cell phone conversation. Isabel's eyes widened as she approached them. Are you Immortal Guardians? She whispered. He and Eliana shared another look, then nodded. She smiled. You're the first ones I've met in person. Thank you so much for everything you do. Nick offered her a slight bow. We couldn't do it without the support of generous people like you and Dr. Rands. Thank you for aiding us. She nodded to Kayla. Is she your second? No, but she's special to me. Her smile softened. Don't worry. We'll take good care of her. Thank you. Isabel drew on a pair of blue gloves, then held out a hand. Let me take that for you? Nick glanced down and realized he was still holding the jagged piece of metal he'd yanked out of Kayla's chest. Oh, of course. His hands finally stopped shaking as the panic that had flooded his body with adrenaline subsided. Kayla was going to be okay. But damn, it had been close. What if she'd died en route to the hospital? What if she'd been killed instantly in the crash? Eliana was right. What the hell was he doing? Keeping his distance so he wouldn't get hurt? Avoiding possible rejection? Not embarking upon a relationship with Kayla so he wouldn't suffer in the end when she grew old and died? She could have died today, and he would have felt the same damn grief and emptiness inside without any of those precious memories Eliana had mentioned. He fished Kayla's arm out from under the sheet and clasped her hand, and he refused to relinquish it when Isabel and Dr. Rands rolled her out of the OR, down a hallway and into an elevator that was, thankfully, empty. The hallway into which they disembarked wasn't. There were a few people, both medical personnel and patients or relatives of patients moving about. It's just a few doors down, Dr. Rands murmured and led the way. Nicholas? A male called. Nick glanced over his shoulder. An elderly man had just turned the corner behind them. His short white hair was thin enough to reveal the copious age spots that decorated his scalp. His body, almost skeletal beneath a loose suit that nevertheless bespoke wealth, wavered as he clutched his cane in a white-knuckled grip and leaned heavily upon it. Nick didn't recognize him and turned away, his mind on Kayla. The man must be talking to someone else. Sheer habit made him turn at the name. 2 steps later, a hand clutched his arm. Nick? He frowned and glanced down at the old man. There was something familiar about him, but he couldn't recall where or when they had met. Was he one of Oliver's relatives? Or a former network employee, perhaps? Dr. Rands, Isabel, and Eliana slowed. Nick reluctantly released Kayla's hand and motioned for them to continue. "Go on, I'll be along shortly." They did as ordered, Eliana casting the old man a curious look. Nick turned back to him. "Can I help you?" "It is you, isn't it?" the old man said, staring up at him in astonishment. "I think you may have mistaken me for someone else." "It's me, Richard Rubal." Richard Rubal? Where had he heard that name? Oh, shit. Nick carefully kept his expression a blank, polite mask. Nick had met him back when Richard was a young man. An officer in the military, Rubal had been one of the thousands of advisors the U.S. sent to Vietnam before the police action officially began. Vampires tended to flock to areas of conflict and had been wreaking their own special kind of havoc in the small Asian country, so Nick had been reassigned to aid the Immortal Guardians already stationed there. He feigned ignorance. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" "Yes," the man retorted. "I just look a hell of a lot older than I did when you knew me in Vietnam." "Vietnam?" Nick furrowed his brow in a practiced expression of confusion. A man 2 or 3 decades younger than Rubal swung around the corner and approached them. "Sorry, Dad." He took in the anger beginning to creep into Rubal's features, then frowned up at Nick. "Is there a problem here?" Nick shook his head. "I believe he's mistaken me for someone else." "Bullshit!" Rubal blustered. "It's you! I know it!" Nick sent the son a disconcerted look. "He seems to have mistaken me for someone he knew in Vietnam?" "Oh." The son winced. "Sorry about that. It's the dementia. Or maybe the cancer. I don't know which. But the doctor said both the cancer and the treatment could increase his confusion." "I'm not confused," Rubal snapped. "This is Nicholas Bélanger. I knew him in Vietnam." Irritation flickered on the son's face. "Dad, that was like 60 years ago. There's no way this is the same man." Nick addressed the son. "Nicholas Bélanger was my paternal grandfather's name. He passed away when I was a boy, but I remember my dad saying he spent some time in Vietnam during the conflict." The son nodded. "That must be what it is. You must resemble him. My grandmother always said I did." "Stop talking about me like I'm not here," Rubal snarled. The son ignored him and glanced at his watch. "This is Nicholas Delange's grandson, Dad." The old man's face reddened with fury. "Bélanger! It's Bélanger!" "Whatever the hell his name is," the son murmured absently as he took his father's arm and urged him along. "This isn't him. It's his grandson. Look, we have to go. We're going to be late." He nodded at Nick. "Sorry about this." "No problem." Rubal cursed as his son guided him away. "I told you, Dad, it's the cancer," the son said. "Remember? The doctor said you could experience more confusion?" "I'm not confused." "Bullshit. You couldn't remember the name of your favorite football team when he asked you." The old man frowned up at his son. "It's the Cowboys." "Right. You've loved the Cowboys for as long as I can remember, but when Dr. Singal asked you that, you paused a long time, then said it was the Oilers." That seemed to give the old man pause. "I did?" "Yeah, Dad. And the Oilers left Houston and became the Titans like 2 decades ago." They turned a corner and left Nick's sight. Relieved, Nick let his preternatural sense of hearing guide him to the room in which Kayla and the others had disappeared. He tapped lightly on the door. "It's Nick." Slipping inside, he closed the door behind him. Isabel and Eliana were cleaning Kayla, washing away the blood her injuries had left behind. Dr. Rand stood over by a window talking on the phone. Nick appreciated him turning his back while the women worked. He knew the man was a doctor, but just couldn't feel casual about another man seeing Kayla naked if he didn't need to. Eliana looked up at his approach. "Close call, huh?" He nodded. Isabel cast them a questioning look. Nick claimed Kayla's hand once more. "Someone I knew several decades ago recognized me." The nurse's eyes widened. "What did you do?" "I told his son that the man he'd mistaken me for was my grandfather." "Did he believe you?" "The father didn't, but his son did. Apparently the elderly man has both dementia and cancer, and has been experiencing more confusion as a result. I feel like shit for taking advantage of it, but the only alternative would be to have Seth wipe his memory, and he has enough on his plate right now taking care of this. Eliana sent him a sympathetic look. That happened to me once in New York. It did? She nodded. Millions of New Yorkers, tourists and visiting businessmen all crammed together in such a small area. Usually your chances of running into someone you know are zilch, so immortals there aren't relocated as often as immortals in other cities and towns. Then I literally bumped into a man I hadn't seen in 40 years. We'd lived in the same apartment building in Brooklyn for a time when he was younger. What did you do? She shrugged, her smile tinged with a hint of melancholy. The same thing you did. I lied, said the woman he mistook me for was my mother. It broke my heart to do it, though. I really liked him when he was younger. I think if he hadn't been dating a beautiful blonde at the time, I might have liked him enough to take a chance and see if maybe we could have a life together, for however long it could have lasted. But he ended up marrying her. Nick didn't know what to say. Did he believe you? Isabel asked softly, her voice full of sympathy. Yes. Again she shrugged. Most humans do. Adulthood has a way of eradicating one's ability to believe in magic or the fantastical. Isabel nodded as she draped a clean sheet over Kayla. It really does. Dr. Rands pocketed his phone and joined them. Looks like Seth and the network have everything under control. The door opened, admitting a lovely Asian woman in a white lab coat. Dr. Rands smiled at her as she closed the door behind her. Perfect timing, Dr. Kim. These are Immortal Guardians Nick and Eliana. Nick, Eliana, this is Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim smiled. It's so nice to meet you both. Sorry for the delay. No problem, Eliana said with a smile. It's nice to meet you too. Nick dipped his head in a nod. Thank you for helping us. Dr. Kim waved a hand. I consider it an honor. Her gaze fell to Kayla, who remained unconscious. Dr. Rands tells me you'd like me to put a cast on Ms. Dorman's arm? Yes, please, Nick said. Seth healed her, but... You need the cast for appearance's sake? Yes. Dr. Kim smiled. No problem. I'll get right to work. Chapter 4. Once Seth finished smoothing things over, he found them in Dr. Kim's office. Dr. Rands had been called away, but Isabel and the orthopedic doctor remained. Seth took in the cast, as well as the scrubs Isabel and Eliana had maneuvered onto Kayla. All done? They nodded. Let's get her home, then. Nick slipped his arms beneath Kayla's shoulders and knees and lifted her into his arms. Her head lolled to rest against his chest. I'd like to take her to my place. Eliana gently took the slender arm, which was encased in a cast and dangled down at his side, and shifted it to rest in Kayla's lap. Seth nodded, unperturbed, and motioned them closer. After thanking Isabel and Dr. Kim once more, he touched Nick's and Eliana's shoulders. The room around them darkened. That peculiar feeling of weightlessness engulfed Nick. Then the room brightened, and he found himself standing in his living room. Some of the tension that had strung his muscles tight eased. Seth caught his eye. She'll know when she awakens that all is not as it should be. Should I alter her memories, or do you intend to speak with her? The normal procedure would be to alter her memories. The only reason Seth would deviate from that and offer him an option was if the powerful elder immortal had recognized Nick's feelings for her. I'll speak with her, Nick replied. Seth nodded. Let me know if it doesn't go well. He would definitely have to alter her memories in that instance. If Nick had ever doubted the necessity of keeping gifted ones, immortals, and vampires a secret from the general public, the events of recent years had stomped those doubts into oblivion. Anyone who learned of their existence and did not become their ally could not be allowed to retain those memories. The threat was simply too great. You can take the night off, Seth added. Nick glanced at the window, surprised to find it already dark outside. Thank you. A trebly version of Skillet's Monster filled the air. Seth retrieved his cell phone. Yes. Seth, a male immortal blurted. It's Miklos. I need your help. Seth met Nick's gaze. I'm needed in Hungary. He vanished a second later. Nick looked at Eliana. "I'm going to need to get Kayla settled." She nodded. Turning, he headed for the stairs and up to his bedroom. Eliana followed and moved forward to draw back the covers on his big bed. Nick gently lowered Kayla to the mattress and arranged her so she looked comfortable, her head on his pillow, her arm with the cast at her side. Drawing the covers up to her chest, he glanced at Eliana. "Would you call Henderson or Rawdon and get the flight info for Becca?" "Sure." Palming her cell phone, she left the room. Nick sat on the edge of the bed and drew Kayla's right arm out to rest atop the covers. Her hand was so small in his. He traced the blue veins that showed faintly through her pale skin, touched each freckle. Her nails were neatly trimmed. Kayla always kept them short, so they wouldn't interfere with her typing when she edited manuscripts. Leaning forward, he brushed her hair back from her face, happy to find it free of glass shards. He hated that they'd had to leave the cuts and bruising that marred her pretty features. It only made her look more fragile. His heart began to pound as he contemplated telling her what he was and what she was. He hadn't realized she was a gifted one, and he'd been so distracted at the hospital that he'd forgotten to ask Seth what her gift was. How would she react to his being different? Did she realize she was different, too? Eliana returned. Rawdon put her on a private jet. Henderson gave me all the details. He planned to have a network employee pick her up, but I told him I'd do it myself before I begin my hunt tonight. I thought she might find a familiar face comforting. Thank you. She hesitated in the doorway and studied Kayla. How are you going to tell her? He shook his head. I don't know. He read the same uncertainty in Eliana's expressive features that he was sure painted his own. Mortals rarely responded well to learning immortals were different. Most immortal confessions had been met with violence in the past. Hell, when Roland Warbrook had told his fiancée what he was centuries ago, the woman had told her sister, and a mob had tried to kill him, and she had supposedly loved him until she'd learned what he was. I never thought I would have a reason to tell anyone, he admitted. If he had, maybe he'd have put some thought into how he might break the news. Me either. Her brow furrowed as she studied Kayla. She doesn't seem quick to hate, the way so many are, though. He shook his head. She isn't. She's a firm believer in the treat others as you wish to be treated philosophy. Eliana sighed gustily. Damn, I wish there were more people like her. He smiled. Me too. Well, here's hoping she'll react well. A twinkle of mischief entered her brown eyes. You want me to take the scenic route home to keep Becca out of your hair in case things go better than you think and Kayla decides to get you naked? He chuckled. I doubt that's going to happen, but I appreciate the offer. She shrugged with a grin. Suit yourself. I'm going to head out. Thanks again, Eliana. Any time, my friend. He listened to her soft tread as she headed downstairs. Keys jingled, then she left, locking the door behind her. Silence fell. Nick pulled a chair up beside the bed, sank down on it, and reclaimed Kayla's hand. He couldn't seem to resist touching her. Maybe he simply needed the contact to prove he hadn't really lost her. He shook his head at himself. He'd spent centuries doing the same old, hunt vampires at night, come home, eat, sleep, and repeat. The only thing that ever varied was his location and his seconds as they aged, retired, and were replaced. Now, in the space of just a few hours, everything had changed, dramatically. He studied the lovely woman sleeping in his bed. Everything. Consciousness beckoned. Kayla sighed, not yet ready to relinquish sleep. She turned her head on the pillow. It smelled like Nick, masculine with a hint of the outdoors. Smiling, she rubbed her cheek against it, then went still. Wait, why does my pillow smell like Nick? She straightened her head on the pillow. And why am I sleeping on my back? She never slept on her back. Frowning, she opened her eyes. The ceiling above her was dark, the room around her dimly lit by flickering images on a large flat-screen television that graced the opposite wall. Her heart began to pound in alarm as she looked toward the windows and took in the sleek black dresser between them. This wasn't her room. What the hell? Something warm tightened around her right hand. She hadn't realized until then that someone held it. Kayla jerked her head in that direction and stared at Nick. Seated in a chair beside her, he leaned forward. "Easy, it's okay." Much to her shock, he reached out with his free hand and gently brushed her hair back from her forehead in what could only be described as a gesture of affection. "Where am I?" she blurted. "My home." His voice was soft and calming. "My bedroom." What the hell was she doing in Nick's bedroom? I don't remember. She couldn't remember how she had come to be here. "It's okay," he said again. "Don't panic. I can hear your heart racing, but everything is going to be okay." She frowned. He could hear her heart racing? What did that mean? Wait, everything was going to be okay? Hadn't he said something like that to her before? "Everything's going to be okay, I promise." Then he had kissed her forehead and said, "Just close your eyes and rest." Blindingly bright lights had shone down on her and... Her eyes widened. "Oh shit, I was in an accident." "Yes." "I was injured." "Yes." "Badly." "Yes." She couldn't seem to call forth a memory of the accident itself, but remembered being pinned to her seat afterward. Police had spoken to her, EMTs, firefighters, asking her not to move, promising to help her. And there had been the pain. So much pain. Her head, her arm, her leg, her chest. Oh shit! Something was sticking out of my chest! She drew her left arm out from under the covers, intending to shove them down and inspect her body, but stopped and stared at her arm. A cast covered it from just beneath her elbow to just past her thumb. Right. She'd broken her arm. And her leg. She shuddered at the memory of a jagged bone protruding from her thigh. When wiggling her fingers sparked no pain, she grabbed the covers and shoved them down to her knees. No bulky cast graced her leg, just blue scrub pants. Fear rose. Her leg had been broken. She had not imagined that. And broken bones usually took at least 4 weeks to heal. Didn't they? Her hands began to tremble. Drawing her blue scrub shirt away from her chest, she peered down through the V-shaped neckline. Ice trickled down her spine. No wound marred her chest, just pale skin and freckles. Releasing her shirt, she stared at Nick in horror. "Have I been in a coma?" She must have been. There was no sign at all of the chest wound. There wasn't even a scar. "No." She shook her head, not understanding. "Why am I here? Instead of in a hospital, or a hospice, or wherever coma victims were cared for? And if her other wounds had healed, why did she still wear a cast on her arm? She must have been out for months. Where's Becca?" "She's fine. She's on her way. But I need to explain some things to you before she gets here." "I don't understand." "I know. That's why I'm asking you to trust me that everything is okay, and to please bear with me while I try to muddle my way through this." His calm demeanor helped soothe her nerves, a little. Though Kayla wanted to continue peppering him with questions, she drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly, and nodded. "I trust you." But her heart continued to race. He squeezed her hand. "Thank you." Nick hesitated so long she nearly went back on her word and started blurting out questions. Then he seemed to brace himself and began to speak. "I heard your dentist call and knew you had missed your appointment." She frowned. "You were in my house?" "No." A crinkle formed on his brow and he suddenly seemed nervous. Nick was so strong and confident. She didn't think she had ever seen him ill at ease. "I'll explain that in a moment," he said finally. "When I heard the message your dentist's office left, I got worried. I've lived next door to you and known you long enough to understand that punctuality is important to you. I've even heard you tell Becca that being on time was part of being a responsible adult. So I turned on the local news to see if you'd run into traffic along the way. They were covering an accident on a street I knew you'd probably taken, and... You know where my dentist is?" He paused. "Yes, I heard you mention her to Becca." "Oh." "They showed what was left of a silver car that had been totaled. I wasn't sure it was yours until Becca called me in a panic. The hospital had phoned her to let her know you had been in an accident and said you were in critical condition. Shit. I admit I panicked too. I was worried you wouldn't survive, so I called a friend. Is your friend a doctor or something? She asked in confusion. Or something, he responded, his expression turning grim. Frustration rose. I don't know what that means. He drew in a deep breath, then let it out in what seemed a resigned sigh. I'm different, Kayla. It's why I've kept my distance all these years, despite being incredibly attracted to you. Her heart gave a surprised leap. Nick was attracted to her? Incredibly attracted? I wasn't sure how you'd react, and... He dragged his free hand through his hair. Hell, it's complicated. But my friend is different too, even more different than I am. Different how? What does this have to do with my accident? My friend can... Frustration darkened his features. Shit, there's just no way to tell you this without sounding like I'm completely off my nut. But my friend and I were both born with advanced DNA. Eliana was too, and we're different in other ways. Seth is your friend? She asked, trying to figure out what the hell he meant about the DNA and where he was going with this. Yes, Seth is my friend, and he's far more powerful than I am. He can teleport, and once I told him what happened, he teleported us to the hospital before your surgery began. Oh, crap. It did sound like he was off his nut. Damn it, he was such a nice guy, too. Seth can also heal with his hands, he went on. Your injuries were extensive. Head trauma, vision loss in your left eye, that jagged fucking piece of metal sticking out of your chest. A broken arm, a broken leg, and I don't know what else. There might have been some organ damage too, I guess. But Seth healed it all. Your leg, your arm, your chest, your eye, everything. She glanced at her cast. That's just for appearances. Your arm is completely healed beneath it, and he left some bruising and a few scratches on your face to hide the fact that you had miraculously recovered from all but the most trivial of your wounds. He shook his head. An overwhelming majority of the population doesn't know we exist, Kayla, and we need to keep it that way. Fortunately, we have mortal friends at the hospital who altered your medical records and helped us smooth things over. Her attention snagged on one word. Mortal friends? He winced and shifted again. Yeah, I'm sort of immortal. She stared at him. I know it's a lot to take in. I'm not supposed to interfere or risk discovery because more often than not, people who find out about us either try to kill us or capture us and turn us into lab rats. But you scared the hell out of me, Kayla. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. I was terrified you'd die. I didn't want to lose you. And I wanted to take away your pain, and honestly, I just couldn't think beyond that. She could find no response. And now I'm terrified you won't believe me. A full minute ticked past while she tried to decide what to address first. When was my accident? Earlier today. Picking up a remote on the bedside table, he aimed it at the television on the far wall. He punched in a 3-digit number, and the channel changed to a news program. The date and time appeared in the lower right corner. She released his hand and extended hers. May I? Of course. He placed the remote on her palm. Kayla aimed it at the television and switched to another 24-hour news channel, then another. Same date, same time. She handed the remote back. Her mind whirled as she watched Nick return it to the bedside table. Heal me how? With his hands. Seth can heal wounds with a touch. Another minute passed. So you're saying this Seth just laid hands on me and my wounds healed? Yes. Because he's different. Yes. And you're different, too. Yes, but I'm not nearly as powerful as he is, and can't heal with my hands. Otherwise, I would have done it myself. She stared at him. How different are you? Again, he hesitated. Nick? I'm stronger than mortal men. There was that term again, mortal. She studied the muscles outlined by his shirt. I imagine you're quite strong. You obviously work out. He shook his head. I'm a lot stronger. Rising, he rubbed his palms on his pants as though nervousness made them sweat. "Don't be afraid, okay?" "Okay." Leaning down, he slipped his arms beneath the enormous bed and lifted it as easily as he would a freaking pillow. Kayla let out a squawk of surprise and gripped the covers as he raised the bed until the headboard nearly touched the high ceiling. Then he lowered it with as little effort. She stared up at him. Okay, that was a lot of strength. She had been gardening in her front yard when this bedroom suite had been delivered a few years ago. The deliverymen had both been big, burly guys with even more muscle than Nick, and she'd watched them struggle to carry the heavy bed frame and headboard in before it had even been assembled. She'd seen how they'd huffed to get the huge mattress inside, then the box spring, and Nick had just lifted the whole lot of it with her on top as if he were lifting a frying pan. He wasn't even sweating or winded. He shifted uneasily. "I'd prove it by taking you downstairs and lifting my car over my head, but Eliana took it to pick up Becca, and Oliver's is gone." "You can lift a car? Not just the trunk, but the whole thing?" "Yes, easily." She didn't even think steroids could account for that. "How else are you different?" He scrunched his face up in a way she ordinarily would have found cute. "I'm fast." "How fast?" "The Flash kind of fast." Her heart sank. Nick thought he was a superhero? She opened her mouth to reply and gasped instead when Nick suddenly disappeared. "Hi." Yelping, she spun around and found him standing on the opposite side of the bed. Kayla gawked at him. He disappeared again, but this time she caught a blur of motion. She swung around again and found him standing where he had started. Her heart began to pound. "I'm going to ask you to do something," he said softly. Her eyes began to burn with the need to blink as she wondered if maybe her head injury had made something in her brain go haywire, something that might result in her shorting out on occasion and losing time so it would appear as though Nick had moved as fast as the Flash when he really hadn't. "I want you to go to the window and look outside," he instructed. When she hesitated, he added, "Please?" All the questions and concerns clamoring in her brain made it so difficult to think that Kayla went into autopilot. Slipping out of bed, she backed away until she reached one of the windows. "What do you see?" Prying her gaze away from him, she glanced outside. "My house." "What else?" She glanced down. "A little bit of your yard, the fence that separates it from mine, and most of my yard." Solar floodlights illuminated much of the latter. "Keep your eyes on your yard." "Okay." "I'm going to count to 3. Why? What exactly did he want her to see? 1, 2, 3. A thud sounded downstairs. A blur swept over the fence. Then Nick stood in the middle of her yard, staring up at her. Kayla swung around to look behind her. Upon finding the room empty, she faced the window. Nick slipped his hands into his pockets. Kayla gripped the windowsill until her knuckles whitened. Her pulse raced as madly as it did when she worked out on her maxi climber. That was impossible. What Nick had just done, it was impossible. No more than a second had passed. 1 second, and he had run downstairs, unlocked and opened his door, crossed his yard, jumped the fence, and landed in the middle of hers in that 1 second? It would take her longer than that just to race down the stairs. "What the hell?" she whispered. Nick removed his hand from his pocket and held up 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. He disappeared in a blur. A thud sounded downstairs. Kayla whipped around and found Nick standing a few feet behind her, as if he had never left. Gasping, she backed away without any thought and ended up tucked in a corner of the room. Pain flashed across his handsome features, then a stoic mask dropped over his face. Those beautiful dark brown eyes of his began to glow with amber light, as though someone had lit a candle behind his irises. Her heartbeat pounded like a drum in her ears. Your eyes are glowing." Swearing, he closed his eyes and reached up to rub them. "I'm sorry, it's another way I'm different. Immortals' eyes tend to glow any time we're experiencing strong emotion. It's involuntary and—" He released a resigned sigh and lowered his hand. "And?" she asked hesitantly. One broad shoulder lifted in a miserable shrug. "And the fear I see in your eyes cuts like a knife." Guilt trickled in. Nick had always been kind to her, had always been warm and friendly and funny. He'd never done anything to make her fear him in the past. "I'm sorry, I'm just—" She told her heart to settle down. "It just caught me off guard, with the accident and waking up here and—" She shook her head, trying to force her tight muscles to relax. "This is sort of a lot to process all at once." "I know, but I needed you to understand what happened before Becca arrives." He and his friend had healed her and saved her life. That's what had happened. They had saved her vision, had probably saved her career, since vision loss would have interfered with her editing. They had saved her weeks, if not months, of recovery time, of painful physical therapy, not to mention enormous medical bills. This time, she was the one who nervously rubbed her hands on her pants. "You said you're sort of immortal? What does that mean exactly?" "I heal very quickly." "How quickly?" He turned and strode through a nearby doorway. A light came on, revealing a very nice bathroom, far nicer than her own, which hadn't been remodeled since the house was built in the 80s. The light flickered off as Nick returned. Her gaze dropped to the items he now carried. His left hand clutched a towel, the other held a straight razor. Fear made a quick comeback. He stopped on the other side of the bed, his eyes still bearing an amber glow. "As I said, I heal incredibly fast. Don't panic, okay?" Trepidation rose. "Why? What are you going to do?" In answer, he bent his left arm up as if he were doing a partial bicep curl, so the hand clutching the towel faced the ceiling. Then he pierced the skin near his wrist with the razor and dragged the blade up his muscled forearm, carving a deep gash that must be a good 7 or 8 inches long. "Are you fucking crazy?" Kayla shouted. Nick tossed the crimson-stained razor onto the bedside table. Blood pooled in the gash he'd carved and slithered out like lava from a volcano. Hurrying around the bed, she yanked the towel from his hand and pressed it to the ghastly wound. What the hell? "It's okay," he murmured. "It'll heal." Why was he so fucking calm? He could have hit an artery. Wouldn't he bleed out if he severed an artery? "Sit down," she ordered, panic riding her hard. Nick obediently sat on the edge of the bed. She braced a foot on the big bed frame's side rail, stepped up, and sat beside him, careful to place her body between Nick and the razor blade. Her hip pressed against his as she cradled his injured arm in her lap and applied pressure to the wound. "Do you think you hit an artery? Should I call 911? "No." Why was his voice so relaxed and quiet when anxiety made hers overly loud and tight? "Do you have butterfly closures or a pressure bandage or something I can use on it?" "There's no need." He covered one of her hands with his. "Stop applying pressure and look at the wound." Brow furrowing, she glanced up and found his face close to hers. She swallowed hard. "What?" "Check the wound." He withdrew his touch. Kayla dropped her gaze to the arm she'd wrapped the towel around. Carefully, she peeled the heavy cotton cloth away. The gush of blood had already reduced to a trickle that ceased even as she watched. Impossible. A wound that bad would not stop bleeding so quickly. She had suffered much shallower cuts that had bled far longer. Beneath her fascinated gaze, the smooth edges of the wound drew together at each end, the rest sealed as though an invisible zipper were being pulled. A long scar formed, dark pink at first, but as she watched, it faded as the thick ridge shrank, flattened, and transformed into new, unblemished skin. Kayla wiped Nick's arm clean with the towel. It was gone. The gash was completely gone. She drew the trembling fingers of one hand along the smooth, tanned skin of his muscled forearm. When she reached his palm, his fingers curled around hers and clung. She glanced up and admitted in a hoarse whisper, "I feel like I've fallen down the rabbit hole." "I know," he said, his voice equally soft. This is a lot to lay on you all at once." The amber light in his eyes now fascinated her more than it scared her. "But I'm still Nick, Kayla." Swallowing, she nodded. "And you're immortal?" "Mostly," he qualified. "Decapitation will kill me, but little else will." She scrambled for some explanation. "Are you like Thor or Superman? Are you an alien?" His lips turned up slightly. "No, I was born here on Earth. I was just born with more advanced DNA than ordinary humans." He had mentioned advanced DNA earlier. Her mind raced. "Were you created in a lab or something? Did someone conduct genetic experiments on you when you were in the womb?" She knew science had already developed methods of editing human genomes, altering DNA, and modifying gene function. Had they done that to Nick? He said he had been born this way. She'd thought scientists were still holding off on altering the DNA of a fetus because any such alterations they performed would be passed down to that fetus's children and grandchildren, and they worried over the repercussions. "No." "Then why is your DNA more advanced?" He combed his fingers through his hair, ruffling it a bit. "The short answer is, there have been men and women with advanced DNA on Earth for thousands of years. They're just far fewer in number. And the more they mingled with and married ordinary humans over the millennia, the more that advanced DNA was diluted, until today most gifted ones don't even realize they're different." "Gifted ones?" "That's what we call those of us who possess the advanced DNA, because it gives us special gifts that ordinary humans lack." "Like your friend Seth's ability to heal with his hands?" "Yes." "You can't do that?" "No. I was born with a different gift." "What's yours?" He stared at her for a long moment, unspeaking. "What are you doing?" Dread pooled in her belly. "You aren't reading my mind, are you?" Was he telepathic? Please don't let him be telepathic, because she had woven a hell of a lot of sexual fantasies around him over the years, and if he could read minds, then he knew— "No, I don't have that ability," he smiled. "I was just procrastinating." "Why?" He squeezed her hand. "Could I maybe share my gift with you another time? You already have a lot to process, and it's been a long day." She also hadn't reacted very well to his having superhuman speed, and felt like crap for the hurt she'd seen flash in his amber gaze when she'd taken that fearful step back from him. "You think it's going to freak me out, don't you?" "Yes." The word emerged a resigned growl, and Kayla realized his hold on her hand had tightened, as though he feared she would jerk hers away and make a run for it. She studied his face. A lot of anxiety resided in his handsome features. He was afraid she would turn away from him. The longer she held his hand, the more certain she became of it, until she could almost feel his dread herself. "I didn't want to lose you," he'd admitted, implying he had feelings for her, and he seemed to fear he would lose her now if his gift, whatever it might be, scared the hell out of her. "Okay," she conceded, the need to make him feel better overpowering her curiosity. "Okay, what?" he asked. "You can tell me another day." Relief softened his features and loosened his shoulders. "Thank you." Offering him a tentative smile, she shrugged. "It's the least I can do. I'm still alive because you and your friends saved me." "You might have survived without our intervention." Reaching up with his free hand, every movement slow, as if he expected her to bolt, he brushed her hair back from her face and tucked it behind her ear, the light touch leaving little tingles in its wake. He cupped her cheek in his big palm. "But I couldn't take the chance you wouldn't, and I couldn't bear to see you in pain." This time her heart hammered against her ribs for a reason other than fear. "You risked a lot saving me, didn't you? You risked a lot just explaining all of this." "Yes." "And you're trusting me not to tell anyone." "I am." Reaching up, she cupped his jaw, now stubbled with a 5 o'clock shadow. "I won't betray your trust, Nick, I promise." Sudden impulse drove her to lean up and press a brief kiss to his lips. "Thank you for saving me." His eyes brightened. The hand on her cheek moved, sliding around to cup the back of her neck. His gaze dropped to her lips. Her pulse quickened. Drawing her toward him, he dipped his head and brushed his lips against hers. Chapter 5. Kayla's pulse stuttered. Nick was gentle at first, as though he expected her to pull away. When she didn't, he increased the pressure and teased her lips with the tip of his tongue. As soon as she parted them, he deepened the kiss, sliding his tongue inside to stroke hers. She barely managed to bite back a moan. Curling her hand around the nape of his neck, Kayla buried her fingers in his short, soft-as-silk hair. Damn, he could kiss! Her body went up in flames as her mind blanked. She tightened her hold when his loosened, afraid he intended to pull away. But he didn't. Instead, he lifted her effortlessly and settled her across his lap, wrapping his arms around her and holding her close. Her breath shortened as he continued to tease and torment her with his tongue. She didn't think she had ever in her life been so turned on by a kiss. She would pass it off as a reaction to her close brush with death, but knew it was simply because this was Nick kissing her. She had fantasized about him for so long, and the reality was even better than the fantasies. Dragging his lips from hers, he buried his face in her neck. His arms tightened around her almost to the point of pain. Frowning, wanting those lips on hers again, she hugged him back. "Nick? You scared the hell out of me today," he murmured, his deep voice hoarse. Her heart turned over. He would only have such a reaction if he cared about her. How had she not realized that before? "I'm sorry." He shook his head. "Just let me hold you a minute." Smiling, she snuggled against him and ordered her libido to simmer the hell down. "I didn't realize you cared," she said tentatively. "I do." His warm breath fanned her neck. "I've cared for a long time now." She bit her lip. "I thought you and Eliana were a couple." He shook his head slightly. "She's just a friend." His hold loosened as he leaned back slightly, placing just enough distance between them to look down at her. "That's all she's ever been, Kayla. I asked her to start coming around when I noticed Becca had developed a crush on me." Kayla wrinkled her nose. "You knew about that?" Becca would be mortified. "Yes." His lips turned up in a sheepish smile. "I admit I found it particularly disconcerting because I had such a crush on her mother." Her breath caught. "You really do care about me?" "I really do." "Does Eliana know?" "Yes. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but when we're working together and she asks about you, she refers to you as the Missus because she knows how crazy I am about you." There was just no stopping the big grin that stretched her lips. "Really?" He nodded. "Why didn't you ever tell me or ask me out?" He didn't seem like the shy, silent type. And he sure as hell wasn't shy when it came to kissing. This man did not lack confidence. "Oh," a possible explanation dawned. "Was it because you're different?" He nodded. "That's it in a nutshell, although Becca's crush complicated things too for a while." "I guess it's not easy sharing a secret this big, particularly since it isn't just my secret. Sharing it endangers all those like me, whom I consider friends and family." It shouldn't hurt that he had been unwilling to trust her, that he thought it risky, but it did. "I wouldn't betray you, Nick." "I didn't believe you would." No doubt or hesitation colored his words, but Seth is always warning us that history is destined to repeat itself, and one of my friends... He grimaced. "Well, Roland isn't really a friend. He's too antisocial. So I'll just say one of my work colleagues told his fiancée what he was a long time ago, and she and her family tried to kill him." "Shit!" "Exactly. But you're different too, Kayla. That's the other thing I need to tell you. You're a gifted one." She frowned. "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are. I didn't know it until Seth told me today. He's the oldest and most powerful among us, and I trust him implicitly. If Seth says you're a gifted one, then you are." "You're saying I have advanced DNA?" "Yes. Becca does too, since she's your daughter. I can take you to the network and have them test your DNA if you'd like, but I'm certain it will confirm it. I don't have any gifts. Often, because their DNA has been so diluted from thousands of years of their ancestors intermarrying with ordinary humans, the gifted ones born in recent decades possess gifts that are so mild they don't even realize they have them. Another friend of mine, Richard, married a gifted one who comes from a long line of healers. But Jenna can't heal with a touch, like Seth. Her body just bears greater regenerative capabilities than that of ordinary humans, so she didn't get sick. Ever. Not so much as a cold. And Bastian married a gifted one who has psychic abilities that are so minor she thought it was just intuition. You likely have a gift that is just subtle enough that you overlooked it or dismissed it as something else. So immortals sometimes married gifted ones? She bit her lip. Why had her mind immediately zeroed in on that, instead of the notion that she might have some special gift she'd never noticed before? A yawn caught her off guard. Kayla hastily covered her mouth. She had suffered so many adrenaline spikes in the past few hours that she hadn't noticed the fatigue pummeling her. "Sorry about that," he smiled. "It's okay. It's been a long day full of trauma and shocks." How had she never noticed the affection that tinted his smile when he spoke to her? And why was it so hard for her to wrap her mind around the idea that Nick cared about her? Had her asshole ex messed her up so much mentally that she could no longer recognize or believe it when a man was genuinely interested in her? "Why don't you rest for a bit?" he suggested softly. "I'd rather sit on your lap," she responded without thinking. Her eyes widened. "Crap, I said that out loud, didn't I?" He laughed. "Yes." Heat flooded her face. "Maybe I should lie down. My inner filter seems to be missing." Grinning, he tightened his hold. "Don't look so embarrassed. Honestly, I like having you on my lap and would much rather neither one of us move a muscle." He winced. "No, damn it. I don't want to lie, and that's only partially true. I do like having you on my lap, but I can think of quite a few muscles I'd like us to move if I keep you here." She laughed. "And now you're blushing even more." His smile turned chagrined. "My inner filter seems to be missing as well. I blame you for scaring me so badly and keeping me from sleeping this morning." "You didn't sleep this morning?" She had thought they'd both fallen asleep during the movie. "No, I enjoyed having you curled up against me so much that I only dozed a time or two." Warmth spread through her chest as she shook her head. "I had no idea you were even interested in me in that way. You never even hinted." "Then I must be a fantastic fucking actor, because I've wanted you for years." It boggled the mind. "Does that offend you?" he asked hesitantly. "No." Dropping her gaze, she stared at the strong, tanned column of his neck and bit her lip. "I've wanted you for years, too." He groaned and tightened his hold. "You shouldn't have told me that." She risked a glance up. The amber light in his eyes was brighter than ever. "I admit I even tried to spark some interest in you by wearing something that I thought would draw your attention, and then checking the mail when I knew you'd be leaving for work." "What would you wear?" he asked, his voice deepening in a way that sent arousal slithering through her. "A tank top and shorts, a shirt that was lower cut than usual. I even wore a dress once, which was something she never did since she worked at home. But you never seemed to notice." "I noticed." She shook her head. "No, you didn't. You always just smiled, said hi, chatted for a minute, then turned away." "I had to turn away." Releasing her, he motioned to his face. "My damn eyes would always start to glow. And even if they didn't, I would have still had to turn away so you wouldn't notice how hard you made me and think me a total perv." She grinned. "Really?" "Really." She cupped his face and studied his eyes. "So your eyes glow when you're turned on?" "Yes." "Is that why they're glowing now?" "Yes." When she offered no further comment, his brow furrowed. "What are you thinking?" She decided to be honest. "I'm thinking about all the muscles I'd like to move right now. beginning with my leg muscles, so I can do this. Shifting, she rose to her knees, slung a leg across him, and straddled his lap. He hissed in a breath. Sliding his hands down to grip her hips, he drew her toward him until her core made contact with his hard cock, the cloth of their pants the only thing that separated them. Pleasure shot through her, loosing a moan. His hold tightened as he ducked his head and pressed his lips to her neck just beneath her ear. A sensual shiver shook her, driving her to grind against his hard length. Just once, and oh, how amazing it felt. Nick drew back enough to press his forehead to hers and released a ragged breath. "You're killing me, Kayla." "Why?" Was that breathy voice hers? "Because I desperately want to follow through on this, but don't know how much time we have before Becca and Eliana get here." Her eyes widened. "Oh, crap!" He might as well have dumped a bucket of ice water on her. "You're right. It probably wouldn't be good if we were naked and humping like bunnies when they came in." He laughed, some of the intensity leaving his face as he shook his head. "This is going to be fun, isn't it?" She smiled. "What is?" "You and me." Excitement skittered through her. "Is there going to be a you and me?" "If I have anything to say about it, hell yes." She didn't know if it was his answer, his hard cock pressing against her, or the affection in his eyes, but she suddenly felt so giddy her head spun. "Good." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Why don't you try to get some rest before Becca gets here? I have a feeling she isn't going to let you out of her sight for a while." "Only if you rest with me. You haven't slept all night." Or day. Nick often worked nights and slept during the day. Kicking off his boots, he scooted back until he reclined against the pillows and extended an arm. Smiling, she stretched out beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. "What should I tell Becca when she gets here?" "That your injuries weren't as bad as they thought. A broken arm, a concussion, some soreness and bruising, but you'll recover in no time." He curled his arm around her and cuddled her closer. Eager to comply, Kayla turned onto her side and rested her casted arm on his rock-hard abs. Dragging one leg up, she draped it across his thighs. Arousal remained a slow burn. The longer she touched him, the higher the flames grew. Rubbing her cheek against one of his muscled pecs, she drew in his scent and wanted nothing more than to slide over on top of him and rock against him until they both came. Well, actually there was one thing she wanted more. To get naked with him and explore all those hard muscles of his while he drove his hard cock deep inside her. "How soon did you say they would get here?" she asked, imagining him taking her fast and hard in what would undoubtedly be the best quickie of her life. "Too soon," he grumbled, his heart thudding beneath her ear. Damn. She couldn't seem to calm her body down enough to fall asleep, nor could she turn her mind away from contemplating all the ways they could make each other come now that she knew Nick was attracted to her. "I haven't dated anyone since my divorce. I guess it would freak Becca out if she walked in here and found your face in my lap or me down on my knees with your cock in my mouth." "Fuck, Kayla." Every muscle in his body went rigid. Then he rolled toward her, not stopping until she was on her back and he loomed over her. He shoved a muscled thigh between hers, parting them and making room for himself. Then, his eyes bright as the damned sun, he ducked his head and claimed her lips, devouring her and stoking the flames until she moaned and arched up against him. Yes, this was what she wanted, what she needed. It had been so long since any man had touched her. And Nick wasn't just any man. He was the one who frequented all of her illicit sexual fantasies. She moaned a protest when his lips left hers and trailed kisses across her cheek to her ear. His warm breath sent more sensual shivers through her that seemed to go straight to her core before he raised his head and stared down at her. She fisted her hands in his shirt and tried to drag him back down so she could taste those oh-so-talented lips of his again, feel his tongue slide against hers. But he refused to budge. "I want to see your face." She shook her head, her mind too fogged with lust to comprehend. He rested a big hand on her stomach. His fingers curled around the fabric of her shirt and drew it up. Then those long, warm fingers splayed on her bare stomach and slipped beneath the waistband of her scrub pants. She sucked in a breath. She wore no underwear. Hers must have been removed at the hospital. Anticipation gripped her as he combed his fingers through the hair on her mound and found her clit. Her breath released in a whoosh, followed by a moan as he explored further. "You're so wet for me," he rumbled. Kayla could only nod, her pulse off the charts as he stroked her. He slipped a long finger inside her, then another, stretching her, thrusting in and out. So good! His thumb, slick from her arousal, settled against her clit. "Remember that preternatural speed I mentioned?" he murmured, his voice a husky growl that worked her as efficiently as his fingers. She nodded, incapable of speech. Suddenly his thumb moved. Fast, stimulating her like a fucking vibrator. His fingers did too. Fire raced through her, the pleasure so great her eyes rolled back in her head. Closing them, she cried out as the most intense orgasm she had experienced in years ripped through her. She bucked against his hand, her inner muscles clamping down around his fingers, squeezing and releasing for what seemed like forever, as the pleasure went on and on until she collapsed into a breathless heap beneath him. Nick withdrew his fingers and slipped his hand out of her pants. All quieted, save for her jagged breaths. "Beautiful," he declared hoarsely. Prying her heavy lids open, she stared up at him. Those eyes, they were so bright against his tan skin and black as midnight hair. Reaching up, she cupped his face in her right hand. "You're beautiful." And she still couldn't quite believe how radically her life had changed in just a few hours. Couldn't believe she was here in Nick's bed, his big body covering hers, those iridescent eyes staring down at her with passion and no little affection. Her lips twitched. "And if what you just did was the special gift you were born with, then I wish to hell you would have shown me sooner." He barked out a laugh. Some of the tension eased from him as he pressed a kiss to her lips, then rolled onto his back and encouraged her to cuddle up against him once more. She started to slide her hand down to the hard ridge beneath his zipper, but swore. "I forgot about the cast." "Don't worry about it." She arched a brow. "I have another hand that works just fine, as well as a mouth." He groaned. "Don't tempt me, woman. You need to sleep. And you need to come. I will after Becca leaves." That wasn't very fair. She'd just had the best orgasm of her life, and he was still hard and aching. "But if I have to wait, it will be all the more explosive when I can finally bury myself deep inside you." Closing his eyes, he patted her back. "Try to get some rest." She wouldn't have to try. Her body was so loose and languid after that orgasm that as soon as she closed her eyes, she figured she would. "We're home!" Nick jerked awake. Blinking, he stared up at his ceiling and tried to kick his fuzzy brain into gear. Something soft tickled his nose. He glanced down. Kayla was snuggled up against him, sound asleep. Her head rested on his shoulder, her nose buried in his chest. Her arm, with the cast, was draped across his stomach. One of her shapely thighs was wedged between his own. Heat slithered through him. What a fantastic way to wake up. "Why are all the lights out?" a female voice asked downstairs. "Where's Mom?" "Upstairs resting," Eliana replied. "Let me just go up and—" "Wait!" Rapid thuds sounded as someone charged up the stairs. Oh, shit. Becca. Nick ruthlessly clamped down on his body's natural response to having Kayla's precious curves pressed up against him and gave her a little shake. "Kayla," he whispered urgently. Moaning a protest, she rubbed her face against his chest. Eliana spoke somewhere downstairs, her voice preternaturally soft. "If you're doing something you don't want her daughter to see, you'd better stop. Here she comes." "Kayla," he said louder, and gave her another shake. He tried to slip out from under her, but she wasn't having it. Tightening her hold, she snuggled closer. "Don't go," she mumbled. "I have to. Becca's here." "So?" The thuds on the stairs grew louder until shoes hit the landing and raced onward. Kayla's eyes flew open. "Wait, what?" The footsteps stopped. A loud gasp filled the room. "Mom?" Oh, shit. Kayla swiftly rolled onto her back. Nick glanced at the doorway as he sat up and placed some distance between them. Becca stood there in jeans, a sweater, and a heavy jacket. The purse she carried dropped to the floor. Her nose and cheeks were pink from crying, her eyes red-rimmed and so wide they threatened to pop right out of their sockets. Eliana stepped up behind her. Grinning big, she gave him a not very subtle thumbs up and mouthed, "Finally." "Becca!" Kayla hastily sat up. "Hi, baby. Did you have a safe trip?" Nick felt like crap because she sounded awkward as hell. He shouldn't have fallen asleep. He should have stayed awake and kept an ear out for her daughter so Becca wouldn't have walked in and found them twined around each other like clinging vines. Becca took a step forward, her gaze darting back and forth between the two of them. "Are you okay? The hospital called and said you were in critical condition." "I'm fine, sweetie. Come here and give me a hug." Nick rolled off the bed and stepped back. As soon as he did, Becca rushed forward and threw herself into her mother's arms. Kayla smiled and hugged her, stroking her hair. "It's okay. It's okay. My injuries weren't as bad as they thought. I just have a slight concussion and a broken arm." Becca leaned back. "Your face," Kayla grimaced, "and some cuts and bruises. Nothing serious, though. I'll be fine in no time." "I was so scared. They made it sound like you were going to die or something." "I'm sorry, I should have called. I've been pretty out of it since the accident." And he'd been so distracted that he'd forgotten to call Becca and give her an update. Silently, he cursed himself. Becca took her mom's arm and ran her fingers over the cast. "What happened?" Kayla opened her mouth, acquired a blank expression, then shook her head. "I don't know. I can't remember." Nick spoke, his gaze on Kayla as he backed toward the door, giving the women some space. "Some dumbass who was texting while driving plowed into you while you were parked at a red light." Her eyebrows rose. "What?" "She was going full speed, and the impact propelled your car out into traffic. An SUV T-boned you and spun you in front of a truck going the opposite direction." Becca's face paled. "Shit!" She yanked her mother into another hug. "You could have been killed. You could have died." "But I didn't," Kayla said, her voice calm and soothing. "I just got a little banged up." When her eyes met Nick's, she smiled. "Nick has a doctor friend at the hospital who patched me up and gave me the VIP treatment, so I'll be fine in no time. You'll see." Relief filtered through him. He'd half expected her to give him the stink eye for falling asleep and failing to warn her about Becca's arrival, but he saw only gratitude and affection in her pretty hazel eyes. Dare he hope some of that affection might be for him? Arching his brows, he jerked a thumb behind him and mouthed, "Should I leave?" She shook her head. Becca finally drew back. Sniffling, she wiped her eyes and glanced around the room. Her gaze lit upon Nick, then darted away, eventually finding its way back to her mother. "So, why are you here?" Kayla wrinkled her nose. "You know me. I hate going to the doctor. No way I was going to let them keep me in the hospital overnight." Nick cleared his throat. "I was worried about her being alone with the concussion and the broken arm, so I brought her here instead of taking her home." "Oh. A long pause followed the single syllable that slowly stretched into, "Holy hell, this is awkward," territory. Eliana leapt into the gap with a smile. "Becca, have you had anything to eat since you left North Carolina?" She wrinkled her nose in an exact imitation of her mother. The two closely resembled each other, Kayla looking more like Becca's older sister than her mother. "No, they offered to serve me dinner on the jet, but I was too anxious to eat." Kayla smoothed a hand over her daughter's hair. "I'm surprised you were able to get a flight so quickly." She shook her head. "It wasn't a commercial jet. It was a private jet. A really swanky one. Whoever owns it must be rich." Kayla sent Nick a questioning look. He shrugged. "I had a friend fly her in. I figured it would be next to impossible for her to find a non-stop flight on such short notice, and I didn't want her to have to deal with long layovers and connecting flights." "Thank you." The warmth in Kayla's smile made him feel like he'd just won the World Cup. That was very thoughtful. Becca nodded. "It was, thank you. I really appreciate it." He smiled and dipped his chin in a nod. Becca turned back to her mother and flashed her a big grin. "If I hadn't been so stressed out, I would have felt like a movie star or something. It was freaking awesome. Like flying from Raleigh to Houston in a rich man's living room." Kayla laughed. So did Nick and Eliana. Rorden, Henderson, and the other network division heads tended to spare no expense when it came to shuttling Immortal Guardians around. They all seemed intent on not only taking care of business, but keeping the Immortals as happy and comfortable as possible, perhaps in an attempt to offset the loneliness they knew plagued the Immortals' often dark existence. "The stewardess was really nice and sat with me the whole time," Becca continued, "and the pilot was totally hot." Kayla laughed. "How hot?" "Like Thor, Captain America, and Loki all rolled into one hot." Despite Kayla's silent assurances, Nick decided the two should probably be alone. "Why don't I order you some pizza while the two of you catch up?" Kayla smiled. "Sounds good, thank you. You and Eliana will join us, won't you?" Eliana shook her head. "Actually, Nick shot her a scowl. She clamped her lips together and looked for a moment as if she might burst into laughter. "Would love to join you," she finished politely. Kayla's smile widened. "Great." Nick ducked out into the hallway and headed for the stairs. Eliana kept pace with him, her gaze practically boring holes in him. Though no words crossed her lips as they tromped down the steps and strode through the living room, amusement poured off her in waves. "What?" he demanded in a whisper as they reached the kitchen. "Coward," she accused with a grin. "I mean, really, running from a teenaged girl?" The accusation stung, though it oozed with truth. Nick hadn't been with a woman since the 60s, and he'd never been with one who had children, grown or otherwise, who might walk in on them in a compromising position, even though that position had been totally innocent. Sure, Kayla had been half-sprawled on top of him, but neither one of them had been naked, and his hands had been in completely appropriate places instead of where he'd wanted to put them. "I'm not running, I'm staging a strategic retreat," he countered. She laughed. "What?" He picked up the cell phone he'd tossed on the island when they'd gotten home. "She's Kayla's daughter." And that daughter had once been infatuated with him. He thought it might be weird enough for Becca to suddenly discover her mom might be physically involved with a man, throw her former crush in on top of that, and he wasn't sure what to expect. Eliana leaned against the island. "What exactly were you doing when Becca walked in?" "Nothing. We were just sleeping." She arched a brow. "And before Becca walked in?" A corner of his lips twitched. "Not sleeping." When she looked so gleeful he thought she might try to high-five him, he added, "With clothes on. We were not sleeping, with clothes on." She shrugged, giving him a good-natured smile. "Hey, I'll take it. It's progress, right? I'm happy for you." "Thanks." Allowing himself a smile, he dialed the number of an Italian restaurant the network owned. There was at least one in every major city or town that hosted multiple immortals. Each restaurant boasted the best chefs, the best dishes, the best service. And while they served human families, too, each restaurant had a private back room labeled VIP for immortals and their seconds, so they could enjoy a delicious meal and not worry about inadvertently revealing their gifts or slipping and discussing work in front of humans. The restaurants also delivered upon request, but only for Immortal Guardians and their seconds. Nick ordered 4 pizzas, knowing he and Eliana could easily devour 2 themselves. Fighting vampires at preternatural speeds tended to burn a lot of calories. And he wanted Kayla and Becca to have more than enough in case they returned to Kayla's home and could use some leftovers to snack on. Discontentment crept in. Now that Kayla was in his home and in his bed, he didn't want her to leave. Eliana watched him curiously. "Did you tell her what you are?" She kept her voice preternaturally soft. "Some of it." Opening one of the upper cabinets, he took down 4 glasses. "She knows Seth healed her and can teleport. She knows I'm stronger and faster than human men. And she knows my eyes glow." "Does she know you're immortal?" "Yes." "Does she know why you're immortal?" He sighed. "No. She's had enough to deal with for one day. I didn't think flashing fangs and tossing vampires and the virus into the mix would be a great idea." Eliana's face sobered as she perched on one of the bar stools. "I don't blame you." Opening the refrigerator, he drew out a large pitcher of tea. "Oh my gosh!" Becca suddenly blurted upstairs. Though she kept her voice low, Nick's and Eliana's hypersensitive hearing might as well have placed them in the same room with the 2 women. "How long are you going to let me drone on and on about the fancy bathroom in the jet before you tell me what's going on with you and Nick?" Eliana locked eyes with him. Nick lowered the pitcher to the counter and awaited Kayla's response. He winced. Apparently, she was as uncertain how to answer that as he was. "Nick was worried about me," Kayla said slowly. "With the concussion and everything, he didn't want me to be alone, and—" "Seriously?" Becca interrupted dryly. "You're going to play the friend card?" "We are friends," Kayla insisted. Before Nick could feel a stab of disappointment over the implication that that's all they were, Becca snorted. "Mom, I know you like to think I'm still a naive little girl, but I'm old enough to know what a man looks like when he's turned on, and one glance at his pants made it very clear that Nick was turned on when you rolled off him. That man wants you." Nick clapped a hand to his forehead and dragged it down his face. Damn his body's response. Eliana stared at him with a wide-eyed, "Really?" in front of her kid look, while Kayla sputtered something unintelligible upstairs. Usually Immortal Guardians had far greater control over their bodies than humans did. "I can't help it," he hissed in his own defense. "She's fucking hot." And that really didn't excuse the fact that he had sported wood in front of her daughter. But damn it, he had just woken up with Kayla's beautiful body pressed against him, her arm resting on his lower abdomen not that far from his erection, and her knee damn near brushing his balls. Eliana bit her lip, her expression a mixture of sympathy, consternation, and amusement. Okay, Kayla said, sounding as rattled as he felt. "We're more than friends. At least I think we are. Things just changed between us today, and we haven't really had a chance to explore it yet. But I thought he and Eliana were a couple." "No, they're just friends." "Oh, good," she said, a definite, "Phew, we dodged a bullet there," in her voice. "I admit I panicked a little when we burst in here and saw you 2 wrapped around each other. Once I got over the shock of it, I worried she was going to go ballistic. And I love you, Mom, I really do, but I don't think you could take that woman in a fight if things got real." Kayla laughed. "I'm sure I couldn't, even without the cast." Both women laughed. Nick relaxed. Crisis averted? He certainly hoped so. "How badly did you break it?" Becca asked, her voice tentative now. "Does it hurt?" "No, sweetie, I'm fine." "So what?" Did the accident bring you two together? Nick heard about your accident, rode to the rescue, and you two realized you wanted to be more than friends? Something like that, Kayla responded, a smile in her voice. I wasn't sure how you would react because... Because what? Because of the crush I had on him a few years ago? She made a dismissive sound. Mom, I'm so over that. He's way too old for me. He grimaced. She made him sound ancient, which he was, damn it. Would Kayla think him too old for her? I also haven't dated anyone since I divorced your father, Kayla mentioned gently. Becca snorted. Because Dad was such a dick, it soured you on relationships. Hey, language, young lady, Kayla retorted sharply. I'm sorry. Becca's apology was quick and sincere. I know you've been careful not to badmouth Dad around me since the divorce. You've always tried to shield me. But I'm an adult now and fully capable of seeing him for what he is, and he is not a good person. He sure as hell wasn't. The bastard had cheated on Kayla and gotten another woman pregnant, then had cheated on that woman before she had even birthed the baby. Wait, Becca said suddenly. Why is it so quiet downstairs? Her voice lowered to a whisper. You don't think they're listening, do you? Eliana sat up straighter at the island. No way, Nick, she said as though they'd been carrying on a conversation. I told you, no mushrooms, gross, just bell peppers, spinach, and tomatoes. Taking her cue, Nick called out, Hey, Kayla, what toppings do you and Becca want on your pizzas? After living next door to them for several years, he knew the response before it came. Bell peppers and tomatoes, please, Kayla called, which was exactly what he had ordered for them. Got it. Thanks. He looked at Eliana as Kayla changed the subject and asked Becca how her spur-of-the-moment trip would affect her schoolwork. Shrugging, Eliana whispered, At least Becca's not jealous of her mom. That would have been messed up. He nodded. At least there was that. Chapter 6. Kayla glanced down at her daughter. Becca had fallen asleep halfway through the second episode of Luther and was now curled up on her side beneath the covers, her hands tucked beneath her chin. She smiled. Becca was right. Kayla did still think of her daughter as her little girl, and probably always would. She looked around the darkened room. Where was Nick? He had gone downstairs an hour ago to put the leftover pizza in the fridge and see Eliana out, but he hadn't returned. Was he sleeping in one of the guest rooms? No clock graced the walls or bedside tables, so Kayla had no idea what time it was. Maybe she and Becca should have gone home. Or maybe she should wake Becca and go home now to give him some peace. She hadn't exactly asked if they could stay, or even thanked him for giving up his bedroom, and his bed. Almost against her will, she smiled. This was the biggest bed she'd ever seen, much higher than her own, high enough that she would have to jump just to get her butt up on it if she didn't use the board that ran along the side. It was also long enough for Nick to stretch out his 6 feet 1 inch tall frame without his feet hanging off the end. Her full-sized bed was tiny by comparison. Reaching for the remote, she muted the volume on the television. No sound trickled in from downstairs or from one of the other bedrooms up here. Was Nick asleep? He usually worked nights, sometimes not getting home until just before dawn. Kayla's night owl tendencies often kept her up late enough to notice when the lights came on next door. She scooted over to the side of the bed, impressed when her movement didn't shake the mattress. This must be one of those she'd seen in commercials that someone could jump up and down on without causing the glass of wine on the opposite corner to spill. Once she reached the edge, she slid off and landed with barely a sound. The bamboo floor was cool beneath her feet as she left the room. She paused in the hallway. All but one of the doors were open, revealing darkness within. No light shone beneath the door that was closed. She did, however, glimpse flickering light on the first floor. Nary a board creaked as Kayla padded down the stairs. The huge flat-screen television in the living room flashed and flickered with images of a football game. Must be a repeat. Sprawled on the sofa with his big bare feet propped on the ottoman, Nick watched it with the volume turned off. He looked up at her approach, then rose. "Everything okay?" He kept his voice low. She nodded. "Becca's asleep." Kayla felt oddly shy as she approached him, stopping about a foot away. He was so tall compared to her own 5 nothing that she had to tilt her head back to look up at him. Reaching out, he curled the fingers of one hand around her upper arm and drew them up and down in a light caress. "How do you feel?" "Fine." She sent him an impish smile and decided to be honest. "More relaxed than I've been in ages." Thanks to the nap and the orgasm he'd given her, heat rose in her cheeks. He grinned. "Good." She eased a few inches closer. So? Her heart thumped a little louder. "It's been a weird-ass day." He laughed. "Yes, it has. A long one, too." He nodded, and terrifying at times. That he cared enough about her to have been that shaken by her accident still stunned her. "There have been a lot of surprises." His look turned guarded. "Too many surprises?" Nick's superhuman speed and strength and glowing eyes might seem unreal and would take some getting used to, but she could handle it, because it was Nick. "No." "Even if there are more to come?" The spark of vulnerability that entered his eyes hit her right in the chest. Was he referring to his gift, whatever it might be? "Yes." His reluctance to share it with her inspired no resentment. She suspected it had less to do with trust issues and more to do with concern that it might make her reject him. And how crazy was that? Nick worried that she would reject him. He was a smart, gorgeous, charming man who would have no difficulty enticing a different woman into his bed every night. She, on the other hand, was a single mom who had stressful ex-husband baggage, worked at home, hadn't dated anyone since she was a teenager, and basically only left the house to grocery shop and check the mail. Yet Nick was worried she might reject him. "There's a way out of the rabbit hole, you know," he murmured. Resting both hands on her hips, he drew her closer. Damn, she loved this man's hands. They were so big and warm, and no matter where or how he touched her, Nick made her feel more alive than she had in years. "What?" "You said you felt as though you had fallen down the rabbit hole." Sliding his hands around, he clasped them at the base of her spine and drew her against him. "If it's too much, there's a way out of it. There's an exit." Heart-pounding, barely listening, Kayla followed his example. Wrapping her arms around his trim waist, she clasped her hands at the base of his spine, just above the muscled ass she wanted to fondle. "What do you mean?" Her breath caught when a faint amber glow lit his irises. "I can ask Seth to bury your memories of everything except the crash." That snagged her attention, yanking it away from how good he felt pressed against her. "What?" "If it's too much, or if you've changed your mind, Seth can bury your knowledge of what I am and—" His gaze flickered up toward his bedroom and back. "What I feel for you, so your life can return to normal without any preternatural stuff impinging upon it, and things between us can go back to what they were." Anger swiftly rose, strong enough to make her step back and break his hold. "First of all," she bit out, "the fact that your friend can do that unnerves the hell out of me. I don't want anyone fucking with my mind and my memories, ever." Then uncertainty zoomed in and halted what otherwise would have turned into a nice long rant. Had he had to do that before? Had some woman in Nick's past reacted so badly to his being immortal and having special abilities that he'd had to ask Seth to bury her memory and make her forget? Had some woman rejected him for it? Or women, plural? Goodness knew the world was full of people who were eager to hate anyone who was different from themselves and jumped at any chance to treat them like shit. And Nick was about as different as you could get. She had never in her life met anyone who was so different. The fact that he now looked as if he were bracing himself for a blow made sympathy rise and merge with the absolute certainty that some dimwit or dimwits had actually done that. They had actually treated him like shit because he was different, which spawned a new anger. "And second," she snapped, bolstering her nerve, "does this feel like I want to forget?" Heart pounding in her chest. No one would ever accuse her of being bold. She closed the distance between them once more, rose onto her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and drew his head down for a fiery kiss. Nick's muscled arms banded around her, crushing her close. Her breasts smashed against his chest, her hips melded with his, letting her feel his long, hard length. Heat flooded her as he deepened the kiss, his tongue stroking hers. Her breath shortened as she fought the urge to jump up, wrap her legs around his hips, and grind against him. On the brink of losing that fight, she dragged her lips from his and drew in several deep breaths. It didn't help. Every inhale drew his scent into her lungs and filled her with Nick pheromones that made her ache for more. She looked up at him. He stared back, his eyes boring into hers with a bright amber glow. "You don't want to forget." His voice was deeper and husky with desire that did nothing to dampen her need. "I don't want to forget," she assured him, as if her tight hold on him hadn't already made that clear. "But someone in your past did. Someone rejected you because of who and what you are." His Adam's apple bobbed with a hard swallow before he nodded. "Who?" He hesitated for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. "Almost everyone I've ever loved," he confessed wearily. Her heels dropped back to the floor, her chest tightened, and the backs of her eyes began to burn with tears. She hastily blinked back. Those 5 words held a wealth of sorrow. Leaving her casted hand on the nape of his neck, she cupped his strong jaw with the other. They were fools. Fools she would love to give a strong kick in the ass. One corner of her lips turned up as she arched a brow. And total wusses, apparently. His lips stretched in a smile that bespoke both amusement and relief. She winked. "I'm smarter. And made of sterner stuff." "Yes, you are. I don't want to forget." "You don't want to forget." Though desire still rode them both, their embrace loosened and shifted to one of affection rather than need. Kayla drew her thumb across the stubble on his cheek as she studied him. She was not without insecurities of her own. "I'm a socially awkward single mom who hasn't dated in 19 years. Are you sure you don't want me to forget?" He flattened his hands on her lower back, slid them down the curve of her ass, lifted her onto her toes again, and pressed her hips into his. "What do you think?" She thought she wanted to push him back onto the sofa and straddle him again, this time without clothes. "My daughter is upstairs." It was more a reminder for herself than for him. "I'm aware." He winced, then loosened his hold on her. "Which reminds me." Stepping back, he shuffled his feet and looked sheepish as hell. "I'm sorry about earlier, about what happened when Becca first arrived. I woke up with your beautiful body pressed against mine, and when she burst into the room, I'm pretty sure my physical reaction was as obvious then as it is now." Against her will, her gaze dropped to the large bulge in his pants, flitted back up to his face, then dropped down again because she couldn't help it, and back up. Her face flamed with a blush she wished she could hide. Damn her pale, freckled skin. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure my nipples were standing at attention." Why the hell did I just say that? And even though I like to think Becca is still a little girl, she's an adult now. His lips twitched. "I'm not sure that's going to make it easier for her to accept her mother having a sexual relationship with her next-door neighbor." Kayla smiled. "Accepting it is one thing. Seeing it is another. No one likes to imagine their parents having sex." Chuckling, he gave her a boyish grin that resurrected the warm and tingly feeling inside her. "I'm convinced a stork left me on my parents' doorstep. She laughed. Me too. I'll try to keep a lid on things whenever she's around, he promised. I will too. She sent him a wry smile. She's the only reason I'm not climbing you like a stripper pole right now. Groaning, he dropped his head back. Don't say things like that when you know I can't act on them, she grimaced. Sorry, I'm actually surprised I said that at all. I've never been what one might call bold or aggressive when it comes to sex. She bit her lip as a new worry dawned. Shit, I hope I don't end up boring you in bed. Her husband had tried to blame his cheating on her inability to satisfy his sexual needs. Straightening his head, Nick stared at her with what could only be described as patent disbelief. Are you serious? Unfortunately, old insecurities didn't die easily. Yes, my husband was an asshole. Does this look like you bore me? He motioned to the very enticing bulge in his pants. Heat wriggled through her once more, leaving all kinds of tingles in its wake. No. Damn straight. And I will prove how much you don't bore me several times a day as soon as your daughter leaves. Several times a day? Really? She drew her tongue across her lips as she imagined it. Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. He groaned again as he stared at her mouth. You're not going to make this easy for me, are you? Make what easy? Waiting. Hell no. If I have to suffer, you do too. He laughed. I know we can't fool around. Becca could wake up and come looking for her at any moment. But can I hang out with you down here for a while? Now that she knew he cared, she couldn't seem to spend enough time with him. He smiled. I'd like that. The world outside his windows lightened to gray in anticipation of sunrise as Nick stared down at the woman beside him. He and Kayla had eaten a few slices of cold pizza as they slumped on the sofa and watched a movie. He couldn't say which one. He had been more interested in watching her than the film. He loved her laugh, the way her eyes would light up and she'd glance at him every time something funny happened so he could share her amusement. He loved the way her cheeks flushed with embarrassment when her eyes teared up over someone dying. He especially loved the way she leaned against him as her thick lashes began to droop, loved the feel of her drawing her legs up and curling into him as she fell asleep. His cell phone buzzed on the table beside him. Nick picked it up and glanced at the screen. Oliver. Keeping his voice low, he answered, Hey man, how's the vacation going? Meh, his gruff second replied. Apparently I don't know what the hell to do with myself when I'm not keeping an eye on your ass. And I don't mean that literally. I have no interest in eyeing your ass. Nick laughed. How'd your hunt go? Even though Oliver was on vacation, he called Nick before sunrise every morning to double-check he was doing okay without him. Nick glanced at Kayla to make sure she still slept. I didn't hunt tonight. Why not? Oliver's tone sharpened. Did something happen? Immortal Guardians didn't take nights off. Vampires vastly outnumbered them, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say humans would suffer if Immortal Guardians took vacations. Kayla was in an accident. He disclosed softly. Shit. How bad was it? Bad. It might have been fatal if we hadn't intervened. I called Seth in and he healed her before they could take her into surgery. He had to leave some superficial wounds, mostly scratches and bruises, to make covering it up at the hospital easier. So she's okay? Yeah. He cuddled her closer. She's good. Where are you? Home. Is Kayla there with you? Yes, she's asleep. Becca is too. The hospital called Becca in North Carolina and put her in a panic. She knew it would be hours before she could get here, so she called me. I had Rorden fly her in, while Seth, Eliana, and I took care of things at the hospital. Sounds like you had a long day. Sorry I wasn't there to help out. Don't be. You haven't taken a vacation in years, and after what happened at the base, you more than deserve one. Oliver and some of the other Immortals' seconds had backed them up, along with a huge contingent of network special ops soldiers, when they'd helped Seth blitz the military base that had been under Gersham's control and liberate their brethren within. Oliver had been among the injured. Though Seth and the other immortal healers had spared him and the others a long recovery period, Nick still felt guilty, as he always did when one of his seconds was injured or slain in the line of duty. "I still say Seth should have left me with a scar or two," Oliver grumbled. "Chicks dig scars." Nick laughed. "I could have accidentally flashed one or two at a club, then evaded answering any questions so the women would get all intrigued and shit and think I'm a former Secret Service agent or a war veteran or something." Nick shook his head with a smile. "You are a war veteran. They just aren't aware of the war we fought." The war with Gershom had been an intense one. No enemy in Nick's long lifetime had proven a greater challenge. "So, are you gonna make me ask?" His second didn't have to specify what. Nick glanced down at the woman cuddled up to him. "Yes, I told Kayla what I am." "All of it?" "No." He grimaced a little before admitting, "I left out my gift and what I do for a living." "Wuss." Nick laughed. "Hey, you said yourself it's been a long day." "Excuses, excuses." "I know, but I'll work my way up to the rest." A beleaguered sigh carried across the line. "If I have to cut my vacation short and fly home to play matchmaker for you, I'm going to kick your ass." "Don't cut your vacation short. Don't fuck this up." "I'll sure as hell try not to." He really would. "Good. I'll let you get back to it then. Take it easy, man, and keep me posted." "Why?" Nick asked with a grin. "So you can share all the details with your sewing circle?" "Fuck you." Grinning, Nick returned the phone to the side table and enjoyed holding Kayla for a little longer. Her warmth permeated his clothing and sank through his skin, reaching all the way to his heart. Her scent grew more and more familiar, soothing him like the scent of fresh-baked cookies, as the fragrance of whatever soap they'd used to clean her at the hospital faded. He hoped like hell he wouldn't fuck this up, because he wanted to have many more moments like this one. Millions more. Grabbing the remote, he aimed it at the television and turned it off. Keeping one arm behind her back, he slipped the other beneath Kayla's knees and rose. Nick didn't think he had carried a female like this since his cousin had fallen and hurt her arm when they were children. Kayla felt almost as light as Marie had, while he carried her upstairs and into his bedroom. Becca slept in the bed, the television casting flickering light over her features. He raised a knee to support Kayla long enough to free a hand and drag back the covers. Jostling her as little as possible, he lowered her to the mattress beside her daughter. Becca roused as he drew the covers up. Blinking up at him, she stiffened. Her brown eyes widened before awareness of her location and his identity returned. She glanced at her mother, then leaned up on an elbow. "Is she okay?" she whispered. "Yes, she's just tired." He fought the need to draw his hand over Kayla's hair and lost. Becca watched him stroke the silky strands atop her mother's head, no emotion showing in her features. "What about the concussion? Should I wake her every hour or two?" "No, the doctor said that wouldn't be necessary. We're supposed to just let her sleep." She nodded. "Thank you for everything you did today, for taking care of her and getting me here so quickly. It scared the hell out of me." He smiled wryly. "Me too. I'm glad everything turned out all right." Not knowing what else to do, he offered her a good night and headed for the door. "Hey, Nick," she called softly, omitting, for the first time, the Mr. she usually used before his name when addressing him. He turned in the doorway. "Yes?" "Don't hurt her, okay?" She didn't deliver it as a threat or a warning, but as a simple request, born out of love and concern. Nick offered her an equally honest reply. "I won't. I care about her too much." He cared about Kayla so much he'd given her a rope with which she could pull herself out of the rabbit hole, but she ditched that rope without a second thought. Nodding, Becca lay back down beside her mother. "I'll be down the hallway if you need anything," he offered. "Thank you." Pulling the door closed, Nick headed for the guest bedroom. Kayla loved her daughter, She really did. But she was so ready for Becca to leave. And it had only been 2 days. Since she had flown in on a Thursday, Becca had decided to stay the weekend and head back to North Carolina on Sunday night. "Unless you'd like me to stay longer," she'd added. "I know things are awkward with the cast and all." "No," Kayla had said a little too quickly. "I'll be fine, sweetie." If Nick followed through on his promise to show her several times a day how much she didn't bore him in bed, she'd be very fine indeed. She just had to get Becca to leave first. Nick, of course, was a total sweetheart. He made lunch for them every afternoon, something she worried might be keeping him from getting enough rest, and he cooked dinner for them every night before he left for work. Not burgers, not pre-made meals he popped into the oven or takeout. He actually cooked meals for them that were so freaking delicious she and Becca always asked for seconds. "I swear," Becca declared around a mouthful of eggplant parmesan Saturday night, "I'm going to be 10 pounds heavier by the time I leave." Nick grinned. "I'm glad you like it." Kayla liked it too. She also loved spending more time with him. Usually she and Nick just called greetings to each other if they happened to cross paths while coming or going, or engaged in brief, friendly conversations over the fence. She did begin to worry, though, that Nick might be keeping things a little too casual. She could understand him not groping her or feeling her up in front of Becca. That would be too weird, for all three of them. But Nick even avoided innocent touches, like holding her hand or draping his arm across her shoulders. And the more he did, the more she wondered if maybe he'd changed his mind. Usually when Nick saw her out front or spoke to her over the fence, they were alone, just a man and a woman laughing and chatting amiably. Now that he was spending hours at a time with her, however, he was seeing a lot more of her in mom mode. Did he find that to be a turnoff? Pretty much the only time he'd touched her since that first night was when he decorated her cast after they finished devouring the eggplant parmesan. Equipped with a paintbrush, a few brown, black, and metallic paints, and some paint pens, he transformed Kayla's cast into Wonder Woman's gauntlet, complete with what now looked like leather hand wraps. "That is so freaking cool," Becca exclaimed. Kayla nodded in amazement as she turned her arm this way and that, admiring his handiwork. Anyone who glanced at her in passing would think she was wearing a metal gauntlet. The detail was incredible. "It really is. You're such a talented artist." Smiling, Nick tucked his paints away in a bag. "It's just a hobby, something I do to pass the time." Becca leapt up. "I'm totally posting pics of that online. They're going to get so many likes." Nick rose as she raced into the adjoining living room. "I'd better go. I'm running late for work." "Okay." Kayla smiled down at her gauntlet as she pushed her chair back and stood next to him. "This was really nice, Nick. Thank you." She rested a hand on his strong forearm, left bare by his T-shirt, intending to rise up onto her toes and give him a kiss. But he swiftly stepped back. Casually breaking her hold, he turned away. It hit her like a slap to the face. Movement drew her attention to the archway into the living room. Becca stood there, phone in hand, her face somber. Kayla sighed. Nothing like being rejected in front of your child. Nick headed for the front door, Kayla following woodenly. "Thanks for dinner?" Becca called behind them, her voice uncertain and lacking the jubilation that had formerly flavored it. "You're welcome," Nick responded without turning. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." Kayla waited while he unlocked and opened the door. "Be safe tonight." She still didn't know much about his work or how dangerous it might be, but could think of nothing else to say in that moment. "I will. You ladies have a nice night." "We will," they chorused. Then he was gone with barely a glance back. Silence fell as she closed the door. "Everything okay between you two?" Becca asked tentatively. "Sure," Kayla responded automatically and turned the deadbolt. "I need to go get some work done." "Okay." Remembering that Becca wanted to take some pictures of her cast, she held it over the table. Becca snapped some quick pics. "How's work going?" She shrugged. The cast makes typing awkward, but I'm still getting it done." She couldn't afford to not get it done. She wasn't sure how much of the ambulance ride and ER costs her insurance plan would cover, and was dreading the day the bills began to arrive. "I'm going to head into my office." The manuscript she was currently editing was a sci-fi romance filled with action and humor. Maybe it would take her mind off Nick for a while. "Okay, let me know if you need anything." "Thanks, sweetie. I love you." "Love you too, Mom." "What's with you tonight?" Eliana queried as they strolled through the University of Houston's campus. "What do you mean?" She gave him a long, up-and-down look. "You're wound tight as a drum." Nick grimaced. "I fucked up." "How so?" "I think I hurt Kayla's feelings." Self-recrimination struck. "No, I know I did. It was completely unintentional, but that doesn't excuse it." And it did nothing to banish the memory of the hurt he'd seen flicker in her eyes earlier when he'd backed away from her touch, like a fucking 16th century duchess whose manure-covered stable boy had tried to grope her. "What happened?" He sighed. "She touched me, and I pulled away." She arched a brow and gave his crotch a quick glance. "Touched you where?" "On my arm," he growled. "Get your mind out of the gutter. Her daughter was in the room with us." She laughed, unashamed of where her thoughts had gone. "Why did you pull away?" "Because now that I've held her and kissed her and touched her amazing body, all it takes is one brush of her hand on my arm to leave me hard and aching." "And make your eyes glow? Kind of like they're glowing right now?" "Yes, damn it!" Closing his eyes, he thought of the time in the 18th century when he'd gotten caught out in an open field with no trees or structures in sight as the sun rose, leaving him no choice but to burrow down into the snow to keep from getting burned. Without modern technology and the convenience of cell phones, he'd lacked the ability to call his second for aid, and had been forced to stay in that snow and ice all damned day. Yep, that did it. The arousal sparked by thoughts of Kayla receded. Opening his eyes, he cut Eliana a glance. She nodded. "Back to Brown, you're good." He had to give her props for not laughing. If the shoe were on the other foot, and her inability to keep her eyes from glowing hindered a budding relationship, he'd probably think it funny as hell. But Eliana just offered him a commiserating smile. "Being an Immortal Guardian has its drawbacks." "It really does." She bumped his arm with her shoulder. "Stop worrying. I'm sure Kayla will understand. Just explain it when Becca isn't around." "That's the thing. Becca is always around." Now she did laugh. "She leaves tomorrow, though, right?" "Right." "Well, you've waited this long for Kayla. You can wait one more day." He nodded. Crickets chirped, their song almost drowned out by the boom, boom, booming music pouring forth from the party they approached. It had been raging for a while now. The kids inside had been drinking and or getting high for a few hours. Their inhibitions were down, and they paid no damn attention at all to their surroundings when they staggered outside to either head home, look for another party, or find the nearest place to get laid. Even the biggest jock among them would prove easy pickings for vampires seeking a bite. 2 such jocks headed their way, plastic cups reeking of the beer that sloshed over the rims. "Hey, baby," the blonde called, ogling Eliana. "Why don't you ditch this ugly fucker and have some fun with us?" Eliana grimaced. "Hell no. Look in the mirror and you'll understand why." His friend guffawed. "Dude, it's like the 5th girl who shot you down tonight." The blonde scowled. "Bitch." Nick shook his head at the young men as they passed. "Perhaps if your parents had taught you better manners, you'd have more luck." "Fuck you," the blonde muttered under his breath. Eliana glanced at him over her shoulder. "And read a fucking book every once in a while. Ignorance is a huge turnoff." That sparked another round of mutters from the blonde, while his friend laughed and razzed him. She smiled up at Nick. "It is for me, anyway. Big and dumb has never attracted me. No matter how hot a guy is, he has to have something going on upstairs in order to pique my interest. Nick nodded absently as a crawling sensation worked its way up the back of his neck. Eliana sobered. "What is it?" "I don't know. I just got a weird feeling." "What kind of weird feeling?" "Like we're being watched." Slipping her hand into his in a fake girlfriend-boyfriend ploy, she casually glanced around. "I don't see anything." He didn't either, yet the feeling persisted. "Wait," she said. "Yes, I do. Over there." He followed her nod and watched a couple of vampires slink through the shadows after the two jocks. His steps slowed to a halt. Eliana sighed. "Damn, why couldn't they have gone after someone I actually want to save?" He arched a brow. "We could always look the other way." "Tempting," she bit her lip. "But once they finish with those two numbnuts, they might seek other prey." Such was my thought. "Let's do this, then." Giving her a teasing smile, because that feeling of being watched continued to prickle the back of his neck, he tugged her off the sidewalk toward the shadows between two buildings. She cast him a flirtatious glance. "Ooh, are we doing the horny couple turns offensive lineman thing?" He smiled. It seemed appropriate. "Woohoo!" she cheered with a grin. "Then hurry up, lover." Laughing, he broke into a loose jog. Before they reached the corner of the first building, he released her hand and looped an arm around her waist, tugging her close as if they really were a horny couple looking for a dark, quiet place to engage in a quickie. They ducked behind the building. Eliana grinned up at him. "Having me this close doesn't do anything at all for you, does it?" He laughed. "No, Kayla has spoiled me for other women." Concealed in darkness and out of sight of the security cameras, they parted and turned to peer at the two jocks. The vampire duo continued to stalk the drunken idiots from the shadows. "They're keeping their distance," she murmured. He nodded, biding their time until they reach an area without cameras. They were already almost upon one. "Ready to do this?" Eliana asked, practically bobbing on her toes in anticipation. "Ready." They both faced their targets. "You take Han, I'll take Chewie." He chuckled at her description of the two vampires. One was broad-shouldered and brunette. The other was a taller, stockier ginger with long, shaggy hair and particularly hirsute arms. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 7. Nick and Eliana raced forward at preternatural speeds, becoming but a blur of motion neither the partygoers nor the guards manning the security camera feeds would detect. The vampires were so fixated on their targets that they didn't notice the immortal predators until it was too late. They spun around at the last second, eyes wide. The two Immortal Guardians plowed into them like NFL linebackers, lifting them off their feet and carrying them forward, never losing speed, until they reached another security camera blackout area and stopped. The vampires kept going, hurtling toward a building. Cracks formed in the brick when they struck the wall. Grunting, the vampires fell to the ground, but they weren't on their asses for more than half a second before they leapt up with snarls of fury. "The fuck?" the brunette snapped, his eyes glowing bright blue. The hairy vamp's eyes flashed vibrant green. "Immortal Guardians," he snarled. "So, you've heard of us?" Eliana asked, as she drew two Shoto swords. The vampires spewed a slew of curse words, garbled enough to indicate both were already skewing toward insanity. Nick drew his own Shoto swords. "I don't suppose you'd care to surrender yourselves and seek our aid in staving off—" The vampires leapt forward. So much for them wanting to stave off insanity. Both vampires attacked Eliana, the cowards. Two big guys against one small woman. He laughed silently. That one small woman could kick both their asses while blindfolded, with a hand tied behind her back. But with him present, she didn't have to. Nick dove into the battle, diverting the brunette from his quest to hamstring Eliana while she tore into the Wookiee look-alike. The fight was quick. The fight was fierce. Anyone walking past wouldn't even notice it. Darkness enshrouded the combatants, all of whom moved so quickly they blurred. Most people walked with their heads down while they gazed raptly at their phones, frighteningly oblivious to the goings-on around them. Even the muffled sounds of battle went ignored by many, since more and more also wore earbuds. The blades the vampires wielded were shorter than Nick and Eliana's. The vampire's technique also lacked a lot. Nick inflicted one gash after another, efficiently evading Han's swings. His breath remained calm as he struck metal, flesh, metal, metal, flesh, flesh, flesh. He stripped the vampire of one tactical knife, then dodged the other and opened the vamp's carotid artery. Stumbling backward, the vampire clamped a hand to his throat in an attempt to stem the flow of blood. Nick rid him of the second tactical knife and turned to see how Eliana fared. Her Shoto swords flashed. The ginger vamp's head left his shoulders and tumbled to the ground beside his wide-eyed friend. Both vampires collapsed. Unlike immortals, vampires could and would die from excessive blood loss. Little time passed before the brunette drew his last breath. Nick turned away from them and gave Eliana a quick inspection. Quite a bit of blood adorned her, but it must be that of the vampires because she appeared unharmed. Grimacing, she motioned to her blood-streaked face. "You see? This is why I can't get a man. I mean, who the hell would want to come home to this every night?" Laughing, he retrieved a clean handkerchief from his back pocket. "Oh, sure, you can laugh," she grumbled as she took it. "You have Kayla." He winced. "Not yet, I don't. There's a goodly chance I'm going to bungle things with her, badly." He gestured to the vampires, who began to shrivel up and sink in on themselves as the virus that infected them devoured them from the inside out. "She doesn't even know about this aspect of my life, and I don't know how to tell her. What woman wouldn't flee from a man who claims he hunts and kills vampires for a living?" "A strong one," she retorted, the words a little muffled as she wiped her face clean. "And Kayla is ballsy. I knew it as soon as I met her." He smiled. "She is. Strong women are so hot." Wiping her hands clean, she smiled wryly. "Some men wouldn't agree." He shrugged. "Only if they're pussies." Laughing, she handed him the sticky cloth. "If Kayla is as smart as she appears to be, you two are going to be great together. Stop stressing over the little things." He snorted. "Little things, like the bizarre gift I was born with, and my violent vocation?" She made a pff sound. "That's nothing. Leaving the toilet seat up so she'll fall in if she gets up to pee during the night will disturb her far more." Again he laughed. "What do you say we clean this up quickly so you can go home early and apologize before Kayla goes to bed?" Bending, he picked up one of the tactical knives. "Sounds like a plan." Kayla stared at her laptop. Should she edit one more chapter or stop for the night? She glanced through the cracked blinds on her office window. A light came on in Nick's house. Biting her lip, she tried to decide whether she would go ahead and get more work done or venture outside to see if he'd join her. It wasn't much of a debate. Nick had been prowling through her thoughts all night. Saving her work, she turned off the light in her office. Quiet enfolded her as she strode through the house to the back door. Becca had turned in a few hours earlier. Snagging a jacket from the coat hook in the laundry room, Kayla tugged it on, then slid her bare feet into sneakers and stepped outside. Warm, humid air greeted her. Grimacing, she removed the jacket and tossed it back inside. She often missed the days of her childhood, when temperatures would dip down in autumn and stay cool all season, instead of bouncing back and forth the way they did now, cool for a day or two, hot for 5. The neighborhood she had grown up in had been a lot quieter, too. Homeowners more considerate of their neighbors. Tonight it sounded like someone a few blocks over was having one hell of a party. Sheesh, she'd hate to live next door to him. Crossing to her pepper plants, she peered down at them just to have something to do. No snails tonight. Good. Hopefully she could keep them at bay long enough for the plant to sprout new flowers and give her some more peppers. Nick's back door opened and closed. Her heartbeat picked up as footsteps approached the fence, and his handsome face appeared above it. "Hi," he said softly. "Hi." Damn it, why did she feel so nervous? "Where's Becca?" His raven hair was slicked back from a shower. "Upstairs asleep. She doesn't want to get too far off her morning schedule before she goes back to school." He nodded. "May I join you?" "Sure." He gripped the top of the 5-foot fence with one hand and vaulted over it as effortlessly as if he'd jumped on a trampoline. Smiling, Kayla shook her head. It must be cool to be so strong. Though he nodded, he didn't smile as he slowly approached her. "I wanted to apologize." The nearer he came, the more her pulse raced and butterflies danced in her belly. "For what?" When he stopped, they were so close they almost touched. "For earlier." He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "For pulling away when you touched me." She swallowed as embarrassment drove heat into her cheeks. "Oh, that. Just ask him." "Have you changed your mind, Nick? Do you want us to just be friends?" "Hell no." The words left his lips so forcefully she couldn't doubt them. "Then why did you pull away?" He moved around her in a half-circle that left him standing with his back to her house. Kayla swiveled as he did, holding her breath while she stared up at him and awaited his response. When it came, it was not the one she expected. Sliding an arm around her waist, he drew her up against him so quickly she gasped. His head dipped. His lips claimed hers with enough hunger to curl her toes. He fisted his other hand in her hair, tilting her head to gain better access. Moaning, she wrapped her arms around his strong neck and kissed him back for all she was worth, tongue stroking and touching and stoking the fire until she had to draw back and suck in a quick breath of air just to keep from combusting. Releasing her hair, he stared down at her and motioned to his face. "This is why." His eyes glowed with vibrant amber light. "Now that I've tasted you and touched you, I want you so much that even the slightest brush of your hand makes me want to strip you bare and lick you all over." "Oh, shit." "Exactly. If I'm sitting at the table or standing behind the counter cooking dinner, I can hide the fact that my cock is hard and aching for you. But this?" Again he motioned to his eyes with unconcealed frustration. "This I can't hide, and I couldn't risk Becca seeing it." "Oh." Nor could I say as much in front of her. "I'm sorry. I wasn't rejecting you when I pulled away. I was just trying to keep my eyes from glowing." "Okay. Thank you for telling me." He brushed her hair back from her face, tenderness softening some of the hardness lust had driven into his features. "I would never intentionally hurt you, Kayla. I need you to believe that." "I do." Keeping her casted arm around his neck, she slipped her other hand down over his shoulder and his collarbone to one of the pecs outlined by his black t-shirt. "So, my touch makes you hard?" She drew her thumb across his pebbled nipple. His hold on her tightened. "Yes." Smiling, Kayla continued her exploration, smoothing her hand down his washboard abs, over the waistband of his cargo pants to the large bulge beneath. She cupped his long length, stroking him through his pants. "You are definitely hard." His breath whooshed out as he crowded closer. He was big, too, and so damned tempting. "Becca is asleep," she murmured. "But she'll be awake in a couple hours, right?" "Yes." Her breath shortened as she imagined the hard length she cupped plunging inside her, and all of Nick's beautiful muscles flexing as he pounded into her. He shook his head. "I don't want our first time together to be too quick." She stilled. Her eyes widened. 2 hours was quick? He'd made her come in a matter of seconds the night of her accident. Her husband hadn't actually cared that much about her having orgasms the last few years of their marriage, so sex with him hadn't lasted more than a few minutes. Even in their earlier years together, he'd never lasted more than 15 or 20 minutes, if you counted foreplay. 2 hours is quick for you? He dipped his head, pressed his lips to the sensitive skin beneath her ear, and whispered, "Immortals don't need recovery time. We can go again immediately." His teeth delivered a little love bite to her earlobe. His voice deepened to almost a growl. "And I know I'll want to go again and again with you." Her body went liquid. She could not remember ever wanting a man so desperately. "So if I unzipped your pants right now, dropped to my knees, and took you in my mouth," he groaned, "as soon as I came, I would strip those yoga pants off you and take you against the fence." Kayla really wished she could follow through on that. Wished she could forget that Becca was upstairs and they were surrounded by 2-story houses with windows. "But," Nick added, meeting her gaze with those iridescent amber eyes as he gently drew her hand away from his cock and placed it on his chest above his thudding heart, "the next time I come, I want to be balls deep inside you." "Wow," she whispered, fisting her hand in his shirt. "No one has ever said anything like that to me before." His gaze turned watchful. "Too blunt?" "No, I like it." She really did. It just made her want him more. His lips turned up in a boyish smile. "Good." He pressed a kiss to her lips, this one light and sweet, despite the desire that threatened to consume them. "I'd make you come again now," he murmured, "but I don't want to wake up Becca. Or the neighbors." Heat flooded her face all the way to her hairline as his meaning sank in. "Oh, crap!" Lowering her heels to the pavement, she pressed her forehead to his shirt and moaned, this time in dismay. "I was loud, wasn't I, when you touched me after my accident?" Chuckling, he tightened his arms around her. "Yes." She and her husband had always been as quiet as possible when they'd had sex. First, so they wouldn't wake the baby, who never seemed to want to sleep, and then so Becca wouldn't know what they were up to. But even before Becca had come along, Kayla hadn't been anything close to a screamer. "How loud?" "Loud enough that I couldn't hear anything with my right ear for several minutes afterward," he teased. Laughing, she leaned back and gave his shoulder a shove. "You are so bad. It's your fault. You bring it out in me." "Uh-huh, sure I do. How red is my face right now?" He grinned. "You've passed raspberry and are rapidly approaching full-blown strawberry. It's adorable." She laughed. He nodded toward her house. "Can I talk you into sharing a snack with me while we watch a movie or something for a bit? I know you need to go to bed soon, but I'd love to spend some time with you first. I promise to keep my hands to myself." Stepping back, she shook her head with mock disappointment. "I was going to say yes, but then you blew it with the hands thing." He chuckled. "And if I promise not to keep my hands to myself?" Crossing to the back door, she opened it and offered him a dramatic bow. "Step inside, my dear sir." Those soft, full lips of his stretching in a smile. He did as ordered. There was a notable spring in Nick's step the next evening as he headed out the front door and toward the driveway. Kayla was on her way to the airport and would soon see Becca safely deposited on a plane to North Carolina. Nick intended to do everything he could to finish tonight's hunt early. Then he smiled. Then he would spend hours and hours making love with Kayla. He couldn't wait. As he approached his Tesla Model X, that crawling sensation of being watched raised the hairs on the back of his neck again. Nick slowed to a halt, glanced around. There, a sleek black Mercedes E-Class with tinted windows that could not look more out of place in this typical middle-class suburban neighborhood, hugged the curb a few houses down. Tucking his keys in the pocket of his long black coat, he strolled toward it. "That's him," he heard a man inside murmur, his voice vaguely familiar. The driver's door opened. A man wearing a black suit, white dress shirt, black tie, and a chauffeur's hat emerged. Closing his door, he opened the one behind it. A frail old man stepped out. Nick swore silently. It was the man from the hospital, Richard Rubal. "Can I help you?" Nick asked guardedly as he approached them. Stopping, he feigned recognition. "You're the man from the hospital, aren't you? The one who knew my grandfather? Richard something." He snapped his fingers. "Richard Rubin, wasn't it?" The old man's lips tightened with annoyance as he leaned heavily on his cane. "It's Rubal. Richard Rubal. But then you already knew that, didn't you?" The chauffeur stood behind the old man, his hands clasped in front of him. Nick shrugged and offered him a good-natured smile. "I'm afraid I'm not very good with names. Can I help you with something?" He lowered the wattage of his smile a bit. "If you've come to speak with my grandfather and swap war stories, I'm afraid you're too late. He passed away 10 years ago. We lost my grandmother shortly thereafter." The network had even posted fictional obituaries in the newspaper. The old man made his slow way forward. "So that's how you're going to play this? You're going to keep pretending you're your own grandson?" Nick gave his head a regretful shake, wondering why the hell this man had rejected the story and tracked him down. The network tended to make that unlikely when they helped Immortal Guardians relocate and gave them new identities, often as their own descendants in case shit like this happened. "There's no pretense here, sir. I thought we cleared that up at the hospital. The hospital was bullshit. This," he motioned to Nick, "is bullshit. I want to know how you did it. I want to know how you stayed so youthful while I turned into this." He motioned to his frail body. Nick glanced at the chauffeur. "Is there any way you could call his son? I don't remember his name. I only met him once at the hospital. But he said Mr. Rubin here—" "It's Rubal, damn it!" the old man snapped. "He said Mr. Rubal here gets confused like this sometimes and might know better how to handle this." "That's bullshit and you know it!" Rubal shouted, his thin, withered face darkening with rage. Swinging around, he pointed at the chauffeur, who was drawing a cell phone from his pocket. "Touch that phone and you're fired!" The man dropped the phone back into his pocket, then clasped his hands in front of him once more. "Yes, sir." The old man turned back to Nick. "The cancer and dementia have not eradicated my intelligence. I know you're who I think you are." Nick held both hands up in a placating gesture. "I'm sure you believe that, sir, but I can prove I'm Nicolas Bélanger's grandson. I have pictures of us together." Thanks to the network's techno-geeks, their AI-assisted aging software, and their phenomenal photo-altering capabilities, Nick actually had several photos of himself, either standing beside or sitting with an artificially aged image of himself. "I'd be happy to show them to you. I can bring them out here, or you're welcome to step inside my home for a few minutes." The old man started toward Nick's home. "Stay here," he barked over his shoulder. "Yes, sir, Mr. Rubal." The chauffeur opened the driver's door, settled himself behind the wheel, and closed it again. Nick accompanied the old man to his front door and preceded him inside. Pocketing his keys, he headed for the living room. "Wait here, please." He crossed to one of the bookcases and grabbed the framed photo of himself with his granddad self that Oliver kept there for shits and giggles. Returning to the old man, he held it out. Rubal took it with a scowl of suspicion. "There are more I can show you if you'd like to see them." "You do that," Rubal ordered gruffly, frowning at the picture. Nick couldn't decide if the man was incredibly stubborn or incredibly astute. Either way, he didn't seem to be buying the cover story at all. Heading into Oliver's office, Nick drew his cell phone out of his pocket and texted Seth. "SOS. A man who knew me in Vietnam recognized me at the hospital and showed up at my house. He's here now." A few seconds ticked past. Seth abruptly appeared, a katana in each hand. His shoulder-length black hair was wind-blown. Glistening streaks and droplets of blood adorned his black cargo pants, T-shirt, and long coat. Wiping the crimson-coated blades of his katanas on his pants, he quickly sheathed them. "Where is he?" Nick nodded toward the front of the house. Seth's boots thudded on the bamboo floor as he followed Nick back to the elderly troublemaker. Richard Rubal glanced up from the photograph. His arthritic hand tightened on the frame as he stared up at Seth. His eyes widened ever so slightly before he opened his mouth to bluster who knew what. Then his face went blank, his hand lowered to his side. Nick took the photo from him before he could drop it. Seth stared intently at the old man for several minutes, then glanced at Nick. "It's done. He won't remember coming here, nor will he remember the incident at the hospital. I'll have to bury the chauffeur's memory, too, and track down a few men at Rubal's office." Nick winced. "Sorry about that." Seth shook his head. "Occupational hazard, it happens. His occasionally foggy mental state will help blow this over, but we do need this to blow over." Something in his voice sparked a feeling of dread. "Why?" "He owns an empire built upon oil and gas as well as weapons manufacturing, and because he served so long in the military and left on good terms, he nets a lot of government contracts." "Are you fucking kidding me?" "No." "Shit." The last thing they needed was someone with Rubal's connections getting wind of Immortals. In recent years, Immortal Guardians had engaged in vicious battles with mercenaries who had learned about them and done their damnedest to get their hands on Immortals and vampires, salivating over the billions of dollars they could earn hiring out super soldiers to the highest bidders. "What can I do?" "Not much more than you already have, really. I'll walk Rubal back to his car and take care of his driver. Then I'll head to the network and have Henderson and his crew help me rectify the rest." Rubal turned and faced the door as though he were in a trance. Guilt suffused Nick as he opened the door for Seth. "I'm sorry I didn't mention running into him at the hospital." Seth patted his shoulder. "Don't worry about it. You had a lot on your mind, and this sort of thing happens from time to time. How is Kayla doing?" "She's good." He stepped outside with Seth and Rubal. "The cuts on her face are looking better, and the bruising is fading." "Excellent. Have you told her what you are?" "Yes," Nick admitted. He saw no sense in trying to avoid it when Seth could pluck the information right out of his head if he wanted to. "Mostly." Seth nodded, unperturbed. "It's not an easy task, I know." Seth had done the same himself when he had finally, after thousands of years of being alone, fallen in love not long ago. "Care to offer any tips?" Nick asked, hopefully. Seth snorted. "Hell no. Like you, I opted to put off mentioning vampires." "How'd that go?" "It came back and bit me in the ass when vampires attacked her." "Shit, that's right, I heard about that. She didn't know vampires existed until then?" "No." Seth smiled. "But sometimes when you bungle things, women love you anyway." And Leah really loved Seth. Anyone with eyes could see it. "Hey, I forgot to ask, what's Kayla's gift? You said she's a gifted one." "She's an empath. Like Bastion, she can feel others' emotions with a touch. Her gift just isn't as strong as his, so she may not be aware of it." Kayla was an empath? Since she seemed surprised whenever she said something naughty to him, Nick wondered if perhaps his desire might be influencing her when she felt it through touch. "You can remove Kayla's cast as soon as her daughter leaves," Seth mentioned. "Thank you. She's on the way to the airport with Becca right now." "Good. You can go ahead and begin your hunt, then." The ancient immortal's lips quirked up one side. "I know you're hoping to end it early tonight." Laughing, Nick shook his head. "We can't hide anything from you, can we?" "Not even if you tried." "Good hunting to you." "Thank you." Seth guided Richard Rubal over to the Mercedes. Nick locked his front door and headed for his Tesla, his footsteps light once more as his thoughts returned to Kayla and the night ahead. The doorbell rang. Kayla's pulse jumped. A touch of panic struck when she checked her appearance in the bathroom mirror. What the hell was I thinking? Instead of her usual yoga pants and tank top or t-shirt, she wore a pretty but casual dress. In the rare instances she sported this particular dress, she usually added leggings beneath it, because the loose skirt stopped well above her knees, and she always worried the wind would blow it up and show her underwear. But tonight she hadn't. Instead, she'd donned her sexiest undies, a lacy black bra with matching bikini panties, then topped everything off with heels. She didn't do much with the rest of her look. She blow-dried her long brown hair to make it fluffier, but didn't style it or spray it, and she hadn't bothered with makeup. Nick was used to seeing her without it, so clear lip balm was all she'd added. Now that he was waiting at her front door, however, the dress felt too weird, as if she were broadcasting that she'd wanted to wear something that would give Nick easy access, which, technically speaking, she had. Oh, hell. She was just nervous. She hadn't had sex with anyone other than her ex in 2 decades. The doorbell rang again. "Coming," she called. Careful not to twist an ankle in the barely broken-in high heels, she hurried down the stairs and over to the front door. Turning the locks, she opened it. Despite the heels, Nick still towered over her. Light from her living room spilled across him, glinting on his hair, which was still slicked back from a shower. He wore slacks tonight instead of the cargo pants he favored, but had topped them with a t-shirt. Both were black and hugged his muscled form. "Hi," she said breathlessly. "Hi." His gaze met hers, skimmed down to the cleavage the dress's neckline exposed, and continued along the rest of her to the high heels that were already making her feet hurt. Amber light flared to life behind his irises. "You're so beautiful, Kayla." "Thank you." She stepped back, inviting him in. "How was work?" She closed and locked the door. "Annoying." Frowning, she turned to face him. "Did something happen?" He shook his head, all but devouring her with his gaze. "No, I just couldn't wait to see you." "Me too," she admitted, and fingered the hem of her dress. "Are you hungry?" She could whip up a quick dinner for them if he... "Only for you." "Oh, thank goodness," she breathed, moving forward. They came together in a rush of need, lips brushing, tongue stroking. His muscled arms banded around her and crushed her close, letting her feel how much he wanted her. He was already hard, and she ached to feel him inside her. Rising onto her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and hummed her approval when he loosened his hold just enough to palm one of her breasts. Heat shot through her as he teased her nipple through the thin material of her dress and bra, circling it, skimming across it, then delivering a pinch. "Yes," she breathed. He spun her in his arms and pulled her against him, her back to his front. When he lowered his lips to her neck, she tilted her head to give him better access. Heat swirled through her as he cupped both her breasts and squeezed. "Nick." He slipped a hand beneath the neckline of the dress, eased the lace of her bra aside, and palmed her bare flesh. It felt so good. She'd fantasized about this, about Nick touching her for so long. Reaching back, she gripped his hips and rubbed her ass against his hard cock. He groaned, his hand tightening on her breast, sending a jolt of pleasure straight to her center. Her inner muscles clenched in response, then clenched again when he lowered his other hand to her thigh and caressed the skin left bare by the short skirt. She glanced up at him over her shoulder. His lips met hers, devouring and inflaming her further as he slid that hand up her thigh closer and closer until he cupped her over her lacy panties. "You are so fucking hot," he murmured before delivering another hungry kiss. He applied just enough pressure to her clit to make her whimper with need before he shifted his touch up to the skin above her panties. A moan escaped her as he slipped his long fingers beneath the flimsy fabric, over the triangle of curls, and sought her entrance. "You're already wet for me," he uttered hoarsely, rubbing his erection against her ass. At the same time, he ground the heel of his hand against her clit, sending fire through her. Yes! He thrust a finger inside her, then a second. You're so tight. And she wanted him to stretch her with the big, hard length she'd cupped last night. He rocked against her, matching the rhythm of the fingers he thrust inside her. Her breath shortened as he teased her clit with his thumb, circling and stroking. At the same time, he rolled and pinched her nipple. His teeth nipped the sensitive skin of her neck while he continued strumming her clit with his thumb, thrusting his fingers deeper inside her, driving the pleasure higher and higher until an orgasm crashed through her. His hold on her tightened as her inner walls clamped down on his fingers again and again and again while she rode the crest of pleasure. Her knees weakened, but Nick kept her from falling. Quiet descended, disturbed only by their harsh breathing. "I probably should have asked you this sooner," he uttered, his voice rough with the desire that kept him hard against her. "But Becca is gone, right? Her flight left when it was supposed to?" Kayla laughed. "Yes." He withdrew his fingers from her body, then turned her to face him. His eyes glowed bright amber as he gave her a wry smile and shook his head. "Once I saw you in that dress, all I could think about was dragging your skirt up, burying my fingers deep inside you, and stroking you until you came." Renewed arousal slithered through her. "Mission accomplished." He laughed. "Where are your keys?" "In the kitchen." Taking her hand, he led her to the kitchen and grabbed her keys. "Wrap your arms around me." Kayla didn't hesitate. Pressing her body to his, she rose onto her toes and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Now your legs." Excitement flared. Jumping up, she wrapped her legs around his waist. He settled a hand on her ass and squeezed. "Now hold on." The room around them blurred. A thud sounded. They went weightless. Another thud sounded. Then they were in his bedroom next door. Chapter 8. Nick laughed at the astonished look on Kayla's lovely face. She stared up at him, her pretty hazel eyes wide and her lips kiss-swollen as she lowered her feet to the floor. He shrugged. "I wanted a bigger bed beneath us so my feet wouldn't hang off the end when I bury myself balls deep inside you." She shook her head. "I swear you could make me come just by speaking." Rampant need tightened every muscle despite the amusement she inspired. "Do you want to make me come, Kayla?" "Yes." He took a step back. "Then strip for me." A blush climbed her cheeks as she reached behind her back and found the zipper of her dress. When the fabric across her breasts loosened, she peeled one shoulder down and slipped her arm out. "Slower," he murmured, wanting to savor this moment. She paused. Then she reached for the other shoulder and slowly slid the fabric down her arm, delivering a sensual caress to her soft-as-silk skin as she did. "That's it." He took another step back, his hands curling into fists to keep from reaching for her. Gripping the fabric bunched at her waist, she hesitated, then leaned forward and arched her back, sticking her exquisite, lace-covered ass out as she eased the material over her hips and down her thighs. Shit, she set him on fire. She was so damn desirable. Nick didn't think he had been this turned on even when he was a randy teenager looking to get laid for the first time. The dress dropped to the floor. All she wore now was the black bra and panties that provided such an alluring contrast to her pale skin and those high fuck-me heels. She straightened. Giving him a heated look, she brushed her fingers over her collarbone, then drew them down over one breast. "Do you like what you see?" she asked softly. His cock strained against his pants as he watched her glide those delicate fingers around the taut peak the lace both concealed and revealed, watched her stroke that nipple, pinch it, then saw the desire that darkened her eyes. "You're so fucking beautiful. "When you look at me like that," she said, her voice so low and sultry it sent a shiver through him, "you make me believe it." How could she not believe it? She stole his breath. Now the rest of it. The fingers brushing her nipple stilled. Some of the hunger in her gaze receded as uncertainty crept in. "What is it?" She bit her lip. "My breasts aren't what they used to be." He glanced at her gorgeous breasts, then met her gaze again. "What did they used to be?" She laughed, some of the sudden awkwardness leaving her. "Perkier? Pregnancy and breastfeeding changed them." He stared at her breasts. "Then thank you, pregnancy and breastfeeding, because I love your breasts." Shaking her head, she touched a little piece of plastic between the lush mounds, and the lacy cups parted. Nick swallowed. Front clasp bras were his new favorite thing. It had been so long since he'd been with a woman that he'd never actually seen one before, only advertisements for them. Kayla arched her back a little as she eased the straps down her arms and let the black lace fall to the floor. He stared at the plump flesh she revealed. "Perfect." The word emerged almost a growl. "Really?" she asked, the soft question betraying her uncertainty. Nick strolled toward her, his cock painfully hard, until he was so close she had to tilt her head back to look at him. He cupped her breasts in his hands, squeezed them lightly, and drew his thumbs across the hard pink peaks. Her breath caught. A flush of desire darkened her cheeks. "If they were any more perfect," he confessed, "I'd come in my pants like an untried boy." She smiled. Nick shook his head. "That's not a good thing, woman. I'm clinging to control by my fingertips." "And what happens when you lose control?" She arched her back again, pressing her breasts harder into his palms. He squeezed. She moaned. "I bury my cock deep inside you and take you fast and hard." "Oh, shit," she whispered. "Yeah, let's do that." He laughed and groaned at the same time, both amused and eager to comply. "Get on the bed." Kayla backed up until she hit the mattress. Propping her hands on the edge behind her, she jumped. Her bottom barely grazed the top of the bed before sliding off. A chuckle escaped him as he shook his head. "You are too damn adorable." She laughed. "I can't help it. Your bed is freaking huge." Closing the distance between them, he clasped her hips and lifted her up onto the mattress. "I'm a big man." "Hell yes, you are." Since his hands were already on her hips, Nick drew her panties down, bearing a dark thatch of curls. Tugging the lace down her lightly muscled legs, he caressed her soft skin until he reached her shoes. The panties fell to the floor. One high heel followed them, then the other. Nick parted her thighs with his hips and lowered his lips to hers for a tender kiss. "Scoot back a little." He heard her heartbeat pick up as she edged back on the bed. He curled a hand around one of her ankles, not too far. He clasped her other ankle and drew her legs farther apart. "I want to be able to do this." Slipping his hands under her thighs, he gripped her tempting ass and slid her a little closer. Then he bent, lowered his head, and delivered a long, slow lick to her clit. Kayla fell back on the bed with a moan that nearly undid him. He circled the little bundle of nerves with his tongue, teasing and stroking. She threw her hands out to the sides and fisted the covers. Her knees rose. Planting her feet on the bedding, she began to rock against him, arching up as he licked and nipped and sucked and teased. "Nick," she moaned. He loved the sound of his name on her lips, loved her scent, her taste, every moan he elicited. He moved his tongue with preternatural speed so it would feel like a vibrator. She bucked against him, muscles straining as she cried out with another orgasm. Nick straightened. Need pounded through him. Reaching over his shoulder, he gripped the back of his T-shirt and yanked it over his head. His pants and boxers hit the floor half a second later. His boots joined the pile before Kayla could even catch her breath. Still clutching the covers, she devoured what she could see of him with her eyes. "Crap," she breathed suddenly. He stilled. "What?" She bit her lip as her brow furrowed. "Do you have any condoms? I haven't done this in so long that I completely forgot." He shook his head. "I'm immune to all human illnesses, including STDs, and you're not ovulating. I would sense it." He couldn't get her pregnant even if she were ovulating, but didn't want to go into that right now. "Cool to the first thing. The second's a little weird," she said, a twinkle of amusement entering her eyes. "But good. I don't want anything between us when you're inside me." Shit. Joining her on the bed, Nick counseled himself not to be too rough, and silently cursed when he immediately disregarded that, slid his arms beneath her, lifted and tossed her. A startled sound escaped her as her head landed on the pillows. Subtle ab muscles rippled as she propped herself up on her elbows and stared at him. Her eyes widened when they fell to the erection jutting toward her. "I'll go slow," he vowed. It might kill him, but he'd do it for her. The tip of her pink tongue slipped out and glided over her lips as though she were imagining how he'd taste. "Don't." He paused. "Don't what? Don't take her?" Her eyes met his. She parted her legs to make room for him. "Don't go slow. Don't hold back." Fire raced through him. "And don't make me wait any longer. I want you inside me. Now, Nick." Fuck. He wanted that too. Nick settled himself between her thighs and nudged her entrance with his hard cock. She felt so small beneath him, so delicate. He loved that, loved her, but he knew it was too soon to tell her. Wrapping her arms around him, she pulled him closer. Both moaned as he pressed forward, entering her slowly despite her entreaties. She was so warm and wet and tight, squeezing him as he thrust a little deeper and withdrew, thrust deeper and withdrew, continuing until he was finally seated to the hilt inside her. Her fingers curled against his back, her short nails pricking his skin. Lifting her knees, she wrapped her legs around him and rotated her hips, grinding against him. So good. His control snapped. Nick did as she'd requested then, taking her fast and hard, driving into her over and over again, no holds barred. She felt too good. He'd waited too long, had wanted to be with her for years. He teased her breasts, devoured her lips, and thrust even deeper as she scored his back with her nails. Slipping a hand beneath her, he gripped her beautiful ass, altered the angle of her hips, and ground against her clit with every hard thrust. Moans of pleasure escaped her as she clutched him tighter, urging him on and driving him wild until she threw her head back and cried out. Her warm walls clamped down around him, squeezing and releasing until he shouted her name and came deep inside her. Heart racing, muscles relaxing, Nick braced his elbows on the bed so he wouldn't rest too much weight on her, then lowered his head to the pillow beside hers. His breath came fast and ruffled her hair as he nuzzled her neck. Hers did too, emerging in pants that slowly lengthened and calmed. Moisture gleamed on their skin, cooling as passion faded. A peace and contentment he had never experienced before settled upon him. Usually, once Nick satisfied his sexual needs, he couldn't leave the bed fast enough. He had never in his long life wanted to linger afterward, to snuggle closer, indulge in slow, leisurely caresses, express affection with light kisses. Only Kayla made him want those things. Lifting his head, he gazed down at her. Her pretty hazel eyes reflected the bright amber glow of his as she stared up at him with the same wonder he felt. "Wow," she whispered. Smiling, he brushed her tousled hair back from her face. "I was thinking the same thing." She cupped his face in both hands. Nick dropped his gaze to her left arm and sent her a look of chagrin. "I forgot to remove your cast. Sorry about that." When he started to lean back so he could do it now, she halted him and shook her head. "Leave it. You can remove it later." A playful gleam entered her eyes as she arched a brow. "Because I believe you mentioned something about 2 hours being too quick for our first time?" He grinned. "Far too quick." She shifted her hips and sucked in a breath. "You're still hard." Nick bit back a groan. "As I said, immortals don't need recovery time. We can go all night, or all day in this instance." Dawn wasn't far away. "Well," she said with a smile, "as a mere mortal, I don't know if I can go all day, but I'd sure like to try." "Yes!" She laughed, then moaned when he withdrew almost to the crown and thrust hard. "Better yet?" Nick rolled onto his back, bringing her with him so she straddled him with his cock still buried deep inside her. "I want to watch you ride me." Her long hair draped around her like a curtain, "while I play with your beautiful breasts." He cupped the lovely mounds and teased her nipples. Bracing her hands on his chest, she flexed the muscles in her thighs and rose, sliding along his length, then plunged down and seated him deep again. "Fuck, that feels good." He continued to fondle her breasts while she set the rhythm, her movements growing bolder as pleasure erased whatever insecurities lingered over bearing her body to him. Insecurities he was determined to banish completely over the next few hours. She raked his chest lightly with her nails. Nick groaned, and she pinched his nipples. Swearing, he tweaked hers. She rotated her hips, altering the angle hers met his, picked up the pace, and drove him wild until he was clenching his teeth to hold back his release. Nick slid a hand down her stomach, teased her curls with his fingers, then began to stroke her clit as he thrust up to meet her. Kayla cried out as she came, again clamping down around his cock and squeezing him until he joined her. As the last ripples washed over them both, she sank limply onto his chest. Nick wrapped his arms around her and cuddled her close. Her heart slammed against her narrow rib cage, matching the frantic pace of his. Burying his nose in her hair, he found her ear and whispered, "I still want you." She smiled against his chest. "You did say 2 hours wouldn't be enough." "Not nearly enough." "Can I catch my breath first?" He chuckled. "Yes." Resting her cast atop his chest, she propped her chin on it and smiled. "Then what?" Lifting his head, he pressed a kiss to the tip of her nose. "Then I'm going to stand right there." He looked at the side of the bed. "Drag you to the edge of the mattress, flip you over onto your stomach, and show you how advantageous a bed this high can be." Her warm sheath rippled around him. "Forget catching my breath," she said, her voice hoarse with resurging desire. "I want to do that." Laughing, Nick hugged her close. "I wish you could see the adorably dopey smile you're wearing," Eliana called out a few nights later as they fought 4 vampires. Nick didn't even try to school his features into a more somber mask as he fended off a vampire's strike. The vamp's eyes glowed silver and sparkled with insanity as he swung wildly again and again until Nick severed his brachial and carotid arteries. He swung to face the vampire creeping up behind him. That one halted, eyeing Nick warily. She laughed. "I think it's freaking out the vampires." Her opponent howled in pain, then stumbled backward. Nick's grin merely widened as he faced the vampire. "You could always surrender," he offered. "Our doctors are working on a cure and—" "Fuck you!" The vampire leapt forward, raising his weapon high, and left his stomach vulnerable. Nick's blade sank deep. The vampire stared at him with a combination of fury and disbelief. Roaring in rage, he again raised his weapon high. Nick buried his blade in the vampire's heart, severing his aorta and ensuring he would bleed out swiftly. As the vampire collapsed, Nick swung around to check on Eliana. Her last opponent fell, spewing foul epithets until he drew his last breath. Eliana turned, took in Nick's fallen attackers, then glanced up at him. She grinned, her pretty face once more speckled and splattered with blood. "You're still smiling." "I am?" "Yes. I can't help it." She winked at him. "That good, huh?" "Better," he admitted. He hadn't told her he and Kayla had become intimate, but she'd known. He had so wanted to savor the hours he had spent making love with Kayla that first night, and morning, and afternoon, that he hadn't showered before going on his nightly hunt. He'd wanted to carry the scent of her with him. And, of course, Eliana had caught it. He'd spent every morning in Kayla's arms since, and knew he'd never get enough of her. Laughing, Eliana shook her head. "I envy you. I never slept with a man I loved before. Does it really make that big a difference?" "For me, it makes a huge difference." "How huge?" she asked, curiously, as she wiped her blades on one of the vampire's shirts. He shook his head. "It's like craving something sweet and having the option of either a green banana or a banana cream pie." "Damn." She slid her blades into their sheaths. "That is a huge difference." Then she grinned. "Did you finally remember to remove her cast?" He laughed. "Yes." Kayla had insisted he use the utmost care when cutting it off so she could save it. "My accident brought us together," she'd said as she cradled the cast to her, as though it were a precious treasure, "and your painting it was a really sweet gift." Nick bent and began to collect the fallen vampire's weapons. Eliana's cell phone rang. "It's probably Max," she murmured. "He's been mother-henning me from afar." Wiping her hands on her coat, she tugged her phone out of her back pocket. Seconds tended to be overly protective and seemed to share the collective belief that their immortals couldn't make it through a night without them. "Oliver has been doing the same," he said. His second still called him before dawn every day to make sure Nick was still living and breathing and not roasting in the sun. "Where's Max?" "Visiting his family in Maine." When she glanced at her phone, her face lit with a smile. "Nope, it's Seth." She tapped the screen. "Hi, Seth." "Are you busy?" the Immortal Guardians leader asked. "No, we just finished taking out some vampires." "Any looky-loos around?" She laughed. "Not a one." "Cameras?" "Nope." Seth abruptly appeared beside her. Pocketing his phone, he glanced at what was left of the fallen vampires. "Any trouble with these?" Nick smiled. "None, and no surveillance cameras caught anything." "Good." He turned a discerning gaze on Nick and studied him a moment. "You seem awfully chipper tonight." Eliana laughed and whispered, "He and Kayla have become lovers." Nick fought a groan and began to clean his weapons. There really were very few secrets among Immortal Guardians. Smiling, Seth clapped him on the shoulder. "I'm glad things are going well for you two." As he turned to Eliana, though, his expression sobered. "May I have a moment of your time, Eliana? There's something I wish to discuss with you." Nick paused, his happiness receding a bit as his glance bounced back and forth between them. There had been something in Seth's voice, something unidentifiable, that sparked both caution and curiosity. Eliana tilted her head back and stared up at their powerful leader. Had she heard the same thing Nick had? "Sure." She sent Nick an uncertain, "Do you think I fucked up?" look. No one wanted to piss Seth off or get on his shit list. An honorable and generous leader, he nevertheless would not hesitate to punish those who transgressed. But such was very rarely necessary. Seth was the most powerful immortal among them, so just the threat of punishment was usually enough to keep Nick and his immortal brethren in line and out of trouble. Eliana motioned to the mess. "Can you clean this up without me, Nick?" He nodded. "Sure." Seth smiled. "You haven't done anything wrong, Eliana. I just have a task I wondered if you would be interested in performing and wish to explain the details to you." "Oh," she smiled. "Okay." Nick's curiosity skyrocketed. What kind of task? Seth nodded to him and rested a hand on Eliana's shoulder. They vanished in the next instant. Nick made swift work of cleaning up the battle fallout. The vampire's clothing found a new home in the nearest dumpster. He would take the wallets and weapons left behind to network headquarters so they could concoct plausible explanations for the dead vampire's sudden disappearances. Then he would hie his ass home to shower and spend what was left of the night and then the day with Kayla. His buoyant mood returned. His lips stretched in a grin that would no doubt make Oliver laugh and join Eliana in deeming it a dopey smile. But he couldn't help it. Nick loved spending time with Kayla. He loved Kayla, and he'd tell her as soon as he sucked it up and disclosed the last 2 little secrets he'd kept regarding his existence, which weren't so little. Some might, in fact, deem them colossal, which merely made him more nervous about telling her. Leah loved Seth after he told her, he reminded himself as he drove home, and, having lived thousands of years, Seth had a hell of a lot more secrets than Nick. The love Leah bore their illustrious leader was truly something to behold. Seth was a different man when he was around her, as was Nick when he spent time with Kayla. She just made everything better, brighter. So, he really should pry his head out of his ass and start searching for the right words to explain the rest of his life to her. He couldn't very well ask her to share it without letting her see it all. He swung his Tesla into his driveway, cut the engine, and eyed the garage that served as an art studio for production of his larger or messier works. The motion-sensing light above the garage doors didn't come on. It must need a new bulb. Making a mental note to change it before Oliver's vacation ended so his second wouldn't look at it, roll his eyes, and declare Nick helpless without him, he headed for the front door. Music boomed a couple of blocks over, accompanied by a roaring guitar in what reminded Nick of music produced by an 80s hair band. He grimaced. Having preternaturally sharp hearing could really suck sometimes. What would manifest itself as irritating background noise to ordinary humans sounded more to his preternatural ears like a damned DJ surrounded by massive speakers was spinning tunes right on his front lawn. If the inconsiderate ass blasting the music became a repeat offender, Nick would do what he usually did in such instances and get one of his telepathic immortal friends to scare the crap out of him by mentally bellowing at him to turn that shit down every time he cranked up the volume. He smiled. Such had been astonishingly effective in the past. Locking the front door behind him, Nick tossed his keys onto the table by the coat rack without reaching for the light switch and started to remove his coat. A warning crawled up the back of his neck. He stilled, his hands gripping the lapels. His nose twitched as sense invaded it. Gun oil. Sweat. A brand of deodorant neither he nor Oliver used. At the same time, heartbeats reached his ears beneath the booming bass of the asshole 2 blocks over. Multiple heartbeats. Shit. Something pricked his chest. He glanced down. Fury rose when he saw the large tranquilizer dart sticking out of him. Fury and alarm. There were only 2 drugs on the planet that affected Immortal Guardians, a tranquilizer developed by their enemies that could render both immortals and vampires unconscious within seconds, and the antidote that network doctors had created to counteract it. There should be no one left to use the tranquilizer against them. The immortals had destroyed them all. Hadn't they? Wait. Nick tilted his head thoughtfully. He wasn't feeling sluggish. At all. Another dart struck him. He smiled. No, this wasn't the drug mercenaries had wielded against immortals. This was just an ordinary tranquilizer that didn't do squat to him. Feigning a stagger, he glanced around the room. There, and there. 6 men, garbed all in black with ski masks and night vision monoculars concealing their faces as they aimed weapons equipped with silencers at him. Who the hell were these guys? Another dart pricked him. Nick glanced down at it, then eyed the man who had fired it. "Oh, you shouldn't have done that." He leapt forward in a blur. Shouts of surprise and alarm erupted, fingers tightened on triggers, bullets buzzed through the air like bees high on coke. Shit, he hoped they wouldn't hit any of his neighbors. Fear for Kayla rose. Since Josh, his other next-door neighbor, was in San Antonio, Nick tried to stay on that side of the house to keep stray bullets from hitting Kayla, or the neighbors behind him, or the ones across the street. Life had been a lot less complicated when all a man could fight with was a sword and shield. Quick as a blink, he disarmed the man with the tranq gun and drew his fist back. Bullets peppered him. Pain drove him to strike a harder blow than he'd intended. The man dropped dead at Nick's feet. Shit. He needed to keep some of these bastards alive so he could find out what was going on. He sped on to the next attacker and dragged him in front of him. The man cried out and danced as bullets struck him, some passing through and hitting Nick. Well, that answered that. These guys weren't above taking out one of their own in order to capture the prize. Crashes sounded all around him, crap splintering and flying off shelves as bullets wrecked his home. Glass shattered, fragments sparkling like fairy dust in the little bit of moonlight that swam through the windows. Nick dodged as many projectiles as he could, but even preternaturally fast immortals had their limits. As soon as he reached the next man, he yanked the gun out of the bastard's hands and swung it like brass knuckles. As the prick collapsed to the floor, Nick spun toward the next. Stuffing flew from his sofa cushions, floating in the air like snowflakes. Rips and holes appeared in his paintings. Motherfuckers, that's it. Pain and rage engulfed Nick. His shirt clung to him in front and back, saturated with his blood, as he dove at the three remaining men. He grabbed the first. "Who sent you?" he demanded. When the man tried to shoot him, Nick snapped his neck, dropped him, and stepped over his body. "Who sent you?" he shouted as he leapt at the next. A bullet nicked his damn carotid artery just before he reached him. While he yanked the gun from the bastard's hands, the last man darted out the back door. Nick tossed the weapon aside and punched the man he held in the head. The man dropped, unconscious, to the floor. Spinning around, Nick raced for the door. Rampant blood loss from all the holes bullets had carved in him slowed his steps to mortal speeds. Once outside, Nick followed the fleeing man's scent and felt fear tear through him. He'd gone over the fence into Kayla's backyard. With a last burst of speed, Nick vaulted over the fence. The man was 2 steps away from her back door when Nick caught him by the collar and yanked. The man's hand tightened on his gun, firing it twice as he flew backward. Thankfully, both bullets pierced Kayla's roof rather than the windows or the walls. Despite the weakness that rapidly weighted his limbs, Nick picked the man up and threw him down. The man cried out as his back hit pavement. His night vision monocular flew off. Nick fisted the man's shirt, leaned down over him, and got up in his face, flashing fangs and glowing eyes. "Who sent you?" he snarled. The man pissed his pants. Nick's ears caught the sound of movement inside Kayla's home. Swearing, he grabbed the monocular and dragged the man off into the shadows on the opposite side of her home where the floodlights didn't reach. Once out of sight, he knelt on the man's chest, drew a dagger, and pressed the sharp tip to the man's throat, right above the pulse that gyrated wildly beneath the surface. The man stared up at him with wide blue eyes, his irises shrinking as his pupils dilated. The blinds on Kayla's sliding glass doors rattled as she peered out. She must have heard something. The bullets piercing her roof? The man's grunt of pain? Nick looked toward the back patio to ensure she couldn't see them. Dizziness struck. The backyard tilted sideways. Shaking his head drunkenly, he used his hold on the man beneath him to brace himself. Maybe that bullet had done more than nick his carotid artery. Maybe the nick was more of a gash. Inside, Kayla padded toward the back door. Nick leaned down over the last attacker and hissed, "Tell me who sent you." As soon as he did, Nick would partake of the man's blood and try to regain enough strength to get home and call for help. The man tensed, then shoved a hand up, burying a tactical knife to the hilt in Nick's belly. Pain pierced him. Shit! He was really off his game tonight. Why the hell had he let himself get distracted? Nick dropped his knife and slammed a fist into the man's temple. The bastard went limp. Nick damn near did too. Unconsciousness beckoned, but he fought it furiously. His breath emerged in jagged puffs as he sat back on his heels and glanced down at the blade buried in his belly. This was going to hurt. Clasping the hilt of the knife, he gritted his teeth and yanked it out. Only hundreds of years of sustaining similar wounds kept him silent. Hand shaking, he dropped the tactical knife to the grass. Agony shot through his middle and just about everywhere else. Now that the battle had ended, he could feel every single wound, beginning with the one in his gut that felt like someone was trying to yank his entrails out through his belly button. The lock on Kayla's back door turned. The inner wooden door opened, then the outer screen door. Nick started to topple over and hastily braced a hand on the grass to keep from collapsing on his damn attacker like a lover who had just climaxed. He glanced down. Ah, hell. When the bastard had stabbed him, Nick had inadvertently shoved the blade of his dagger into the man's neck and done some serious damage. Blood poured out onto the grass in thick pulses that slowed even as he watched. Grabbing the man's wrist, Nick brought it to his lips and sank his fangs in to try to siphon what little blood was left in his veins. There wasn't nearly enough. Kayla's scent reached him on the breeze as she stepped outside, so fresh amid the odors of blood and death that filled his nostrils. Dropping the man's arm, he fought to remain conscious. "Nick?" she called softly, hope brightening her voice. How he wished he could answer her, but he couldn't let her see him like this. "Oh, shit," she whispered. "Is that blood?" Damn it. He was leaking so much of the crimson liquid that he must have bled on the patio when he'd stopped this prick from seeking refuge in her home. She gasped. "It is." He heard her back toward the door. If he didn't do something, she might go inside and call 911, which would kick off a shitstorm when police arrived and found the bodies. Or go to his house and tell him about the blood and find his home full of holes and dead bodies, which would kick off a similar shitstorm. Or go back inside, lock her door, and wait to see what he thought about it when he joined her, which he wouldn't be doing because at the rate he was going, he wasn't even going to make it back over the damn fence before passing out, so he could very well end up roasting in the sun when it rose. He tried to think, but drowsiness tugged at him and muddled his thoughts. Her back door opened, forcing his hand. Time's up. He had to act now. Hopefully the little bit of blood this bastard had provided would be enough to get him through what came next. Chapter 9. Kayla's heart pounded in her ears as she reached back and opened the door. Her gaze returned to the small spattering of blood on the patio, then darted around the yard, trying desperately to see into the shadows. What had left it? Houston was called the Bayou City for a reason. It was riddled with bayous, and rodents tended to use some of those bayous like thoroughfares. So mice did occasionally make their way through the neighborhood, providing stray cats with temporary toys they could torment, then kill. But this much blood? No way. She didn't even think a particularly vicious cat fight could produce this much. So what the hell had? Kayla didn't know, and sure as hell wasn't going to stand out there pondering it. She backed up to the open doorway. Nick worked in security. She would call him and ask him what he thought it was. A rustling noise disturbed the night. Jumping, she looked toward the far side of the house. A small dark figure crept around the corner. She relaxed a tiny bit. It was the little black stray cat that sometimes crept through her yard and Nick's. It shied away from most people and wouldn't have ventured into the yard if strangers lurked in it. The little feline's fur glistened as it stepped into the light. Kayla frowned. It moved slowly, as if every step required enormous effort, and it limped. Her gaze shot from the cat to the blood on the pavement and back. "Oh, no," she murmured, stepping out onto the patio once more. She crouched down as it cautiously approached. "Hey, little guy," she crooned. "You okay?" Wow. Most of the poor cat's fur was saturated. Its normally smooth, panther-like gait was now stiff and jerky, as if the only way it could remain upright was by locking its joints. Had it been hit by a car? Or had someone heard it? She wouldn't be at all surprised if it were the latter. The elderly lady next door once found a possum in her backyard that, according to the animal control officer who came out to help her with it, had been beaten with a baseball bat. And some boys at Becca's high school had gotten in trouble last year for repeatedly kicking a stray dog they'd cornered. What the fuck was wrong with people? Kayla held a hand out to the cat. "Come here, it's okay," she coaxed in as soothing a voice as she could muster. The cat stopped when it reached her and almost seemed to sigh wearily as it rubbed its face into her palm. "Poor thing. I know you don't like people, but will you let me help you?" Raising its head, it looked toward the fence on Nick's side. "Nick's not home, little guy." It headed for the fence anyway. Bunching its back legs, it leapt up, but failed to catch the top of the fence. It tried again, unsuccessfully, then faltered. Kayla bit her lip. "You aren't going to make it over that, kitty, and I'm afraid you'll hurt yourself more if you keep trying." She rose. "Here, come inside. Let me take care of you." Opening the back door, she stepped inside. "Come on," she crooned, holding the back door open. The cat staggered to one side, hesitated, then made its slow, painful way into her laundry room. Kayla closed the screen door behind it. Grabbing a towel from the laundry sorter cart, she stepped around the cat and entered the kitchen. Folding the thick cotton in half to make a soft bed, she laid it on the floor and patted it. "Come lie down while I grab my phone and figure out where the nearest 24-hour vet is." Though she cringed inside at what such a vet would charge, she was too big a softy to just let the cat suffer. The cat made its stiff way forward and curled up on the towel. Kayla headed into the living room to fetch her phone. She'd call Nick first. If he was home, maybe he'd go with her to the vet or animal hospital or whatever. Her phone lay where she'd left it on the coffee table next to the remote. She grabbed the remote and turned off the TV, then picked up her phone and speed-dialed Nick. No answer. While she listened to a robotic voice tell her to leave a voicemail, she turned and strode toward the kitchen. "Nick, hi, it's Kayla. You know that little black cat that passes through our—" Her words faltered as she reached the kitchen. Her heart stopped. The hand holding the phone fell limply to her side as her heart gradually resumed beating, banging the hell out of her ribcage. A large, naked man lay on the floor of her kitchen where the cat had just been. Curled up on his side, he faced away from her. Blood coated a strong, muscled back dotted with multiple bullet holes. Some were small entrance wounds. Others were larger, jagged exit wounds. More blood poured from a deep gash on his neck. His short black hair was rumpled, and though she couldn't see his face, she knew. She just knew. Even before she sidled around him in a slow half-circle and saw his face, she knew who it was. "Nick!" Dropping to her knees before him, she touched his jaw. "Nick!" She patted his cheek. "Honey, talk to me." More bullet holes riddled his bare chest and stomach. He'd been shot so many times, and his muscled abdomen bore a nasty stab wound. Her vision wavered as moisture welled in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. Gripping his shoulder, she eased him onto his back. "Please," she whispered, "please, please, please." Either a bullet or a knife had carved a path across one side of his neck. Kayla jumped up and dove for the laundry room. Yanking open the dryer, she pawed through clean white garments until she found a towel, then raced back to the kitchen. Skidding to her knees, she pressed the towel to Nick's neck and applied pressure, even as she held the shaking fingers of her other hand just beneath his nose. Breath brushed them. A sob escaped her. He was alive. She grabbed her phone and started to dial 911, but hesitated before pressing the last one. Nick said Immortals didn't want anyone to know about them. But if she didn't call 911, whom could she call? She didn't know what doctors had worked on her at the hospital after her accident, so she couldn't call them. She didn't know Seth's number either. Did she have Oliver's? "Hang on, baby," she murmured, keeping pressure on Nick's neck. "Hang on, Nick. You're going to be okay." Please let him be okay. He'd said nothing could kill him short of decapitation, right? "Please, please, please," she whispered again as she scrolled through her contacts. And there it was. listed as Oliver Next Door because she hadn't been able to remember his last name when he'd given it to her. She pressed the call icon, then urged the damn phone to ring faster on the other end. "Hello?" A male voice answered cautiously. "Oliver, it's Kayla Dorman from Next Door. Nick is hurt, badly, and I don't know what to do. Can I call 911? Is there someone else I should—" Hold on, Oliver said, sounding more alert. "Tell me what happened." The words tumbled forth so quickly they practically ran together. "I heard a noise and went outside thinking it was Nick coming over after work, and there was blood on the patio, and that little black cat that roams the neighborhood came around the corner of the house and was hurt, so I coaxed it inside and put it on a towel in the kitchen and grabbed my phone from the living room, and when I turned around, Nick was lying naked on the floor where the cat had just been, and he's been shot so many times, and I think his carotid artery was damaged because there's a lot of blood, and—" "Okay," he said. "Okay, Kayla. First things first, are you safe? Where are the men who shot him?" "I don't know. I didn't see anyone when I was outside. I just saw the cat." "Okay, I want you to put the phone down right now and grab a weapon. Do you own a gun?" "Yes." "Put your phone on speaker and go get the gun. Now. I'm going to grab my spare phone to make some calls so I won't have to put you on hold." "I need to keep putting pressure on Nick's neck." "I understand he's hurt, but I need you to trust me, Kayla, and do what I say. Go get the gun." Since the phone was already on speaker, she set it on the floor beside Nick and ran upstairs to her bedroom. Yanking the top drawer of her bedside table open, she palmed the 9mm she kept there, then grabbed the box of bullets beside it and stuffed it in a pants pocket. Seconds ticked off in her head, seeming more like minutes as she ran back down the stairs so quickly she nearly tripped and fell on her face. She slowed as she approached the kitchen. Flicking the safety off with her thumb, she raised the weapon and aimed it at the entrance to the laundry room, supporting her right hand with her left the way her dad had taught her to at the shooting range. Fear returned with a vengeance. She'd been so focused on Nick's wounds that she had totally blanked on his attackers. They could still be out there. They could be creeping in her back door right now. They could be armed and ready to shoot him again. Well, fuck that. She kept her weapon trained on the laundry room doorway as she headed back to Nick's side. Oliver's voice carried over the line. "Seth is in the middle of something and can't do it. David is healing someone in Brazil, and Zach can be fucking terrifying to anyone who doesn't know him. Will you go with him so he won't scare her? She lives next door to us on the west side." "Forget Zach," a man with a British accent replied. "I'll get Roland to do it." "Roland Warbrook?" Oliver asked, disbelief entering his voice. "How is he less scary than Zach?" "He's mellowed since he married." "Bullshit, and he isn't even a teleporter." "Don't worry about that. We'll get there." Kayla peered through the back patio. The main door remained open, but the screen door was closed. She saw no shady figures standing on the other side of it. She gave the kitchen a quick scan to make sure no one had entered while she'd been retrieving her weapon, then focused again on the door. "Kayla?" Oliver called. "I'm here. Should I lock the back door?" "No, I've got some guys coming to you. They'll be there shortly." Kneeling, she kept the 9mm in her right hand and resumed applying pressure to Nick's neck with her left. Her throat thickened. He looked so pale and lay so still. "Nick," she whispered. "Is he coming around?" Oliver asked hopefully. "No." Though she wanted to keep her eyes on Nick and count each barely noticeable rise and fall of his chest to ensure he still lived, Kayla darted frequent glances at the back door. Footsteps swished through grass. Thuds sounded as boots hit pavement. The fear swirling inside her intensified as she aimed her 9mm at the door. 2 dark figures appeared outside it. Gasping, she released her hold on Nick and leaned her body across his to shield him as much as possible as she adjusted her aim, sighting the first man's chest down the barrel. He raised his hands. "Kayla Dorman?" Until she knew for sure whether he was friend or foe, she wouldn't answer that. "Oliver sent us to check on Nick." He sounded like the man with the British accent to whom Oliver had been speaking. With slow movements, he opened the screen door. "I'm Marcus Graydon, and this is Roland Warbrook. We're here to help you." Oliver spoke from the phone. "Are Marcus and Roland there?" Marcus answered as he stepped inside. "We're here, Oliver. Please ask her to lower her weapon." "It's okay, Kayla," Oliver said. "They're friends. Let them help Nick." Managing a jerky nod, she lowered her weapon but didn't relinquish it. Marcus approached with caution. He was dressed all in black, the way Nick and Eliana often were. Black t-shirt, black cargo pants, long black coat, big black boots. He was about the same height as Nick, with equally broad shoulders. His hair was longer, though, and she absently noted he was handsome. The man behind him was similarly garbed, but had shorter hair. Expression grim, he bore an air of menace as he studied Kayla with guarded eyes. Marcus kept his hands visible as he entered the kitchen. He motioned to Nick. "Will you let us see to him?" Kayla glanced back, only then realizing she still shielded much of him. "Oh, yes." She straightened and moved a little to one side, unwilling to stray too far from him. Needing to touch him as well, she kept a hand on his shoulder. Both men swore when they saw the extent of his injuries. Marcus knelt beside her. "He was like this when you found him." "No, he was a cat when I found him." Marcus exchanged a quick look with Roland as the latter knelt on Nick's other side. Oliver swore on the phone. "Okay, Kayla, there's an explanation for that." She swallowed. "The explanation being that Nick can shapeshift. That's the gift he was born with, isn't it?" "Yeah, he was going to tell you. He just was looking for a way to do it that wouldn't freak me out." She finished for him. Marcus winced. "I'd say he failed on that front." Nodding, Roland peeled the towel away from Nick's neck. Kayla felt only a modicum of relief when she noted the bleeding had stopped. Roland rested a hand on the gash in Nick's neck, settled the other on his chest, then met her gaze. "I need you to release him for a moment." She didn't want to. She needed the contact. It might very well be all that was keeping her from falling apart. "Please," Marcus tossed in. If Oliver trusted these men to take care of Nick, she should do whatever they asked. Though Kayla reluctantly withdrew her touch, she didn't back away. "Someone switch to video call," Oliver grumbled, "so I can see what the fuck is happening." While Marcus fiddled with her phone, Kayla anxiously studied Roland. Oliver swore when Marcus angled the phone so he could see Nick's condition. Roland closed his eyes. When Kayla shifted her attention to Nick, she sucked in a breath. The ragged holes in his chest began to close. As she watched in utter astonishment, the edges of each wound drew together, sealed, scarred, then flattened out and healed as new flesh replaced the old. Blood still coated him, but the wounds disappeared with astonishing swiftness. She reached toward Nick's chest. Marcus caught her wrist. "Wait until Roland finishes." Incapable of speech, she nodded. Marcus gave her wrist a reassuring squeeze before he released it and studied his friend. "Roland, how you doing?" Roland kept his eyes closed. "There's a lot of damage, but I can take it." Kayla didn't know what that meant. Minutes passed, or was it seconds that felt like minutes? She didn't know. It just seemed as though half an hour crept by while her heart tried to fight its way out of her chest. The lump in her throat refused to subside. Her eyes constantly burned with the need to blink, or maybe to weep. At last Roland withdrew his hands and sat back. Kayla looked from him to Nick and back. "Is he going to be okay?" Roland nodded and caught Marcus's eye. "He needs blood, and I can't give him mine. I need it after healing him." A heavy silence fell. Marcus glanced her way. "Kayla, why don't you get cleaned up while we give Nick a transfusion?" She glanced down. Bright red splotches marred her white tank top and gray yoga pants. Raising her gaze, she shook her head. "I'm fine." Oliver peered out from her phone. "It's okay, Kayla. They're just going to give him some blood and clean him up for you." She had almost lost Nick tonight. She wasn't going to leave him. "I can clean him up myself." Marcus cleared his throat. "He probably wouldn't want you to see him like this." "Like what, naked?" She shook her head. "We shower together every night. He won't mind." Marcus looked at Roland. Roland's lips tightened. "He meant Nick probably wouldn't want you to watch us transfuse him." She stared at him blankly. "Why? Nick saw them give me a transfusion at the hospital." "It isn't the same," Roland murmured. "Kayla." Oliver said. "Just trust me on this, okay? You've seen enough tonight, had enough shocks, and I'm still here," she pointed out. "Nick almost died. I'm not leaving him." No one moved. "Well," she prodded, "go ahead. You said he needs blood. Give him blood before he suffers organ damage or whatever the hell else massive blood loss can cause. Please." Marcus swore. "Fine, just try not to freak out." It was a blood transfusion. Why would she freak out? Marcus lifted Nick's wrist, bringing it close to his face. His lips parted, and what could only be described as long, sharp fangs descended over his canines. Her eyes widened as shock tore through her. Marcus was a freaking vampire? He sank his fangs into Nick's wrist. Oh, shit! Kayla whipped up the 9mm and aimed it at Marcus's forehead. In a blur of motion, Roland yanked the weapon from her hand before she could pull the trigger. Shit! No way in hell was she going to let that bastard drain the last of Nick's blood. Deprived of her weapon, she leapt up and dove toward the stove. On the wall beside it, an array of cooking knives clung to a magnetic strip of wood. She grabbed the gleaming chef's knife, spun around, and slammed into a hard chest. Roland caught her wrist before she could lunge forward and plunged the blade into Marcus's back. "Easy," he said, his voice low. "Take it easy." "He's a vampire," she blurted as she strained against his hold. "He's going to drain him." Tears blurred her vision for the 100th time since finding Nick unconscious and bleeding on her floor. "He isn't a vampire," Roland said, his tone still gentle despite the hard look about him. "He's an immortal." Never loosening his grip on her wrist, he slipped around behind her and looped an arm around her waist. Slowly, he inched her sideways until she could see around the counter. Marcus isn't draining him. He's infusing him with his own blood. Look at Nick's face. See the color returning to it? She stared, heart hammering in her chest. Nick's face did seem to be a little less pale. "Our fangs behave like needles," Roland murmured. "They draw blood directly into our veins and can also do the opposite, infusing one of our brethren with blood if he's been sorely wounded and is in need." "One of our brethren? You have fangs too?" "Yes, as does Nick." "No, he doesn't." She would have seen them if he did. She would have felt them when they kissed. "They're retractable." Of course they were. Her fractured thoughts tried to piece themselves back together, but instead just kept rebounding off each other and bouncing around inside her skull. Roland gently pried the knife from her hand and set it on the counter. "You knew Nick was different before this?" She nodded numbly. She'd known he was fast and strong and healed quickly, unless someone shot him full of bullets. But the shape-shifting? And the fangs? Roland backed away from her, placing some distance between them and keeping his body between her and the knives. "He's still Nick, Kayla. He's still the man you knew yesterday and the day before and the day before that. He's just a little more different than you thought." She released a choked laugh that sounded disturbingly close to a sob. "Just a little, huh?" He sighed. "I'm sure he didn't want you to find out this way. I'm sure he sought a gentler way to explain it." She glanced up at him. "And what way might that be?" "I don't know." He shook his head as he watched Marcus and Nick, but it isn't an easy thing to confess when one's differences are so great. His expression and the sorrow in his voice reminded her of Nick just then. "My first wife drove a dagger into my heart after I told her." Her eyes widened. "Hundreds of years later, when I found another woman I thought I could spend my life with and shared my secret again, my betrothed betrayed me. Within hours, she and her family tried to kill me." "Shit." He shook his head. "I thought no woman would ever accept me for who and what I am, until I met my Sarah." He motioned to Nick and Marcus. All this came as a shock to her, too, but she saw past it to who I am and loved me anyway. His lips turned up slightly at the corners. Still does. Marcus released Nick's wrist and sat back. I don't think it was your fangs or your gift that frightened the others away. I think your being an antisocial, curmudgeonly arse did it. Roland laughed. Perhaps. His expression sobered when he looked down at Kayla. But such is rare in this world. People viewing us as men rather than monsters. As Kayla stared down at Nick, a snippet of the conversation they'd shared the day of her accident returned to her. "You don't want to forget," he'd said, his voice deep and husky, and flavored with a hint of disbelief she hadn't fully acknowledged at the time. "I don't want to forget," she had assured him. "But someone in your past did. Someone rejected you because of who and what you are." And he'd nodded. "Who?" she'd asked. "Almost everyone I've ever loved." Kayla swallowed hard past the lump in her throat. She wouldn't do that to him. She couldn't do that to him. She loved him too much. Crossing to Nick, she sank to her knees beside him once more and took his hand. When Marcus rose, he reeled backward. Roland swore and leapt to his side, steadying him. "You gave him too much blood." Marcus shook his head. He needed it. Nick sighed and shifted, then stiffened. His eyes flew open, his fingers clamped down around hers. He met her gaze, looked down at his bare, bloody body, peered up at Roland and Marcus, who still bore fangs, then searched her face. His Adam's apple bobbed in a hard swallow. "If I turn back into a cat, is there any chance you might forget whatever the hell you just saw?" Kayla laughed, then bit her lip and burst into tears. Alarm filled his handsome features as he hastily sat up. Lunging forward, she wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his neck. Sobs wrenched themselves from her chest. Nick closed his arms around her and stroked her hair. "Shh, it's okay," he murmured. "It's okay." But it wasn't. She had almost lost him. "It's okay, sweetheart." He pressed a kiss to her hair. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Roland cleared his throat. "I'm going to take Marcus next door and get him some blood. I assume you keep some on hand." Nick's chin bumped the top of her head when he nodded. "In the usual place." "Do you know why those men attacked you?" "No. They were waiting in my house when I got home. You'll find 5 there, all down. I followed the 6th into Kayla's yard. He's over on the other side of her house." "No worries. We'll take him to your place, then call the network and see if they can help us sort it out." "Thank you. Both of you." Footsteps retreated. Her back door opened and closed. Quiet descended as Nick held Kayla. Even the jackwad 2 blocks over had stopped blasting music. A throat cleared, drawing his attention to Kayla's abandoned cell phone. Oliver shook his head. "I knew I shouldn't have taken a vacation. You okay, man?" Nick glanced down at Kayla, who wept against his bare chest, then slowly shook his head. Hell no, he wasn't okay. "Yeah, I'm fine." Oliver nodded, understanding. "Listen, I'm going to cut my vacation short and—" "No, you're not." Nick knew the rules. He knew seconds were supposed to protect their immortals at any cost, and he knew they took that shit seriously and wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives to save those of their immortals. More than one of Nick's seconds had died while protecting him in the past. He didn't want a repeat of that. And Oliver had already almost died backing him up at the damn base they'd blitzed. "You're going to stay right where you are and fucking relax," Nick ordered. "I can handle this." "You don't even know what the hell this is," Oliver countered, "but I survived it. By passing out buck naked and bleeding on Kayla's floor." Irritation rose. "You heard Marcus. They're going to call the network in on this. Just stay put until we hear what they have to say about it." Oliver stared at him for a long moment. Glancing away, he began to fiddle with something Nick couldn't see. "Fuck that. I'm on my way." Then he held up a white sheet of paper with words scrawled across it. "You aren't the only one who needs protecting." Nick's chest tightened. Oliver was right. What would have happened if he hadn't caught that last attacker? Nick had already been weakened from blood loss when he gave chase. What if he'd collapsed before he even reached the fence? What would have happened to Kayla if that bastard had kicked in her damn door and charged inside? Swallowing hard, he nodded. "All right, I'll see you when you get here." Oliver ended the call. And still Kayla wept. Shaken by the what-ifs, terrified that this might indeed prove to be more than she wanted to deal with, Nick drew Kayla onto his lap and held her tight. He couldn't lose her. Not to death, not to secrets. He just couldn't. Resting his cheek on her head, he rocked her there on the kitchen floor. "I'm so sorry, Kayla." He smoothed his hands up and down her back. "I'm so sorry." He wasn't even 100% sure he knew the source of her tears, because there were so many damn things to choose from. Fear? Hell yes. She could have been attacked by the bastards who had attacked him. She'd found out he could shapeshift. 2 powerful, imposing immortals had invaded her home, and she'd seen at least one of them sprout fangs. There was a virtual smorgasbord of things to choose from that could have easily induced enough fear to spark tears. Betrayal? Yes, damn it, because he had withheld a shitload of information about himself and his life from her, despite their close relationship, and most considered withholding information synonymous with lying. Or, if not, it might be viewed as indicative of a lack of trust. Either one sucked balls and, could spark tears. Anger? Yes. If he needed the reasons for that, he need only review those listed under fear and betrayal. Regret? He closed his eyes. Damn, he hoped it wasn't regret. He hoped like hell she wasn't crying because she believed tonight heralded the demise of their relationship, one into which she now regretted entering. He tightened his arms around her and buried his face in her hair. "Kayla." He didn't know what else to say. What else could he say to make this right? "Tighter," she whispered hoarsely. His own eyes began to burn as he complied. "Tighter," she whispered again. Nick held Kayla as tightly as he could without hurting her. "I'm so sorry." Chapter 10. He was such a selfish bastard. Nick told himself as much over and over again as he held Kayla while she wept. He had done this to her. Yet here he was, praying she would forgive him and love him in spite of everything. "I thought you were going to die," she murmured, her voice cracking, and a new possibility arose. Fear for him? Could her tears have sprung from a fear for him? Loosening his hold, he leaned back just enough to tip his chin down and study her. Her pretty hazel eyes were red-rimmed and brimmed with moisture. Her freckled cheeks were pink, her nose too, and a goodly amount of his blood painted her pale skin. When a lock of hair fell across her eyes, he brushed it back, then cupped her face with one hand. Her lower lip trembled. "I thought I was going to lose you." A glimmer of hope flared. Nick pointed to his chin. "As long as this big hard head remains atop my shoulders, I won't die." A watery chuckle escaped her before she bit her lip. "Unless you stay out in the sun too long?" And there it was, the big tusked elephant in the room. Nick sighed as resignation tried to kick hope to the curb. "I'm not a vampire, Kayla." Though her tears stopped, her breath continued to hitch from residual sobs. "Do you have fangs?" "Yes." Her pulse increased. "Can I see them?" Wishing he didn't have to do this, Nick parted his lips and let his fangs descend. She stared at them a long moment, swallowed, met his gaze. "You could really tear up a steak with those." He forced a smile. "I'm sure I could." "Why do you have fangs, Nick?" "Because I'm infected with a virus that behaves like no other on the planet. We don't know where or how it originated. We just know that once it infects a person, it takes on a symbiotic role of sorts and conquers, then replaces the immune system. As long as the host lives, the virus lives. To ensure that it does, the virus changes us, gives us preternatural speed, strength, and extremely heightened senses. It can repair almost any damage that spawned by injury or by aging, but requires blood to do it. So during our transformation, it causes us to grow fangs that we can use to infuse ourselves whenever necessary. Like a vampire. He nodded, unable to deny the resemblance. She took a moment to absorb that. Is this virus contagious? No. How does it spread? It isn't airborne, it's blood-borne. But I would have to drain almost all your blood, then return it to you infused with the virus, infecting you on a massive scale in order to transform you. She stared at him. Does garlic harm you? No. Crosses? No. That's misinformation we circulated centuries ago to give us a method of identifying possible threats. So if someone walked up to you reeking of garlic and wielding a cross, we would know it was time to get out of Dodge. She nodded. Does sunlight harm you? Yes. One of the downsides of the virus is that it causes extreme photosensitivity. The younger the immortal, the less time he or she can spend in the sun. Do you burst into flames like in the movies? No. Our skin will first pinken with a sunburn, then blister, then... He shrugged. Things rapidly go downhill from there. How long can you stand in direct sunlight before you start to burn? If I'm at full strength, a few minutes. If I'm not, the sun will start to burn me immediately. Tonight you were so injured you couldn't make it back over the fence. You barely made it here before you passed out. If I hadn't gone out there after hearing a noise, what would have happened to you? If she hadn't heard their scuffle and come out to investigate, Nick wouldn't have worried about her seeing them and, lacking the distraction, wouldn't have slipped up and allowed himself to be stabbed. So he would have dragged the guy back to his house and finished questioning him. His own insecurities had led him to fuck up, but he would not divulge that. I would have found shelter. I always do. I would have made it through the day. She blinked, her brow furrowed. You don't die during the day like fictional vampires do. The hours they had spent making love during the day had proven that. He forced another smile. Because I'm not dead, or undead. I'm very much alive. I'm just infected with a weird-ass virus. She rested a hand on his bare chest over his heart. You aren't dead. Covering her hand, he pressed it harder against him. I'm not dead. You said photosensitivity is one of the downsides of the virus. What are the others? It causes progressive brain damage in ordinary humans infected with it that rapidly drives them insane. When her eyes widened in alarm, he hastened to reassure her. But I'm not an ordinary human, Kayla. Remember? I'm a gifted one, and the advanced DNA I was born with protects me from that aspect of the virus. So you won't go insane? I won't go insane. We call the humans who do vampires. The rest of us we call Immortal Guardians because he really didn't want to drop this particular bombshell, but wanted there to be no more secrets between them. Because we spend our nights hunting and slaying vampires who harm or kill humans. Like Blade? From the Wesley Snipes movies? Yes. She stared at him a long moment. Vampires really attack humans like in the books and movies? Yes. And you kill them? Yes. To protect humans? Yes. Global security, she murmured. He raised his eyebrows. What? Eliana said you're in global security because you and the other Immortal Guardians protect people all over the world. He nodded. How have I never heard about this? Why doesn't any of this ever show up on the news? Because a network of human allies works with us to ensure that it doesn't. Oh. Long minutes passed. Nick didn't mind. Every second she continued to let him hold her gave him hope. This is so unreal, she said finally. His whole life was unreal. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you." She studied him, her gaze stripping away every facade. "I imagine it's not an easy thing to share." He shook his head. "Even when I love the person I want to share it with." Resting a hand on his cheek, she stroked his beard stubble and continued to hollow him out with her beautiful eyes. "I know we have more to talk about," she said softly, then arched a brow. "Mr. Furball." He smiled, a genuine one this time. "But maybe we could do it after we wash the blood off and regroup?" Relief returned. "Of course." Releasing him, she stood. Nick rose beside her. She glanced down. "Oh." Bending, she picked up a 9mm he hadn't noticed on the floor. "Is that yours?" She nodded. "I almost shot Marcus with it. When he sank his fangs into your arm, I thought he was a vampire and intended to drain you dry." "And you would have shot him to protect me?" "Yes." Admiration filled him. "That's so hot." Amusement brightened her features. "Full disclosure, after Roland took my gun, I grabbed a knife and planned to plunge it into Marcus's back." "Damn, that was ballsy." She glanced down, then gave him a look of mischief. "Speaking of ballsy, I think this is the first time I've seen you naked without an erection." He sent her a wry smile. "I'm too nervous to be turned on." Otherwise, hearing she'd almost skewered Marcus in an effort to protect him would have swiftly raised his flag. Her smile slipped away. "You're nervous? Really?" He nodded, determined to hold nothing back now. "If I weren't, I would definitely be hard, because I think strong women are unbelievably sexy. And you're the sexiest." She smiled, despite the fact that he'd just dumped a steaming pile of "what the fuck" in her lap. Flatterer. Taking his hand, she headed for the stairs. "Come on, let's go get clean." Nick followed her upstairs, through her bedroom, and into the adjoining bathroom. She grimaced when she caught her reflection in the mirror. "Sheesh, I look like Carrie on prom night." A hell of a lot of blood coated her face and clothing. His blood. He winced. "Sorry about that." "Stop apologizing," she admonished gently. After releasing his hand, she leaned into the shower and turned on the spray. He shook his head, barely stopping himself from confessing how terrified he was that she might decide this was all too much. He hadn't thought the violence in his life would ever reach her doorstep. He hunted vampires miles away and never left any alive to follow him home. No one who wished him harm was supposed to have ever come close to her. Yet tonight they had. Even if she was able to overlook the danger that posed to her, Kayla had a daughter to think about. She wouldn't want to do anything that might put Becca at risk when she was home, and if tonight had proven anything, it was that being with him was dangerous. Steam rose and began to warm the bathroom. Kayla peeled her stained, sticky tank top over her head and tossed it in the sink. Her lacy white bra, which now bore red splotches, followed. Bending forward, she shucked her yoga pants and bikini panties and started to throw them in the sink too, but hesitated as she stared at the floor. Shrugging, she dropped the pants. Nick followed her gaze. He stood on a fluffy white bath mat, staining it with bright red footprints. "Oh, shit, sorry about that." "Stop apologizing," she repeated gently. He instinctively opened his mouth to apologize for apologizing, but she covered his lips with her fingers. "Nick?" "Yes?" "Get in the shower." Snapping his mouth shut, he nodded and stepped into the bathtub-shower combo. Kayla followed and drew the curtain closed behind them. Nick had shared quite a few showers with Kayla since they'd become lovers. Sometimes he'd lather up his hands and glide them all over her beautiful body until they were both needy. Then he'd lift her up and take her against the wall, or kneel and bury his face between her legs, or flip the switch from shower to bath, lie back, and draw her down to ride him until she screamed. Other times he'd ignore the desire she always inspired and laugh and chat with her while he washed her hair or they took turns soaping each other's backs. They never seemed to run out of things to talk about. He loved that. But now, heavy silence blanketed them as the water that sluiced down turned red with his blood and they reached for the soap. Nick hadn't felt this anxious or unsure since he had told his family what he had become. That had been a disaster. He should have expected that, should have known how it would go. Malleus Maleficarum had basically equated vampirism with the worst manifestation of the devil. With no knowledge of DNA or viruses, his family had lacked a way to differentiate him from vampires when he'd told them of his transformation, so they had repudiated him. Even his beloved brothers, who had always been his best friends, had hated him for what he'd become. Instead of trying to accept him and help him, his mother had cringed away from him, while his father and brothers attacked him and tried their damnedest to kill him. He supposed he'd merely strengthened their belief that he was an evil monster by effortlessly fighting off all four of them, even though he'd done so without inflicting too much harm. Missing his family desperately, he had tried to approach them again years later, hoping time would have helped them find a road to acceptance. It hadn't. His family had known him from birth. They had seen what a good and honorable man he was before the fateful night a vampire had attacked him. Kayla had not known him for nearly as long. She rested a hand on his chest. "There aren't even any scars." "There never are," he murmured as he reached for the shampoo. She met his gaze. "Do you get injured often?" "Not to this extent. Hunting and slaying vampires always entails violence, but I'm stronger and possess greater skills than most of my opponents, so I usually fare well." "But sometimes you are injured?" she pressed. "Yes, I heal quickly, though. Quickly enough that sometimes the wounds disappear before I even get home." And he'd always consumed enough blood to ensure they were gone before joining her after work. When she offered nothing further, he squeezed some shampoo into his palm and returned the bottle to the shelf. "Will you let me wash your hair?" Nodding, she gave him her back. Nick lathered up the thick, soft strands, careful not to get any shampoo in her eyes. The crown of white suds he produced turned pink as they removed the blood that hugging him had transferred to her long tresses. After rinsing them away, he added some conditioner, then applied himself to washing his own hair. He wished he could draw things out more, wished he could make this shower last. For all he knew, he might never have another with her. Heavy silence returned. Kayla rinsed her hair and stepped out of the shower. She dried off on autopilot, dragged a wide-toothed comb through her tangled hair, grabbed some clothes, mismatched bra and panties, more yoga pants, another tank top, her comfy clothes. She even pulled on a pair of her super-soft, fluffy pink socks that had bunny faces on them. Then she sat on the bed, wondering what the hell she was supposed to do next. Nick emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his hips. He paused a moment when he saw her, then crossed to the dresser. They'd been spending so much time together that she'd cleared out a couple of drawers for him, and he had done the same for her at his place. As she watched, he took out a pair of boxers, dropped the towel, then drew them up over his muscled ass. No scars marred his back, or neck, or chest, or abdomen. After adding a pair of cargo pants and a t-shirt, he carried his towel back into the bathroom. When he returned, he held all their bloody clothing and the bath mats wadded up in a ball. He hesitated, and the uncertainty she read in his handsome features filled her with sorrow. She wanted to reassure him, wanted to tell him everything was okay, but her mind was all over the place, clamoring with questions one minute and freakishly silent the next. She just needed to take a minute to absorb everything. He cleared his throat. "I should go downstairs, clean things up, and see what's happening at my place." Right. They'd left quite a mess down there. Nodding, she rose. "You don't have to. I'm coming with you." Clamping his lips together, he nodded and strode from the room. Kayla followed him. As they tromped down the stairs, she avoided stepping on the crimson footprints he'd left behind when he'd climbed them earlier. They were a creepy reminder of just how much blood he had lost. Nick's shoulders stiffened when he saw them. He opened his mouth and drew in a breath, then clamped his lips together once more, obeying her earlier admonition not to apologize again. The kitchen was gorier than she remembered. The white towel on which Nick had lain was red now. He'd bled copiously enough to stain the tile around it, too. Large, ruby footprints left by Marcus's and Roland's boots peppered the floor. Smaller prints left by her led farther into the kitchen from when she'd darted over to grab a knife. "Shit," she said softly as she stared at the blood, then looked up at her grim lover. "I'm glad you're immortal." If he hadn't been, he likely would have died before she'd even found her phone. He studied her intently. A tentative knock sounded on the back door. Kayla started forward. Nick shot a hand out to stop her. "You aren't wearing shoes." She glanced down. She would have to tiptoe to get past the mess without staining her socks. Nick moved forward instead and glanced toward the back door. He nodded at whomever he saw. "Come in." The door opened and closed. Oliver emerged from the laundry room. Kayla stared at him. Hadn't he been in Cabo when she'd called him? "Hey, man." Striding forward, he drew Nick into a rough hug. "You okay?" Nick nodded. Oliver stepped back, gave him a quick once-over, then turned to her. "Hi, Kayla." Stepping around the towel and pool of blood, he surprised her by drawing her into a hug, too. "Thanks for calling. I'm glad you're both okay." She hugged him back. "Thank you for helping. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't answered." Backing away, he surveyed the kitchen. "Well, shit. This was a hell of a way to introduce you to our world." He glanced at Nick. "Way to go, big guy." Kayla laughed, a little surprised she could do so under the circumstances. Scowling, Nick yanked up the bloody towel and headed into the laundry room. She heard the washing machine lid lift. Seconds later, a wash cycle began. Oliver circumvented the mess, then followed her smaller footprints toward the stove. Swiveling, he caught her gaze and arched a brow. "I wondered where you went after Roland took your gun. You grabbed a knife?" She nodded. He smiled as Nick returned. "I knew she could take care of herself. She handled it like a pro." Nick's expression didn't lighten. "She shouldn't have had to handle it at all. Is the network crew here?" "Yeah." "Do they know who the bastards are? Who they're working for?" "Not yet," Oliver said with a hint of exasperation. "Give them a few minutes. They just arrived." "What network crew?" Kayla asked. Hadn't Nick mentioned something about a network? Oliver answered while Nick grabbed a mop. "Some of us mere humans are smart enough to understand that we really need these Immortal Guardians. If they didn't hunt and slay vampires every night, vampires' numbers would have swelled so quickly that humanity would have been wiped off the planet a long time ago. So, a worldwide network of us help the Immortal Guardians in any and every way we can. Right now, some of our guys are over at Nick's place combing through the clues like a police forensic team, so we can figure out who attacked him tonight and what the hell they thought they would get out of it." He motioned to Nick, who filled a bucket with water and a mopping solution. "They can also clean this up. You don't have to do that." Nick shook his head as he set the bucket on the floor and began to mop. "I made the mess. I'll damn well clean it up." Oliver held up his hands in surrender and backed away until he stood beside her. "The network crew will probably want to speak with you, Kayla." "They have no reason to," Nick snapped. "She didn't see any of the men." Oliver met her gaze. "Did you hear anything?" She shrugged one shoulder. "Just a couple of thuds. I think it was probably when Nick caught up with the man who jumped the fence. By the time I looked outside, though, they were out of sight." Nodding, he watched his friend mop. Nick didn't look at them while he worked. Face grim, he just mopped, changed the liquid in the bucket, mopped, changed the liquid in the bucket, and mopped some more. He seemed determined to eradicate every tiny speck of blood or dirt left behind, as though he could erase the whole incident by doing so. She glanced at Oliver. He shook his head. Maybe this was just Nick's way of dealing with it. Everyone had their own process they used to make sense of things. She went quiet. Nick, apparently, cleaned. Oliver crossed his arms over his chest and watched his friend. "Do you think this could be related to the old man?" Nick didn't look up. "No." If he kept it up, that floor would be clean enough to eat off. Kayla returned her attention to Oliver. "What old man?" "When you were in the hospital and Nick was with you, someone recognized him. An old man by the name of Richard Rubal, who was a very young man when he met Nick a long time ago. Nick feigned ignorance, but later the old man showed up next door, wanting to know why Nick hadn't aged." Nick didn't age? Of course he didn't. He told her the peculiar symbiotic virus that infected him healed almost any damage, including that caused by aging. And someone from his past had recognized him. Crap. "I don't see how this could be related," Nick said. "Seth handled that. And he didn't just bury Rubal's memory of me from the hospital, and when he showed up next door, he erased it, so there would be no chance of him ever recovering it. He erased the driver's memory, too." Oliver frowned. "I'd ask if you thought a vampire had followed you home, but vampires don't work with humans. Not anymore, anyway. Not since we defeated the mercenary outfits." Nick nudged the bucket farther into the kitchen, chasing her footprints with the mop. "And not since we eradicated Gersham's influence." "Right." Outside, the sun crested the horizon. Golden morning light spilled through the windows. Kayla covered her mouth to stifle a yawn as fatigue crept in now that the adrenaline rush had ended. Oliver touched her arm. "Why don't you try to get some rest? We'll take care of the cleanup." She hesitated, but something in his eyes drove her to nod. Sending Nick one last look, she turned and reluctantly headed up to bed. Nick returned the mop and bucket to the laundry room. When the dryer beeped, he removed the clothing and towels he had washed. A quick inspection confirmed he had succeeded in removing the bloodstains. Centuries of experience and instruction from seconds had left him a pro at such. Even the bath mats appeared to be free of stains. He headed into the living room and folded the laundry to give himself something to do. Kayla was upstairs sleeping. He wasn't sure if he should join her because he'd been too chicken shit to ask when she retired. His cell phone vibrated. When he checked the screen, he frowned. It was Becca. "Hello?" "What happened?" she asked without preamble. "What do you mean?" Kayla hadn't called her daughter. He would have heard it. "I had a dream," she said. "I know most people think dreams are just random nonsense generated by the mind's subconscious, but if you know how to interpret them, they mean something, and my dream told me you were in danger. It also reeked of conflict and took place in my mom's bedroom. Bedrooms represent intimacy or personal life, and since it was my mom's bedroom, I assume it has something to do with her. So what happened? She isn't answering her phone." "She's sleeping." "But she's okay?" "Yes, physically." "I hear a but in your voice?" Nick swore silently. Since Kayla was a gifted one, her daughter was too, and he now suspected Becca's gift was prophetic dreams. He sighed. Well, he couldn't exactly loose all his secrets upon Becca, especially when he stood on such shaky ground with Kayla, but he had to tell her something. "I revealed something about myself that she didn't know." "So?" "So it caught her off guard. Blindsided her would be a more accurate description." Tense silence carried over the line. "Are you married?" He frowned. "Of course not." "Seeing someone else?" "No, I would never betray a woman in such a way." "Good. I would have had to cut your balls off if you were. Fair warning, I'm not letting another man cheat on my mom and hurt her like that." "I love your mother, Becca." "My dad claimed he loved her too." "Your dad was a dick." Shit, he probably shouldn't have said that, but the bastard had hurt Kayla and Nick was tired, damn it. She laughed. "Yeah, he was. Still is, unfortunately. That's why I cut him out of my life." She sighed. "So, what? Do you have a dozen children stashed away somewhere?" "No." "A dozen ex-wives?" "No." "Half a dozen ex-wives?" "I've never been married." Are you wanted by the police? No. Are you into guys? I mean, are you bi and want to date men, too? Hell no! He had never been attracted to members of his own sex and wanted a wholly monogamous relationship with Kayla. Then what? She added with some exasperation. Do you like to wear women's underwear or something? Did she catch you stretching out her favorite panties? He laughed. No, stop guessing. Well, you made it sound like you dropped a heck of a bombshell on her. I did. You won't tell me what it is? I can't. As protective as she was of her mother, he didn't think Becca would respond well to the knowledge that her mom was dating a shape-shifting immortal who looked like a vampire and had literally brought violence to her mother's doorstep. If you won't tell me what you told her, will you tell me how she reacted? He slowly paced into the kitchen. She cried, he admitted softly. Shit. Heavy silence fell. What did you do, Nick? Did you betray her? In a way. I withheld information about my profession. It's more dangerous than I led her to believe. Are you a criminal? I already told you I wasn't. No, you said you aren't wanted by the police. I'm not a criminal. Thoughtful silence carried across the line. Are you CIA or something? Not that you could tell me if you were, so I guess there's no point in asking that one. He knew some of his fellow immortals had implied such in the past to stave off unwanted questions, but he didn't want to lie to her. I was injured tonight. It frightened her. Oh, no. The low words carried concern. Are you okay? Physically? Yes. I hear another but. He paced back toward the living room. But I'm terrified of losing her. A long sigh carried over the line. What happened after she cried? She got quiet. Wow. Whatever she found out must have been really big. It was. Well, I know it may seem like she's freezing you out, but she isn't. That's just how she processes things. The day she found out my dad was cheating on her, she got so quiet I worried I had done something wrong and pissed her off. I didn't know it at the time, but she'd found some receipts from his pregnant mistress's OBGYN, among other things, and she just needed time to let it sink in and to sort through it. She was back to being Mom the next day. He glanced toward the stairs. Should I leave? You're at our place? Yes. Did she ask you to leave? No. Then stay. Mom's tough. If she wants you gone, she isn't going to keep that information to herself. She'll kick your ass out the door. He smiled. Is that what she did to your father? Becca laughed. Yeah, she drove me to school, then went home, stuffed all his crap into garbage bags, left it on the back porch, and had the locks changed. Did she tell you what she'd discovered? No. She just said she and Dad had grown apart and had reached a point where they couldn't live together anymore. I think she was trying to keep me from finding out what a cheating asshole he is. My best friend's parents went through a bitter divorce when she was 8, and Judy got caught in the middle. Her parents were constantly bad-mouthing each other to her and trying to pit her against each other. Her grandparents did the same. It was messed up, and I think Mom was hoping to avoid that by not telling me what Dad had done. But then he spoiled it by begging her forgiveness when he got home and found all his shit on the patio, promising he would never cheat on her again. So, yeah, if she wants you gone, she won't be shy about it. She'll shove you out the door. Something it seemed she could perceivably do once she woke up. She hadn't, after all, booted her husband out immediately. She had taken a night to process it. Thank you, he said. Becca could have cursed him out, assuming the worst, but hadn't. Don't thank me yet, she said, a smile entering her voice. If you hurt her, I still plan to cut your balls off. He laughed, unoffended. Don't tell Mom I told you that, by the way, she added sheepishly. She'd be horrified. I won't. On that note, I've got to go. I've got class in an hour and need to grab some breakfast. After they hung up, Nick thought about Becca's words. He probably shouldn't have sought her advice on dating her mother, but he hadn't courted a woman in, well, not since they still called it courting. He had briefly taken a lover during the 60s. Most immortals had. The popularity of psychedelic drugs had dramatically reduced concerns about their eyes glowing during sex, but there hadn't been anyone special, no one he cared about nearly as much as he did Kayla. Drawn to her like a bee to a flower, Nick climbed the stairs and silently entered her bedroom. She lay curled up on her side, so small she didn't even take up half the full-sized bed. He stared down at her, fighting the desire to stroke her hair or kneel beside her and wake her with a kiss. He had never expected to fall in love, had never thought he would experience the euphoria manifested by finding that one person who completed him, had never believed he needed completing. He had existed for hundreds of years, after all. But he knew now that something had always been missing. Not simple companionship, something more, something intrinsic that felt like the mortar that held a brick wall together. Kayla did that for him. She filled the empty spaces. She made him stronger. She made everything better, bigger. He wasn't content. He was truly happy for the first time since his transformation. He didn't worry for her safety. He was terrified for her. He didn't want to make her smile. He wanted to see her throw her head back and laugh uproariously. Sex wasn't good. It was fucking fantastic. It didn't simply sate a hunger. It touched him deeply and brought him an ecstasy he had never before experienced. He couldn't lose her. He didn't want his life to go back to what it had been before he met her. He didn't want to face an endless stretch of days in which he had nothing to look forward to. He wanted forever with her. As if she sensed him standing beside the bed, watching her sleep like a damn stalker, Kayla opened her eyes. She blinked once, then looked up at him. Heart pounding in his ears, Nick stared down at her. A long moment passed that stretched his nerves taut. Then she reached out and snagged his hand. He curled his fingers around hers, grateful for the simple touch. Closing her eyes, she pulled his hand around behind her back. Nick didn't have to be asked twice. Unwilling to relinquish her hand, he knelt on the mattress, straddled her legs, then rolled onto the empty side of the bed. As he slipped beneath the covers and curled his body around hers, that feeling of completeness returned. Without saying a word, Kayla drew his arm around her and pressed his hand to her chest. Snuggling closer, he exhaled a long sigh. This was what he needed. This. Chapter 11. Kayla smiled as sleep slipped away and consciousness beckoned. Nick's arms were around her, his big body spooned up behind hers, his soft breath brushing her neck. It had rapidly become her favorite way to start the day. All of those hard muscles pressed up against her back, his erection trapped between his thighs and her bottom. Of course, today clothes separated them. They'd both gone to bed fully dressed after the tumultuous occurrences of the previous night. In tiny increments, designed not to wake him, she inched toward the edge of the bed. His arms tightened and drew her back against him once more. She smiled. The first time he'd done that, she thought she'd woken him. But after spending several nights, or rather mornings, with him, she now knew he most likely still slept. She loved that he wanted her close so much that he even cuddled her in his sleep, but she really needed to relieve her bladder. She inched away again. Usually it only took a couple of tries before he would relinquish her. This time he did not want to let her go. She glanced over her shoulder after he dragged her back a fourth time. Nope, he was still asleep. Perhaps it was a subconscious reaction to the events of last night. She didn't know. Nor did she mind. She just kept pulling away until he finally let her go. His brow furrowed with subconscious discontent. What a sweetheart. She headed into the bathroom and closed the door, noting that the bath mats were pristinely white once more. After seeing to her needs, she stared at her reflection as she washed her hands. Nick had fangs. He hunted vampires for a living. She had fallen in love with an immortal vampire hunter. Kayla shook her head and reached for her toothbrush. She knew life had a way of unexpectedly yanking a person off one path and hurtling them down another, but this? Really? Falling in love with a powerful, preternaturally fast immortal who hunted and killed vampires on a nightly basis like freaking Blade? It bore a semblance of unreality that she didn't think would soon fade, and that wasn't even all of it. Nick could shapeshift. She brushed her teeth, still pondering. The super speed and super strength were pretty damn cool. The quick healing was, too. She envied him all three of those. But the shape-shifting? That was mind-blowing. Even more so than the rest, because, hello, Nick could change his freaking shape. He could become a cat. She rinsed her mouth, then reached for her hairbrush. Could he become other animals, or was it just a cat? Her lips twitched, then stretched into a wide grin as she dragged the brush through her tangled hair. She'd read romance novels that featured shapeshifter heroes. She had, in fact, just finished editing one, but those men always shifted into big, dangerous animals like wolves or bears or lions. That Nick, the strongest man she had ever known, shifted into an ordinary house cat was pretty damn funny. Turning off the light, she opened the door and returned to the bedroom. Nick lay where she had left him, his eyes closed, brow furrowed. Kayla eased down onto the mattress, facing him this time. As soon as he sensed her weight, he looped an arm around her waist and drew her close, chest to chest, hips to hips. Mostly. He was a lot taller than she was, so they didn't align perfectly. Their heads rested on the same pillow. Twining their legs together, he pressed his forehead to hers and sighed. The furrow on his brow smoothed out, leaving his handsome features tranquil once more. Damn, she loved him. That sense of unreality threatened to swamp her again, but she beat it back. She loved an exceptionally strong, preternaturally fast, swift-healing, shape-shifting, vampire-hunting immortal, and she was pretty sure he was a lot older than her. That would also take some getting used to. But she could do it. She was okay with it now that time had allowed it to sink in a little bit, because she really did love him. And someone had tried to kill him last night. That she was not okay with. Nick's lashes fluttered, then opened. His brown eyes met hers, blinked, then blazed with amber light. So beautiful. "Morning, Mr. Furball," she murmured. Amusement lit his features for a moment before he sobered. "How long have you been awake?" "A while." He swallowed. "If I look out on your back patio, will I see garbage bags full of my stuff waiting for me?" She laughed. "No." Then she narrowed her eyes. "Wait, have you been talking to Becca?" His look turned sheepish. "She called after you went to bed. She had a dream that upset her and wanted to make sure you were okay." Kayla frowned. "She does that sometimes." "Have prophetic dreams? It's because she's a gifted one." She stared at him. "Becca has advanced DNA?" "Yes, and she inherited it from you." "Are you sure? Wouldn't she feel different if she had advanced DNA?" "Yes, Seth knows these things. I trust him implicitly." Some of Becca's dream interpretations did seem to be spot on. "What's my gift?" "Seth said you're an empath. You can read people's emotions with a touch." "He knew what my gift is?" "Yes." "How? I didn't even know it." He shook his head. "There's very little that Seth doesn't know or can't do. It's why he's our leader. He's the oldest and most powerful among us." "How old is he?" "Old enough to have witnessed biblical events." "Wow." "Exactly." She studied him. "How old are you?" Perhaps she was a bit of an empath, because she had no difficulty recognizing the dread he felt then. 400 years, give or take a decade. Kayla tried very hard not to gape. She also didn't want to say anything that might distress him, because he looked as if he expected her to boot him out of bed. So she settled for Holy crap, you look good for your age. Like fan-freaking-tastic. He laughed and seemed relieved. Thank you. Where are you from, originally? France? I noticed you have a little bit of an accent. He shook his head. Canada. My parents were among the earliest European colonists. That was right up there with shape-shifting on the blow-your-freaking-mind scale. So, you've seen a lot in your lifetime. Yes, I have. A lot. Like 4 centuries worth. Nick had been born before electricity, before the Industrial Revolution, before cars and airplanes had been invented. He was hundreds of years older than her. That should probably freak her out, right? Right. Granted, it helped that he didn't look old, at all, or act like it, but still. His brow furrowed. You aren't going to go quiet on me again, are you? I'm sorry. If I do, I don't mean to. It's just sort of a knee-jerk reaction thing I do when I'm trying to process something, especially if it was something big. Let me stash that away to think about later and focus on something else. Okay. She sat up. You can shapeshift. He sat up beside her. Yes, that's the gift I was born with, the one I was reluctant to disclose because I knew it would be a bit of a shock. A bit of a shock, she parroted. You know that's a colossal understatement, right? His face scrunched up in a grimace. I know. It would have been so much easier if I could heal you with my hands or something cool like that. Hey, being able to change your shape is incredibly cool. He offered her a hesitant smile. You really think so? Yes. She hated the spark of vulnerability that had returned to his warm brown eyes and tried to dispel it. Do you only turn into a cat, or can you shift into other things? I can take on the form of pretty much any animal I've seen, or rather observed. A glimpse won't give me enough to go on, but if I've really studied the animal's appearance and mannerisms, I can duplicate them. That's why I chose the stray cat. I see him around a lot. Can you take on the form of other people? No. Good. For some reason that would seem creepy to me. He smiled. Some of the eldest immortal shapeshifters can take on the forms of other people, but I've never been successful at that, or comfortable with it. He shrugged a muscled shoulder. I don't know, it just seems more deceptive, shifting into a person people might trust because they think they know him, as opposed to shifting into an animal they might glimpse in passing. Will you show me? He frowned. Not the person thing, the animal thing. His expression cleared. He really was uncomfortable with it. After living with a man who had deceived her for years by sleeping with other women, finding a man with Nick's integrity felt like winning the lotto. Rolling out of bed, he faced her and backed away a couple of steps. Don't be afraid. Okay. She schooled her features into a mask she hoped conveyed interest and wouldn't reveal any unease she might feel. Nick's big form shrank and sprouted fur. Her thoughts fractured as her eyes widened. His clothes fell away, pooling around him as he shifted into the form of a puppy. The entire transformation took place in just a few seconds. Kayla lurched up onto her knees and gaped. That is so freaking cool! The words burst forth in a shout, and whatever mask she'd managed to don fell away. He looked exactly like a little beagle. The adorable puppy clambered out of the pile of Nick's clothing, then barked and wagged its tail. Wow, he even sounded like a puppy. Do you only shift into small animals, or can you go bigger? The puppy began to grow, and grow, and grow, its head and coloring changing until a massive black bear faced her. Oh, shit! Kayla scrambled backward and damn near fell out of bed. The bear made a rumbling sound. She slid off the mattress, keeping the bed between her and the fierce creature. The beautiful bear rose up onto its hind legs, its head damned near brushing the ceiling, and let out a terrifying roar. Kayla's heart slammed against her ribs as she gaped up at it. Then it began to shrink, the fur fading away, its face and build once more changing in seconds, until Nick stood facing her, completely naked. Her gaze dropped to his groin, then flew back up to his face. He cleared his throat. Sorry about that. Leaning down, he grabbed his pants and pulled them on. Immortals who can shapeshift and teleport have it a lot easier because they can just teleport their clothing back on. Rendered speechless, Kayla watched him tug his t-shirt over his head and couldn't help but appreciate yet again how ripped with muscle his body was. Once dressed, he stood quietly. More minutes ticked past. "Kayla?" "I just have one question," she murmured. His eyebrows flew up. "Just one? Okay." She threw her hands up and nearly shouted, "What the hell, Nick?" He winced. "I probably shouldn't have turned into a bear, but I didn't want you to think I could only become cute and cuddly things. And I'm sorry I was naked. Your naked body is the least disconcerting thing you've shown me." She frowned as she studied him. When you become an animal, do you become one in every sense of the word? Do you think like an animal, too? Did she have to worry about him attacking her when he became a bear or something equally ferocious? Because that sometimes happened in the books she read. "No, I'm still me. I just look different. That's why one of the hardest parts of shapeshifting is actually learning how to emulate an animal's natural actions and sounds. If you had heard my first attempts at barking like a dog or roaring like a lion, you would have laughed your ass off." She grinned, imagining it. "Have you always been able to shapeshift?" "I couldn't as an infant, but I began to manifest the ability in early childhood." She frowned. "Did your parents know?" "Yes. My father and one of my brothers could shapeshift. Another brother could communicate with animals." Her eyebrows rose. "Like Dr. Dolittle?" "A little bit, yes. My other two brothers could affect the health of plants with a touch." "I'm guessing that came in handy if you had to grow your own crops." "Very much so." Kayla shook her head. "Why did they react so badly to your becoming immortal? They were so different themselves. Shouldn't they have been more understanding? A lot more understanding?" "Back then, people feared and hated those who were different." She frowned. "They still do today." "Sadly, yes. In the past, gifted ones were often attacked, even killed, when their differences became known, their peculiar abilities labeled evil. The Bible warned of false prophets and miracle workers. The Church took that to heart. So we hid our abilities." "I still don't understand why their own differences wouldn't have made your family more accepting of your becoming immortal." He sighed. "They believed that as long as they only used their gifts to do good, they weren't evil. Instead of harming others, they used their gifts to keep the land beautiful and fertile. They fed other families, breathed new life into crops that were failing so none would go hungry. They kept wild animals at bay. Living conditions back then were rough, and my family's gifts helped many live longer, better lives." But the tome Malleus Maleficarum described vampires as the worst manifestations of the devil. You know how people of that time period felt about witches. "Yes." "Well, vampires were considered worse." "But you weren't a vampire." "I didn't know that at the time. We immortals didn't actually discover how we differed from vampires and why we didn't go insane the way they did until this past century, when scientists identified differences in our DNA. Before that, I couldn't deny being a vampire any more than I could keep my fangs from descending when I needed blood, or prevent my eyes from glowing when strong emotion gripped me." And his family's repudiation would have sparked a strong emotional response. How could it not? Her heart went out to him. "I'm guessing they associated glowing eyes with evil, too." "You guessed correctly." Rounding the bed, she closed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "They rejected you." He closed his arms around her and pressed her closer. "They didn't just reject me. They tried to kill me. Multiple times." "They tried to kill you? Your family sucked." A pained laugh escaped him. "Yes." "What did you do?" "I sought refuge with the indigenous peoples." "Did they know what you were?" "Yes. The Iroquois did, anyway. One of their own was an immortal and became a mentor of sorts to me. I loved him like a brother." "Loved past tense? Is he not still around?" "No, he was slain by some of the colonists." Sighing, he rested his chin atop her head. I became what my family accused me of when I found out. I killed all those responsible. Good. That doesn't upset you? No, I believe in an eye for an eye. He squeezed the breath out of her. I love you so much, Kayla. She hugged him back. I love you too. Even though I'm robbing the cradle? She grinned. Honey, you aren't robbing the cradle. You're stealing lumber to build a cradle for a baby that hasn't even been conceived yet. He laughed. That doesn't make me feel better. She winked. Then maybe this will. Rising onto her toes, she slid her arms up his chest and around his neck to bury her fingers in his hair. His eyes flashed with amber light as she touched her lips to his. Nick moaned. Closing those vibrant eyes, he crushed her closer and parted his lips so he could deepen the kiss. Kayla eagerly welcomed him inside, every stroke of his tongue feeding the fire that roared to life inside her. Damn, he felt good. Even more so when he widened his stance, slid a hand down to grab her ass, and ground her against his already hard cock. Now Kayla moaned, then moaned again when he continued to rock against her as he palmed one of her breasts and trailed kisses down her neck. I love your scent, he growled. Even his voice, so gravelly and full of desire, turned her on. Do that thing you do, she murmured, eager to have him inside her. What thing? He pinched her hard, sensitive nipple. She gasped. Clothes. Our clothes, she whimpered when he tweaked the peak of her breast again. Get rid of them! She felt a hard tug, heard cloth rip, and looked down. Both were naked. His large, warm hand cupped her bare breast, his hard cock strained toward her. Kayla licked her lips. Releasing her hold on him, she knelt and took his long length in both hands. Nick hissed in a breath when she drew her tongue across the tip of his cock, soft as silk, collecting the moisture that beaded there. She circled him, stroked him, then drew him deep. Moaning, he buried his fingers in her hair. Shit, Kayla, you're going to bring me to my knees. She released him long enough to say, If I bring you to your knees, I'm going to climb on your lap and ride you hard. His fingers curled into fists, the light tug on her hair exciting her even more as she once again sucked and stroked and teased him with her tongue. Every groan she elicited, every tug at her hair made her want him more. She was so wet for him, imagining his tongue teasing her clit even as she teased his cock with hers. She clenched her inner muscles as she worked him with her mouth, imagining his long, hard length driving inside her. Swearing, he drew back. Kayla was so surprised she nearly lost her balance. Before she could topple forward, he yanked her up so quickly the room blurred. Her back hit the mattress. He settled his large form between her legs. Then he plunged inside her in one long, hard stroke. She cried out. Nick was so big, stretching her in the most delicious way possible. He stilled. Kayla? Shit, that feels good. She wrapped her arms around him, wrapped her legs around him, too, and circled her hips to rub her throbbing clit against him. Yes! I needed to feel your arms around me, he whispered, his voice hoarse as he withdrew almost to the tip and drove home again. The admission struck her right in the heart, bringing tears to her eyes as she arched up to meet him thrust for thrust. He toyed with her breast, rolled and pinched the hard peak, altered the angle of his hips so he stimulated her clit with every thrust. The muscles in his broad back bunched. His wonderful scent, free of cologne, stimulated her senses like the strongest aphrodisiac. How she loved him. Loved his weight pressing down on her, loved the way he seemed to know without asking exactly what she needed, what would ratchet up her desire and make her frantic with need, loved the intensity in his handsome features as he held back his own release, loved the emotion in the vibrant amber eyes that met and held hers as the pleasure increased, drawing cries from her lips on every thrust until an orgasm claimed her. Throwing her head back, she called his name as ecstasy swept through her. Her inner muscles clamped down around his hard length, squeezing and releasing, each pulse seeming stronger than the last until Nick stiffened above her and shouted, filling her with his heat. Kayla clung to him. Her breath came in gasps. Her heart pounded in her chest. Bracing his elbows on either side of her, he settled more of his weight on her and rested his head on the pillow beside hers. His breath fanned her hair and tickled her neck as he burrowed his arms beneath her and held her as if he never wanted to let her go. Kayla was fine with that. She'd thought he was going to die on her kitchen floor last night and needed to feel his heartbeat against hers. Her pulse had almost slowed to normal when he shifted the hands at her back down to clasp her hips. She wasn't sure exactly what he did next because he did it at preternatural speeds, but another orgasm crashed through her. It caught her so off guard and was so intense that Kayla thought she might have screamed. Nick shouted too, his muscles locking as warmth filled her once more, telling her she hadn't come alone. It took even longer for her pulse and breath to calm this time. What the hell was that? Raising his head, he gave her a rakish smile. You've seen so much of the downside of my existence in the past 24 hours that I wanted to remind you of one of the upsides. She laughed. Well, feel free to remind me of that one as often as you want. He winked. Then he blurred. Another orgasm careened through her. Fuck! Her inner muscles spasmed around him, clenching and milking him, and she was pretty sure she dug her fingernails into his back hard enough to draw blood. His 8-pack abs jerked against hers as he chuckled. Opening eyes she hadn't even realized she'd clenched shut, she stared up at him. Amusement danced in the bright, amber glow of his as he flashed straight white teeth in a boyish grin. You did say I could do it as often as I want. She laughed. Yes, I did. Want to go for a 4th orgasm? No! He laughed, his cock moving inside her and causing residual ripples of pleasure. Kayla shook her head. You may not need recovery time, but we mere mortals do. If you make me come again, I'll be so limp and exhausted I won't be able to do anything but loll in bed all day. I'm okay with that, he said, drawing another laugh from her. I'm sure you are, but I do need to get some work done. He wrinkled his nose in disappointment. And I need to see what the network found out about the men who attacked me last night. She bit back a moan when he withdrew from her. He sat back on his heels and stared down at her, a gaze as hot as though they were just about to touch each other for the first time. Look at you, he murmured, the desire and admiration in his deep, husky voice tightening her nipples and managing to drag a response from her replete body. She could find no words to answer him. He shook his head. Though his expression sobered, the amber glow didn't leave his eyes as they met and held hers. I don't want to lose you, Kayla. She swallowed. I don't want to lose you either. A long moment passed, during which he seemed to search her gaze for something. Whatever it was, she hoped he found it. Rising, he reached down and took her hand. Let's go have a shower. Nick stepped onto Kayla's back patio. With a burst of preternatural speed, he vaulted the fence and ducked into the shade of his own, suffering nary a burn from the sun that had not yet set. Upon finding his back door unlocked, he opened it and stepped inside. A snick sounded as someone flicked the safety off a handgun. "Oliver?" he called. Snick. The safety went back on. "In here." Nick followed his second's voice to the study Oliver used as an office and Nick used as a home library. Seated behind his desk, Oliver set his weapon aside. "Just making sure it was you." Nick nodded and sank into the cushy chair that faced the desk. "How's Kayla?" Sighing, he drew a hand down his face. "She's okay." He sent his friend a wry smile. "She hasn't kicked me to the curb yet, as you would say." Oliver nodded. "I figured she was made of sterner stuff." He studied him a moment. "She did well last night. Even Roland commented on it." "He did?" That surprised him. Most immortals and seconds weren't kidding when they deemed Roland antisocial. Before he met Sarah, he'd been a total recluse. "Yeah, he said when they arrived, she shielded you with her body and would have shot them if I hadn't assured her they were friends." That actually scared the hell out of him, chilling him to the bone. He admired Kayla's strength, he really did, and he hadn't been lying when he'd told her he found her strength sexy. But if Roland and Marcus had instead been one of his attackers, he sure as hell didn't want her to take a bullet for him. Oliver leaned forward and studied him. "Your face has gone pale." Not surprising. "You really love her, don't you?" Nick nodded. "I do." "Clearly she feels the same way about you." But Oliver's expression remained sober. "Does she know it all now?" "Yes, I even told her about the virus and vampires." "Good." Nick nodded to Oliver's laptop. "What has the network found?" "They're still tracing the identities of the men you killed. So far they've managed to link one to a weapons manufacturer." "Shit. They aren't linked to the military, are they? Could this have something to do with what went down at the base Gershom commandeered?" "We don't know yet." Nick pondered that. All loose ends tied to blitzing the base and liberating their brethren were supposed to have been taken care of. If they had slipped up and left a thread dangling, he would have thought that thread would lead to the North Carolinian contingent of immortals, not to him. His frown deepened. And wouldn't Heather's father have given them a heads up? He was a general in the United States Army and had become a close ally after Seth and the North Carolinian immortals had gone to the rescue of a highly classified military base when a small army of vampires besieged it. Nick's immortal brethren had slain the vampires and saved the lives of a lot of soldiers that night. And, of course, the general's daughter had wed an immortal, so he had a vested interest in warning them about possible threats. "What about the men I didn't kill?" Nick asked. "What was Seth able to discover when he read their minds?" Oliver sent him an exasperated look. "There weren't any minds for him to read. You killed them all." "No, I didn't. 2 of them I only punched. It had happened so fast that it might have been 3. He couldn't remember for sure." Oliver shook his head. "You hit them too hard. By the time we arrived on the scene, they had all died from brain injuries." Nick swore. "I thought I just knocked them unconscious." Oliver shrugged, his expression saying, "What can you do? Shit happens. It's a common problem, believe it or not. When you have preternatural strength and are accustomed to fighting vampires to the death on a nightly basis, it makes it difficult for you to gauge how hard you can hit humans without scrambling their brains. It's one of the reasons the Immortal Guardians in North Carolina had such a hard time gathering information on the mercenary groups they fought. They were so used to fighting vampires with preternatural strength and healing capabilities that they kept hitting the human mercenaries too hard." That didn't make him feel better. They needed the information those men's minds could have provided. "Is Seth pissed?" "No. He just asked Chris Rorden to help Henderson and his crew do some digging. Rorden has become a real pro at this kind of thing in recent years. With everything that's happened in North Carolina, I'm not surprised." Nick slumped back against the chair. "So, what do we do now?" "You're supposed to hunt as usual tonight." "Hell no. One of those bastards nearly made it into Kayla's home. I'm not leaving her unguarded." "You won't be," Oliver said, unfazed by his outburst. "Seth asked Aiden and Dana to come stay with us until this is all sorted out, so you'll have backup." "Aiden and Dana? Really?" Aiden was such a powerful immortal guardian that his age and his strength made Nick seem a virtual toddler. The ancient Celtic immortal had lived 3,000 years, give or take, and because his DNA had been diluted less by ordinary human DNA, he boasted multiple gifts instead of just one: teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, healing with his hands. There could be others, but those were the ones Nick had seen Aiden wield firsthand, and his strength and speed were so superior that he could even give Seth a run for his money when they sparred. If Aiden had been here last night when those men attacked, he could have easily used telekinesis to freeze them all in place and then searched their minds to discover who had given them their orders. He would be a worthy ally in this. And rumor had it, his wife, Dana, was as strong and fast as Aiden. Almost every Immortal Guardian Nick knew had been forcibly transformed by a vampire, and usually when gifted ones transformed, they were not as strong as immortals, who had transformed in previous centuries or millennia. Elder immortals had always been stronger and faster than younger immortals. But recent years had birthed a fascinating revelation. If an immortal healer transformed a gifted one, something that had never occurred until Sarah asked Roland to make her immortal so the two of them could spend eternity together, that gifted one ended up becoming as powerful as the immortal who transformed her. So even though Dana had only been an immortal for a year or so, she could kick Nick's ass with one hand tied behind her back. Hell, she could probably do it with both hands tied behind her back. By choosing Aiden and Dana, Seth was sending in the big guns. Marcus wanted to come too, Oliver added. He has close ties in the neighborhood and was furious when he heard what happened. Nick nodded. Marcus had lived here for several years before he'd sold the house to Nick and moved to North Carolina. He and Josh are still good friends. He's probably worried this might spill over onto him. He is. But Marcus doesn't want to leave Amy and Adira right now. Of course he didn't. Not after what happened with that fucker Gershom. Nick frowned. Where's Eliana? Why isn't she hunting with me tonight? I don't know. I think Seth has her doing something in North Carolina. He grunted. Eliana was going to be pissed when she found out she missed all the excitement. A yawn caught him unawares. Nick rose. I'm going to go eat something and try to catch a couple hours of rest. Oliver's lips twitched. Didn't get much sleep today, huh? Nick narrowed his eyes. I don't want to hear any bawdy references to my time with Kayla. Bawdy? His friend laughed. Sometimes I forget how old you are. I wish I could, he grumbled. Oliver's gaze sharpened. Is the age difference a problem for her? Amusement stole away some of his fatigue. I don't think so. At least I hope it won't be. When I mentioned something about robbing the cradle, she said, and I quote, Honey, you aren't robbing the cradle. You're stealing lumber to build a cradle for a baby that hasn't even been conceived yet. Oliver threw his head back and laughed. I love that woman. Nick smiled. So do I. Chapter 12. Kayla dragged a brush through her wavy brown hair, grimacing as she worked through the tangles. Perhaps she should start taking a little more care with her appearance now that she and Nick were together. Maybe add some makeup, break out her curling iron, use some hairspray to try to keep her waves from bursting into unruly curls as soon as Houston's humidity hit them. Wear a push-up bra, short skirts instead of her favorite yoga pants. Almost as soon as the thought arose, she rejected it. She had done all that for her ex-husband. Had it held his interest? Had it kept him from straying? No. All it had done was lead to him complaining when she didn't do those things and make her feel as if she weren't pretty enough on her own. Nick saw her without makeup all the time, and he made her feel beautiful, desirable, like she didn't need any kind of embellishment to make his body burn. She smiled. Maybe it was his age. He said he'd been among the first colonists to settle in Canada. She couldn't imagine many of the women back then wore makeup. Then he'd lived among the Iroquois. Perhaps his early years had simply given him an appreciation for the natural look that some men today lacked. Her husband sure as hell hadn't appreciated it. Determined not to let thoughts of her ex ruin her good mood, the good mood Nick had put her in by giving her 3 fantastic orgasms earlier, she left the bathroom and headed downstairs. Her dentist had rescheduled her appointment for this afternoon. Kayla would have totally forgotten if the calendar on her computer hadn't sent her a reminder. Locating her phone on the kitchen counter, she sent Nick a quick text. "Forgot I had a dentist appointment this afternoon. On my way out the door. See you when I get home." Once she pressed send, she grabbed her purse and keys and headed for the door. Her phone rang. Pausing, she glanced down and saw it was Nick. "Hi," she said brightly. "Did you get my text?" The only person she ever texted was Becca, so she wasn't very adept at it. "Yeah, when's your dentist appointment?" 4 o'clock. "I'd like to go with you." She frowned. "Why?" A pause followed. "Paranoia?" he suggested uncertainly, then sighed. "I don't know. After what happened last night, I just want to stick close to you and make sure you're safe." He's such a sweetheart. "Those men targeted you, Nick, not me. I'll be fine." She glanced out the window. "Besides, you can't come with me. The sun won't set until 6:30. I can withstand some sun exposure." "Can you withstand an hour of it? Because it takes half an hour to get to the dentist, and will take even longer to get back home because rush hour traffic will have begun." Oliver spoke in the background. "I can go with her." "I'd rather go myself," Nick murmured. "And do what?" Oliver countered. "Sit in the back seat like Miss Daisy and scoot from side to side, avoiding sunlight every time she turns a corner or rounds a curve? Lie down on the floorboard when the sun dips low enough that you can't avoid it any other way?" Nick swore softly. Kayla bit her lip, understanding better the limits his condition imposed, and wishing it didn't restrict him. Not being able to go out whenever you wanted sucked. As a night owl, she had on many occasions bitched about not feeling safe going out late at night in a city with as much crime as Houston, but at least she still had the option of doing it. Nick's hands were tied. "You sure?" Nick asked. "Yeah," Oliver responded. "I don't mind." Kayla bit her lip. "Is that really necessary?" She didn't know Oliver very well. "For my peace of mind?" Nick said. "Yes." He lowered his voice. "Look, I don't want you to feel like I'm smothering you or being some domineering jackass who wants to control you, Kayla. It's just temporary, until I get this mess taken care of. The ambush last night kind of blindsided me, and every time I think about what might have happened if I hadn't caught that last asshole before he burst into your house, I start to shake." "Aw, he's so sweet." "If you hadn't caught him, I would have shot his balls off." He laughed. "Well, I know now that you're fully capable of it, but I'd rather you not have to. That sort of thing tends to stick with you afterward if you're not used to it." If you're not used to it. Nick hunted and killed vampires every night, and had been doing so for centuries. How long had it taken him to get used to it? "Okay," she relented, not wanting him to worry. "Oliver can come with me." "Thank you." The relief in his voice filled her with warmth, confirming she'd made the right decision. "He'll be there in a minute. I'll see you when you get home." "Okay. Be safe." She smiled. "I will. Love you." "Love you too." Nick didn't sleep while Kayla was gone. He could neither calm his tumultuous thoughts nor silence his worries. Aiden and Dana arrived shortly before sunset. Eliana accompanied them and gave him a hug as soon as she saw him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he assured her. Eliana was what Oliver would call a touchy-feely person. She often expressed her affection through touch. And Nick thought one of the reasons she enjoyed hunting with him was because she could do so without fearing he would misinterpret it. Most immortal males dreamed of finding immortal women they could love and with whom they could spend the rest of their long, long lives, since relationships with humans always ended badly. Unfortunately, the disparity in numbers between male and female immortals meant that dream wouldn't become a reality for a lot of them, and though none would dare disrespect Eliana or try to force their attentions on her, Seth would geld anyone who did, if Eliana didn't do it first. Nick imagined she garnered quite a bit of attention from immortal males and had to be careful not to do anything that might spark desire in those who didn't interest her, like hug them. But Nick had been open with her from the very first meeting, confessing his feelings for his beautiful next-door neighbor, so she didn't feel the need to hold back. She gave him another squeeze, then released him. "What about Kayla? How's she doing?" She's good. Her brow puckered. Rumor has it she saw you shapeshift. He loosed a sigh. Yes, she pretty much knows everything now. She winced. So much for breaking it to her slowly. Aiden and Dana studied him curiously. Aiden was about 6 feet 4 inches tall, with broad shoulders and a lot of muscle. Dana was a foot or so shorter, with a slender build that looked downright delicate next to her husband's. Dana glanced up at Aiden, then at Nick. I take it Kayla is your next-door neighbor? Yes. And you have feelings for her? Yes. Aiden offered him a commiserating look. How much did she know before last night? His voice carried a Scottish accent. She knew I was immortal, but not why, and she didn't know I could shapeshift. Yeesh, Dana said, and you assumed the form of a cat to try to slip by her, and ended up passing out and shifting back to my normal form right in front of her. Eliana bit her lip. Well, Dana said, if it's any consolation, I didn't know anything about this one's. She jerked a thumb in Aiden's direction, immortality or special abilities, until Roland tried to kill him outside my shop. Aiden scowled. The bastard outed me before I could find a gentler way to break it to you. Eliana stared at Dana. I heard about that. Didn't you taser Roland? A flush crept up her cheeks. Yes. That was ballsy as hell, Eliana said with a grin. Aiden smiled. Yes, it was, and it all turned out well in the end because she accepted me for who I am. Smiling, Dana leaned into his side and wrapped an arm around him. Because you're so damn irresistible. He laughed. They seemed to share the same closeness Nick and Kayla did, one he dearly wanted to continue. Hopefully Kayla will accept me too. Anxiety threatened to rise once more. So far she has, but I don't know what the hell else might come crashing down on her doorstep. Aiden shrugged. Nothing will if we have anything to say about it. That's why Seth sent us. Dana nodded. Eliana smiled. And it's why I'm here. He frowned. You make it sound like you won't be staying. I won't. She tucked her hands in her pockets. I'm being reassigned. You are? Where is Seth sending you? Somewhere close? He hoped so. No, but don't worry. I have enough time to help you take care of this before I leave. Damn, she was a good friend. He was going to miss her. Before he could ask again where Seth was sending her, she clapped her hands together. So, what's the plan? I think the men should go hunting as usual, while Dana and I stay home and have a girls' night in with Kayla. Aiden shrugged. Works for me. Nick hesitated. Dana and Eliana could certainly keep Kayla safe, but... He sent Eliana a squinty-eyed look full of suspicion. You aren't going to pump her for information about our relationship, are you? She assumed an exaggeratedly innocent expression. Who, me? Would I do that? Hell yes, she grinned. Then I guess that's just a great big maybe, baby. Aiden and Dana laughed. Nick groaned. So, Oliver spoke from the passenger seat. Kayla didn't even have to look at him to know he was staring at her. He'd been doing it, off and on, ever since they left for the dentist. So? There's something I think you should know about Immortal Guardians and their seconds. He had identified himself as Nick's second, whatever that meant. Something Nick might have omitted mentioning. Dread coiled in her stomach, ready to strike. What's that? We're enormous gossips and constantly butt into each other's business. Laughing, she glanced at him. You do, huh? He grinned unabashedly. Yup. She slowed to a stop at a red light. Is that why you volunteered to accompany me, so you could pump me for information? Nah. He waved a hand in dismissal. I volunteered out of a genuine concern for your safety, and for Nick. I love him like a brother and know it would crush him if you came to harm, so I want to do whatever I can to protect you. But I'm not above using my position to score some good gossip. She smiled. I'm not really a kiss-and-tell kind of girl. So you have kissed? Narrowing his eyes, he pretended to write on an imaginary notepad. Juicy gossip item number 1, Nick and Kayla kissed. Again she laughed. What's a second? It's what we call a mortal who is assigned to live with and watch over an immortal. She studied him. Like a Renfield? Yeah. Most are human, a few are gifted ones. Seth insists every Immortal Guardian have one. Why? He shrugged. Quite a few reasons. Before the past century, someone only coming and going at night would have drawn unwanted attention and suspicion. Unless they were of a criminal or salacious nature, almost all business transactions took place during the day. But immortals have to avoid exposure to sunlight. So, having a trustworthy human around to conduct business for them while the sun was up and to provide a semblance of normalcy helped a lot. She eased the car forward when the light turned green. Seconds also provide protection and backup. If an Immortal Guardian gets into a bind and doesn't make it home before sunrise, for example, his second usually keeps tabs on him well enough to be able to track him down and get him to shelter. If the Immortal is injured, the second is also trained to render first aid and, in extreme circumstances, can provide him with the blood he needs. She sent him a quick look. Do you do that? Does Nick take my blood? No. Biting me repeatedly would cause me to transform, and that sort of thing really isn't necessary anymore. We have our own blood banks, to which employees of the network donate, and we always keep a few bags on hand. Kayla didn't realize until then that she had been so distracted by the plethora of secrets she'd learned about Nick that she hadn't devoted much thought to how he used the fangs he could grow. You know they don't drink it, right? Oliver asked hesitantly, as though reading her mind. The blood? Did Nick explain that part to you? She shook her head. Well, they don't. Drink blood, that is. Their fangs siphon the blood directly into their veins. It's basically the same as you getting a transfusion in the hospital, except immortals don't need the needles and the tubing. Their fangs do it all. So he doesn't bite people? She thought of all the vampire movies and TV shows she'd watched that made vampires biting women seem erotic, or vampires biting men downright vicious. No, the blood banks eliminated the need for that. And before the blood banks? He swore. Yes, he bit people. All the immortals did because they need frequent blood infusions to survive. But immortals are stand-up guys, Kayla. For a long time, they worried that the church might be right, that they were evil or damned or would become monsters like the vampires who turned them. So they avoided feeding from people who were kind and giving and basically just fed from the assholes. And before you ask me, yes, they sometimes killed those they bit if the man or woman in question was a criminal. Hell, Bastion even convinced an entire army of vampires to only drain pedophiles. I thought immortals killed vampires. They do, usually. But Bastion is the black sheep of the Immortal Guardians family and sort of has a history with vampires. It was a lot to take in, again. I wouldn't think coming and going only at night would draw as much attention today as it did in the past, since there are so many 24-hour stores and fast food chains. He smiled. It doesn't in the larger cities that have those, but still does in smaller communities. She turned into the dentist's parking lot, unwilling to voice the next question that came to mind. She didn't want to offend Oliver. He laughed. It's okay, you can ask. Ask what? You're wondering why Nick needs me around when he can keep bagged blood on hand and tell his neighbors he works the night shift, right? Maybe. She sent him a quick look. He grinned. Don't worry, I'm not offended. It's a valid question. The role of seconds has evolved quite a bit over the past century. How so? You turned 38 this year, right? She frowned. How did you know that? Becca let it slip. He laughed when she made a grumbly noise in her throat. Are any of your grandparents still living? 2 are. How old are they? 1 is 91 and 1 is 97. How comfortable are they with smartphones and smart watches and laptops and all the wireless shit that's available today? Not comfortable at all. Mine aren't either. Nana calls me at least once a month asking why her satellite remote won't work. Grandpa thinks cell phones are the root of all evil, and Gram only uses her iPad to play solitaire and take pictures. Kayla smiled. And that relates to seconds how? An overwhelming majority of Immortal Guardians are older than your grandparents, like a lot older. In some cases, thousands of years older. If these guys didn't have seconds and the network to help clue them into modern technology, how it works, and the danger some of it poses to them, society would have long since discovered their existence and hunted them to near extinction, keeping a few alive to study like lab rats. Only one parking space remained in the small garage, way at the end. Swinging into it, Kayla cut the engine. "So you seconds basically drag immortals into the present?" "Kicking and screaming all the way." She laughed. "I did notice that Nick doesn't like to text." Oliver sent her a wry smile. "Most immortals don't. Having been born in times when there wasn't even a telegraph with which they could send a message, they tend to think texting is too impersonal. Some even hate talking on the phone. They prefer face-to-face conversations." Kayla couldn't imagine living in a time with no phones. It isn't always an unwillingness to learn something new or a lack of interest, though. Spending his nights hunting and slaying vampires to keep their numbers down doesn't really leave Nick with an abundance of free time in which he can explore every new piece of technology that arises, particularly when he'd rather spend that free time painting. A cool breeze swept through the parking garage as she and Oliver strolled toward the building. Kayla offered him a smile. "Thank you." His eyebrows rose. "For what?" She shrugged. "Explaining what you do for Nick, helping me understand a little more of his world, coming here with me, although I still don't think the latter was necessary." He opened the door and held it for her. "Honestly, I don't think it was either, but I hope you'll cut Nick some slack. I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's fallen in love." Her steps slowed to a halt as she stared at him in astonishment. "Really?" She had loved her ex until she'd discovered his perfidy. Since Nick had lived a lot longer, she had just assumed he had loved other women in the past. Oliver tucked his hands in his pockets and nodded. The last mortals Nick revealed his immortality to were the Iroquois, who took him in after his family tried to kill him. When you had your accident, he could have easily had Seth alter your memories and kept things the way they were between you. But instead, he risked everything by telling you what he is. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't love you, and he's never shared the reality of his existence with a woman before. He would have told me if he had. His features scrunched up in a comical wince. He also probably would have been a little better at it if he'd had any practice, so I hope you'll cut him some slack for that as well. Nick had never loved a woman enough to share as much of himself as he had with her. "I haven't done it either," Oliver added. Emerging from her reverie, Kayla bypassed the elevator and headed for the stairs. "You haven't done what?" "Told a woman what I do for a living. Since joining the network, I haven't found a woman I care for enough to risk it." He sent her a small smile. "I admit I envy Nick. I'm glad you two finally got together." "I am too." If Oliver hadn't found a woman he loved, it certainly wasn't from a lack of charisma. Every employee in her dentist's office was female, and Oliver charmed them all, so much so that Kayla didn't worry about him being bored while she had her teeth cleaned and asked her dentist about the back tooth that had been bothering her. Oliver's deep voice was a near-constant rumble in the background, accompanied by feminine responses and laughter. "Nothing is showing up on the x-rays," Dr. Fisher murmured. "You've had that crown for a while now, so it shouldn't be the bite. Let me check it, though." Kayla opened, then bit down on whatever Dr. Fisher held in her mouth. "Nope, the bite looks good. Have you been clenching or grinding your teeth? I've been seeing that more and more with patients lately. Even some of the children. These are stressful times." "I do tend to clench them unintentionally when I get migraines," Kayla admitted. "Then you might want to consider a mouth guard to protect your teeth if you grind them in your sleep, and also to wear during the day when you catch yourself clenching. That might be what's going on." Kayla wrinkled her nose. "A mouth guard?" Dr. Fisher smiled. You work at home, right? So you don't have to worry about anyone noticing it. Anyone but Nick. She cringed a bit at the idea of having to put a grind guard in after making love with him before going to sleep, or having to take one out before a little wake-up sex. I'll think about it. Okay. Dr. Fisher walked her to the front desk. Oliver was leaning on the reception area side of it, chatting with the receptionist and straightening with a smile. All right, lady, Dr. Fisher smiled. Good to see you again. Let me know if it continues to give you problems or gets worse. Thank you, I will. Kayla paid the bill, scheduled her next routine cleaning, then met Oliver out in the hallway. All good? He asked, as they strode down the hallway and past the elevator. Yes. He tromped down the stairs beside her. What is she worried might get worse? She grimaced. My back tooth has been bothering me. It hurts sometimes when I chew. She thinks I might be clenching my teeth or grinding them in my sleep and wants me to consider getting one of those mouth guards. His brow furrowed. I know. Wearing a mouth guard would just be too sexy, right? He snorted. Hell, Nick wouldn't care about that. He'd want you to do whatever keeps you from experiencing discomfort. He pushed the door open and preceded her out into the parking garage. Kayla studied him curiously as she followed him. He glanced around, his gaze sharp and searching, like a Secret Service agent's. Had he done the same when they'd arrived? She'd been distracted enough by their conversation that she hadn't noticed. The cool breeze buffeted her back and swept her hair forward as they headed for the far end. Then why the frown? He shrugged and returned his attention to her. I was just worried that maybe, recent events might be what's causing you to grind your teeth. She waved a hand in dismissal. No, my tooth has been bothering me for a while. I get migraines, and it often drives me to unconsciously clench my teeth. Dr. Fisher thinks that's what it probably is. Her voice echoed a little off the walls of the garage. You get migraines? He left her and walked around to the passenger side of her car. For years now. She inserted a key in the door. You should ask Aiden or Seth to... Oliver grunted. She glanced at him, wondering what he had been about to suggest and why he'd stopped himself. Frowning, he looked down. Kayla followed his gaze and stared. A long, cylindrical object, about the width of a pen but half as short, with something red and fuzzy sticking out of the end, protruded from his chest. It looked like one of those tranquilizer darts she'd seen animal control officers use on horses and other large animals that needed rescuing. Oh, shit, he muttered, and drew a 9mm from she didn't know where. Before he could even finish raising it, his eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed. Fear sliced through her. Then pain struck her upper arm. She looked down and found a similar dart sticking out of her biceps. Dropping her keys, she reached up and yanked it out. Dizziness assailed her as she let it fall from limp fingers. Her knees turned to rubber. The ground rushed up to meet her. Pain exploded in her head as it hit the concrete. Kayla tried to scream but couldn't seem to make her mouth work. Her purse lay a foot away. She reached for it, feeling as though she were trying to swim through quicksand. Her fingers brushed the zipper. If she could just grab her phone and call Nick, she wouldn't even have to say anything. He'd know when silence greeted him that something was wrong. Footsteps approached. A big boot kicked her purse away. A blurry figure knelt beside her. Then darkness descended. Nick's knee bobbed up and down as he glanced at the clock for the 100th time. He, Eliana, Aiden, and Dana lounged in his living room. The others shot the breeze and caught up, while he consulted the clock for the 101st time. He drew his phone from his pocket and checked it. No new messages. Impatience getting the better of him, he sent Kayla a quick text. Everything okay? He stared at the screen. Minutes ticked past. Nothing. He texted Oliver. What the hell is taking so long? Where are you? Nothing. Swearing, he rose, stalked over to the ottoman, and grabbed the television remote. All conversation ceased. He turned on the satellite and found a local news broadcast. Nick? Eliana spoke softly, her voice imbued with concern. They should be here by now. he muttered, switching to another local channel. The last time this had happened, he'd turned on the news and seen Kayla's car mangled all to hell in the middle of an intersection. "It's rush hour," she reminded him gently. "You know how bad traffic is here." He shook his head. "Kayla isn't responding to my text. Neither is Oliver." From the corner of his eye, he saw Aiden and Dana exchange a look. Aiden rose. "Your second isn't responding to a text?" "No." Eliana and Dana stood too. Nick waited for someone to tell him he was overreacting or being overprotective, anything to ease the dread accumulating inside him. When they didn't, he shook his head. "The last time Kayla was late reaching her destination, she ended up broken and bleeding from an accident, and might have died if we hadn't reached her in time." Eliana bit her lip. "But what are the chances of that happening twice? I mean, 2 accidents on the way to or from her dentist's office? I don't think so." She drew out her cell. "I'm going to have Henderson track their phones." Aiden caught Nick's gaze. "Where was she going? Can you show me a satellite image of it on the computer?" "Yes, follow me." Nick headed into the study. Rounding Oliver's desk, he seated himself before the laptop and did a search for Kayla's dentist. As soon as a map with its location came up, he switched to a satellite view. Aiden leaned down beside him and braced his hands on the desk as he studied the screen. "What route would she have taken?" Nick zoomed out and used his finger to show Aiden the path Kayla would have likely driven from her home to her dentist's office. "Now show me a street view of the building again." He did. "Can you get me any closer? Maybe take me around behind it?" Nick was able to get close to the front, but could only show Aiden a partial view of the parking garage. The elder immortal straightened. "Do you want me to shift into the form of a bird and fly over the route? I'm old enough that an hour in the sun won't bother me. Or I can teleport directly to the parking garage." "The parking garage. Okay, I'll have a look." Nick jumped to his feet. "Take me with you." The elder immortal nodded. "Let's arm up." It only took them a few seconds to don weapons-laden coats and tell Eliana and Dana where they were going. Then Aiden clamped a hand on Nick's shoulder. Everything around him blurred and went dark. A feeling of weightlessness engulfed him. When his surroundings brightened again, he and Aiden stood in a nearly empty parking garage. Bright golden light from the setting sun bathed them from the west. Aiden drew Nick back into the shade of an outdoor stairwell. "Do you see her car?" "Yes." Shrugging off his hold, Nick hurried over to Kayla's car. It was empty, the doors locked. Could her appointment have simply run long? That might explain why Kayla hadn't responded to his text. She couldn't very well do so while the dentist was working on her teeth. But why wasn't Oliver responding? His skin began to prickle beneath the sun's light. One of the doors to the building swung open. A slender brunette stepped out. His heart leapt, then sank when he realized it wasn't Kayla. Aiden joined him. "Go check the dentist's office." Nick forced himself to walk at a normal human's pace, nodding to the woman when he passed her. Once inside, he didn't see any surveillance cameras, but kept his pace to that of a mortal just in case. The door to her dentist's office was locked. He peered through the tall vertical window beside it. Darkness shrouded the interior, and his preternaturally enhanced vision caught no movement within. His hearing picked up no heartbeats. Swearing, he returned to the parking garage. Aiden waited beside Kayla's car, his expression grim. "They aren't in sight." Nodding, Aiden sank to his haunches. "I found this." Nick crouched beside him and studied the pavement to which the elder pointed. His heart sank. "Blood?" Aiden nodded. "Not a lot of it, but it's relatively fresh. There's more on the passenger side." Nick touched a finger to it, brought it to his nose, and inhaled. Oil, brake fluid, transmission fluid, and... "This is Kayla's. I'm guessing the other is Oliver's." Nick rounded the car and checked it out. "Yes." His skin again prickled as sunlight bombarded him. Ignoring it, he drew out his cell phone and sent Kayla another text. "Call me, ASAP." A chime drew his attention to a trash can by the stairwell. Nick quickly crossed to it and found Kayla's purse inside, underneath a bag containing complimentary toothpaste, dental floss, and a toothbrush. As he yanked the purse out, fear inundated him. What had happened? "Over here," Aiden murmured. Nick rejoined him, the purse clutched in his hand. "Is that hers?" Aiden asked, eyeing it. Nick nodded. The prickling in his skin became a burn as his skin began to pinken. Aiden rested a hand on his shoulder. Nick's skin healed within seconds. "I can heal the damage in real time," Aiden murmured absently, keeping one hand on his shoulder as he pointed to a spot near the blood. "There's something there, close to the blood, a scent that's different, not like the usual ones cars leave behind on pavement, but not like the blood either. Do you smell it?" Nick drew in a deep breath. No. But Aiden was an ancient with senses heightened more than Nick's. "Where is it?" Aiden crouched, keeping his hand on Nick's shoulder and drawing him down with him. He pointed, his finger hovering an inch or so above the pavement. "There." Nick started to touch it, but Aiden stopped him. "Just sniff it. If it's what I think it is, I want Henderson's forensic team to see if they can collect a sample and trace it." "Right." Nick leaned down and sniffed without touching the pavement, then sat back on his heels. "It's familiar." "You've smelled it before?" "Yes." "When?" He searched his memories, trying to pinpoint where and when he'd encountered that particular scent. It had happened recently. On a hunt, maybe? No. When it came to him, he spat an epithet and met Aiden's gaze. "It's the sedative the men who attacked me used." Which meant those bastards had Kayla and Oliver, and Nick had no idea who the hell they were or how to find them. Chapter 13. Seth abruptly appeared beside Nick, summoned telepathically by Aiden, no doubt. Nick rose and stared up at him, panic making his heart race. Seth's brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" "They have Kayla and Oliver." His frown deepened. "Who does?" "Whoever sent those men to attack me." Nick quickly filled Seth in. The Immortal Guardians leader vanished, then reappeared with Henderson, head of the Midwest division of the network. "Bring him up to speed." He vanished again. Henderson eyed them expectantly. Aiden did the talking this time, one hand still clasping Nick's shoulder, while Nick's stomach twisted itself into knots. Seth reappeared, his hand on the shoulder of a tall, imposing immortal with obsidian skin. Imhotep, an Egyptian immortal so ancient he even predated Aiden. Seth addressed Imhotep. "Nick's mortal girlfriend and his second have been taken. This is her car. Tell me what you can." Nodding, the silent immortal touched the car. Henderson drew out a cell phone and began to make some calls, but Nick kept his gaze on the ancient Egyptian. Imhotep backed away a few steps, then turned in a slow circle. "They weren't followed," he murmured. "The ones who took them arrived after they did, then waited until the woman and the second returned to their vehicle. They shot the second with a tranquilizer dart. He drew his weapon but lost consciousness before he could fire it. They tranked the woman next, then loaded both into a van. They tossed the woman's purse into the rubbish bin and confiscated the second's phone and disabled the GPS. Then they restrained them both and left." Seth looked toward the street, packed with rush-hour traffic. "Can you tell us where they took them?" The ancient warrior eyed the bumper-to-bumper cars. "I'll try." In the next instant, he darted off in a blur of preternatural speed the drivers wouldn't even notice. Seth caught Nick's gaze. "Imhotep has strong post-cognitive abilities that allow him to see events that transpired in the past." Nick motioned to the garage around him. "So he actually saw what happened here?" Seth nodded, as clearly as though he replayed a scene on a DVD. Hope rose. "So he can just follow them and tell us where they are?" "Ideally, yes, but there are limits to his ability. Had this happened early on a Sunday morning with less traffic to muddy the waters, I would have more confidence. But the more time that passes and the more activity that takes place in the interim, the more difficult it becomes for him to follow the clues. It's sort of like trying to gather evidence at a crime scene after a crowd tramps through it." And there went the brief flare of hope. A van pulled into the parking lot. Nick stiffened. Henderson held up a hand. "They're from the network, one of our forensic teams. Let me see your phone." Nick handed it over, trying to stay calm. Staring at the screen, Henderson swiped and tapped until he pulled up an app Nick hadn't even realized was on there. A map appeared on the screen, indicating their current position with a blue circle. Several colorful icons appeared, one by the blue circle, the rest some distance away. 2 devices were blacked out. Henderson swore. "What?" Nick asked, having no idea what any of it meant. "All seconds wear smartwatches now, so we can use this app to locate them if something foul goes down and they lose their phones. But Oliver's appears to have been taken offline. It isn't showing up." He handed the phone back to Nick. Seth nodded toward the stairwell. "Let's get you out of the sun." Nick and Aiden followed Seth into the shadows of the stairwell. Tense silence embraced the 3 of them as they watched the forensic team work. Nick had never seen such a group in action. He'd seen cleaners. Vampire hunting could be a messy business, and he wasn't always successful at driving the battles that ensued into areas where they would go unnoticed. So he sometimes had to call in a network cleaning crew to help him dispose of the vampire's belongings, eliminate the blood spilled on the pavement, and take care of any footage that might have been captured by surveillance cameras. But forensic teams? No, he had never needed one of those before. The men and women in this one reminded him of those he sometimes saw on British television shows. They pulled on white jumpsuits with hoods, donned masks, and even covered their shoes with white booties to avoid contaminating any evidence they might find. Nick fervently hoped he and Aiden hadn't done too much damage. The small parking garage was bereft of surveillance cameras that could have aided them. If Imhotep didn't find Kayla and Oliver, the only clues they would have to go on were whatever this forensic team could dig up. The doors to the building swung open. A man and woman emerged. Both appeared to be professionals whose office or offices had just closed for the day. The network van blocked their view of Kayla's car and the individuals in white who studied the pavement around it. The woman bid the man goodbye and ducked into a parked SUV. Seconds later, she backed out and drove away. The man continued walking in Nick's direction. He was so busy staring at his phone that he didn't notice anything amiss until he passed the network van. He glanced at the figures in white, then at his phone, did a double-take, halted, looked at Seth, Nick, and Aiden, all tall, imposing figures clad in black, and blanched. He opened his mouth to speak, paused, closed it again. His expression went blank. Seconds later, he returned his attention to his cell phone and casually continued forward as if he'd never seen them. He raised the phone to his ear. "Hey, babe, I'm done for the day. You need me to pick anything up on my way home?" His voice echoed loudly in the empty garage. The 3 Immortal Guardians, Henderson, and the forensic team watched him silently. The woman on the other end of the conversation rambled off a short list Nick couldn't care less about. His mind was too focused on Kayla and Oliver. Unlocking the door of his SUV, the man tossed his briefcase aside. "Are those the ones in the pink box or the blue box?" He settled himself behind the wheel. "Nah, I don't mind." He closed his door and drew his seatbelt across his chest with his free hand. "Hey, you want me to pick up some dinner, too?" He started the engine. "Okay, see you soon. Love you." A moment later, he backed out of his parking space and drove away without so much as giving them a second glance. The forensic team went back to work. Henderson looked at Seth. "My job would be so much easier if I were telepathic and had your mind control ability." Seth's lips twitched. "I'm sure it would." One of the white-clad investigators approached Henderson and held something out. "We found this on her car." Nick stared at the small device but couldn't guess its use. "What is it?" Henderson studied it. "A GPS tracker." He accompanied the man back to the forensic team and consulted them. Nick looked up at the Immortal Guardians leader. "Who are these guys, Seth? Could they be connected to the base Gershom commandeered?" Seth shook his head. "There's no way the two could be related. We tied up all the loose ends with the base. We've even located the last missing gifted one." The forensic team began to pack up their tools and whatever samples they'd found to study. Henderson rejoined the Immortals. "We're going to identify the sedative and confirm it's the same one used on you, Nick, when they attacked you in your home." "It is." Nick didn't want them wasting time confirming what he already knew. Henderson nodded. "My guys tell me it's an animal tranquilizer. We've identified the company that produces it and are tracing all recent shipments to Houston and surrounding areas. But it's a big damn city with a lot of veterinarians." "Why the hell would a veterinarian attack me and kidnap Kayla and Oliver?" Nick blurted. Henderson shook his head. "We're looking for purchases that didn't ship to clinics. If we don't find any, then we'll look into any police reports made by veterinary clinics who reported stolen drugs." That sounded like it could take a long time. A blur raced toward them from the other end of the parking lot. Imhotep stopped before them, his face grim. "I lost them on I-45 North." Nick took a step forward. "Where on I-45? "Close to Beltway 8, the ancient Egyptian immortal replied. That familiar feeling of panic gripped Nick again as he looked at Seth. "Do you think they're heading for the airport?" Henderson answered, "I think it more likely they're heading for Brightwood Industries." Nick frowned. "What's Brightwood Industries?" "One of the companies owned by Richard Rubal." Nick stared at him. "You think this was Richard Rubal's doing?" "I do." Henderson's words carried complete confidence. "Rubal recognizes you at the hospital, shows up at your house, you get attacked shortly thereafter. Now this?" He shook his head. "I don't believe in coincidences. That's why I fully expect my team to be able to link the animal tranquilizer to him or one of his subsidiaries." "How would that even be possible? When Rubal showed up in my house, Seth erased his memory of it." "I did," Seth acknowledged. "I even erased his memory of running into you at the hospital and erased his son's memory of the brief encounter. I'm as puzzled as you are." Nick thought furiously. Could he have told someone else, one of his doctors or something? Seth shook his head. "I found nothing in his memories to indicate he did. But what?" "He suffers from dementia, and his memory and cognitive issues have been exacerbated by either the cancer he's fighting or the treatment he's undergoing. It's very difficult to negotiate a mind so afflicted. I don't think I missed anything, but it's possible he could have spoken with someone and lost the memory of it before I could find it." Nick consulted Henderson. "So this is all because Rubal refuses to believe that I'm my own grandson? What the hell? That shit has always worked in the past." Henderson lifted a shoulder in a slight shrug. "He doesn't believe it because he doesn't want to believe it. I checked him out after Seth told me about your encounter with him at the hospital. Rubal is dying. Oncologists have given him 3 months to live, but they're being generous. I had some of our network doctors look over copies of his medical files, and they unanimously agreed he probably won't live another month. He's desperate, and the vultures are circling. He has 3 greedy sons he doesn't give a shit about who are already squabbling over their impending inheritance while they basically sit around and wait for him to die." He shook his head. "I don't think I'm too far off the mark in guessing that he thinks you are the key to not only beating the cancer and dementia, but regaining his youth and thwarting his money-grubbing children." It sounded frightfully plausible. "Where is Brightwood Industries? We'll head there now." Henderson shook his head. "You don't even know for sure that's where they're taking Oliver and Kayla." "No, but it's a damn good place to start." He had to do something. Henderson glanced at Seth before answering. "Brightwood Industries has 8 different campuses, 6 large and 2 small. I'll get you the addresses." Aiden spoke. "We should bring Dana and Eliana into the loop so they can help us search the campuses." Imhotep stepped forward. "I will search as well." Henderson held up a cautionary hand. "These places are going to have tight security, lots of cameras, hundreds, if not thousands, of employees." Nick ground his teeth. "Most of whom will have left for the night. It's after 6. We're going." Look, Henderson said, visibly striving for patience, I know you're worried, but you don't want to rush into this half-cocked. If they catch you doing immortal shit on camera and leak it or live stream it to the internet, we're going to have a hell of a time trying to silence it, if we can silence it. Sometimes we just have to discredit it instead and hope it takes. Seth sent Nick a warning look. We will exercise extreme caution. Of course he would. He didn't want to do anything that might cost Kayla or Oliver their lives. Agreed. The network crew piled into the van. Henderson stepped away to speak with them for a moment. Seth caught Nick's gaze. Be calm. Kayla is still alive. How do you know? They really had no idea what they were dealing with here, if immortality was really Rubal's endgame, or how much he was willing to sacrifice to obtain it. She's a gifted one, Seth said. Now that Gershom is no longer distracting me with his chaos, I would feel it if they killed her. Nick had heard that Seth sensed it whenever an Immortal Guardian was killed, but he hadn't realized the powerful immortal leader could also sense it when gifted ones died. What about Oliver? Regret entered Seth's eyes, which were so dark a brown they were almost black. He's human. I'm afraid I wouldn't sense it if he came to harm. The network van drove away. As soon as Henderson rejoined them, Seth clasped his and Imhotep's shoulders and teleported away. Aiden followed, taking Nick with him. Dana and Eliana rose as soon as the four of them appeared in Nick's living room. Seth, Aiden, and Henderson quickly filled them in, while Imhotep stood silently by, and Nick fretted over every minute that ticked past. Nick, Aiden said. Blinking, he realized it wasn't the first time the Celt had called his name. Yeah. Do you have a recording of Kayla's or Oliver's voice? We may be able to determine where they're being held simply by lingering outside and listening once we reach the campuses. Yes, I have voicemails. The first he played was from Oliver. Hey, man, where the hell are you? The sun will rise in a few minutes, and I don't want your ass to fry in it. He played it a couple more times so they could get a feel for Oliver's voice, then played a longer one from Kayla. Hi, Nick. I just got a very unusual call from Becca. Apparently her a-hole, always a bitch roommate is now acting just as sweet can be. And when I say sweet, I mean, I heard you just won the Mega Millions lotto and am hoping you'll spread some of that money love my way if I'm nice to you, sweet. She's even keeping the other a-holes at bay and shutting them down. You didn't by any chance have something to do with that, did you? Her voice was both teasing and suspicious. Call me. Everyone stared at him. Seth arched a brow. What? Nick asked defensively. Eliana grinned. You had Lizette talk to her, didn't you? Maybe. She thrust a fist in the air. Yes, I knew it! I so wish I could have been there. Dana smiled. Becca is Kayla's daughter? He nodded. She leaned into Aiden's side. Aw, that's so sweet. Nick frowned. Could we just get back to business? Henderson cleared his throat. I'll have my contacts at Bush Intercontinental and the smaller airports to the north keep an eye out for Rubal and the others in case they aren't heading to Brightwood Industries. If Kayla and Oliver are unconscious, Rubal will use a private plane to transport them. He paused. Actually, he'd probably use a private plane to transport them even if they weren't, so my guys will alert me if that happens. If Rubal forced Kayla and Oliver onto a plane, Nick and Seth could shapeshift and chase it through the air. Even in bird form, they retained their preternatural speed and would be able to overtake them. Then Seth could teleport them both inside the plane so Nick could kill the bastards and save Kayla and Oliver. And Nick did intend to kill the bastards. Rubal had orchestrated the kidnapping after Seth had wiped his memories. They couldn't risk a repeat of this. I'll also trace any calls or texts that go to your phone, Henderson continued, in case Rubal or one of his men tries to contact you. He set a laptop Nick hadn't even noticed him holding on the ottoman, then seated himself on the sofa and began typing away on the keyboard. Seth caught Nick's eye. "I'm going to bring Roland and Marcus in on this. If there are 8 of us, we can each search a campus." "Okay." Seth closed his eyes. A moment later, Roland and Marcus appeared, geared up for battle. Marcus frowned at Nick. "What happened?" "Kayla and Oliver have been taken." Both Marcus and Roland swore. Nick let Seth and the others bring the 2 British immortals up to speed, while he paced back and forth, his gut churning. What if Kayla and Oliver weren't at any Brightwood Industries campuses? What if they weren't at any of Rubal's homes? What if Nick and the others didn't find them tonight? Was Kayla okay? She must be so afraid. She wasn't accustomed to all this violence. Had the bastards hurt her? Would they hurt her? Or worse, kill her? Did they think that, because of her association with him, she was different too? That somehow being with him had changed her? Would they cut her? Bleed her? Study her like a lab rat? Or did they plan to torture her in order to gain his cooperation? Because he was the one Rubal really wanted, not Kayla. And what of Oliver? Nick loved him like a brother, more than he had loved his own brothers. Oliver hadn't tried to stab him in the back multiple times the way his siblings had. Was he okay? Had they hurt him, maimed him to keep him from trying to escape? Because Oliver would try to escape. He had served in the military before the network recruited him, and he had the skills to get his ass out of just about any situation. Right now he was probably fuming over his capture, mentally castigating himself for not keeping Kayla out of their enemies' clutches, and plotting to kill every man he came into contact with and get Kayla to safety. But if Henderson was right, and Brightwood Industries' security was tight, an escape attempt could endanger them even more. "Are we going to do this or what?" he snapped, the weight killing him. Everyone quieted. Seth spoke. "We're going to do this." Relief and anxiety warring within him. Nick nodded. "You're making a mistake." A deep voice penetrated the fog that enveloped Kayla. There was something familiar about it. Thud, thud. A wheeze of a cough filled the air. Her head felt thick, her thoughts fuzzy. A weird taste filled her mouth, which was as dry as though she had just jogged across a desert. "You live with him," another man said with some disgust. His voice was weaker, with age, perhaps. "You know his secret." "What secret?" Thud, thud, thud. More wheezing coughs. "Fucking cowards. Why don't you take these cuffs off and try that shit?" She tried to kick her mind into gear. Was that Oliver? Where were they? Why was it so hard to open her eyes? She tried to raise a hand to her face and couldn't. Shuffling footsteps sounded, accompanied by a faint, rhythmic thump. The elderly man spoke again. "I want to know how Nicholas has stayed young all these years." "All what years?" Oliver countered, his voice pained. "He's 36 fucking years old." "Bullshit. He's my age if he's a day." "You're insane." Thud, thud, thud. Ragged breathing broke the silence that followed. Someone spat. "What is he?" the old man demanded. "A security guard," Oliver answered. Thud, thud. "What is he?" "An artist." Thud, thud. "What is he?" "A Canadian with dual citizenship." Thud, thud, thud. "Fuck!" Oliver shouted. "What the hell do you want me to say?" "That he's immortal," the elderly man bellowed. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Oliver wheezed. Kayla finally managed to pry her eyes open and stared down at her lap. She blinked again. Her hair hung down around her face in a mahogany curtain. Her head ached as though someone was pounding away at it with a sledgehammer. Just shifting her eyes from side to side to gain a better understanding of her position hurt, but she did it. She was sitting, or rather slumping, in a chair. Her chin nearly touched her chest. A zip tie bound her right wrist to the chair arm. Her left arm was similarly bound. She tried to move her legs and was a little surprised to find she could. Her ankles must not be bound. When she raised her head just enough to unobtrusively survey her surroundings, pain shot through her neck. Gritting her teeth, she ignored it. The chair that held her captive graced the center of a cavernous room full of large crates and bulky, dark gray plastic containers the size of footlockers. Oliver sat in an armless chair several yards away. Clearly they perceived him as more of a threat because his wrists were bound behind his back, his ankles were zip-tied together, and thick rope crossed his chest, securing his torso to the back of the chair. Her heart sank. His mouth and nose bled. The left side of his face was red and swollen and sported multiple abrasions painted with blood. His left eye was discolored and had begun to swell. A big bruiser of a guy wearing dark olive cargo pants and a pale gray T-shirt drew his right fist back and slammed it into Oliver's stomach, then followed it with an uppercut to Oliver's chin. Thud, thud! How long had they been beating him? Who were they? How long had she been out? And what the hell had happened? How had they even come to be here? The last thing she remembered was going to the dentist. Nicholas Belanger hasn't aged since I saw him in Vietnam shortly before the official police action began. Her gaze shifted to the speaker. A frail old man leaned on a cane a few feet away from Oliver and the bruiser. He stood about 5 feet 8 inches tall and looked like he didn't weigh much more than Kayla's 105 pounds. Thin white hair cropped short allowed glimpses of the age spots that decorated his scalp. Oliver shook his head. Nick wasn't even alive during the Vietnam War. That was his grandfather, you psychotic bastard. Bullshit! The old man motioned to the bruiser. The bruiser delivered several more punches. Oliver's head snapped back. Glaring up at his attacker, Oliver spat blood in the man's face. The bruiser stumbled back and quickly drew the tail of his T-shirt up to wipe his face clean, revealing a jagged scar on his muscled abs. Then he roared and hit Oliver in the side and in the stomach. Oliver coughed and wheezed and glared up at the man. Wow, if looks could kill. The old man took a step closer. We both know it was Nicholas. He's immortal, and I want you to tell me how he came to be that way. Oliver shook his head. You're delusional. He looked up at the bruiser. Your boss is delusional. He's sick, and it's fucking with his head. He looked beyond the old man. Kayla followed his gaze. 4 more men, wearing olive cargo pants and gray T-shirts, stood some distance away, their arms crossed over their chests as they watched. Your boss is delusional, Oliver called to them, his voice echoing a bit in the large chamber. An insanity plea might keep his sorry ass out of jail, but it won't do shit for you. You're all in full possession of your faculties and will go down as willing accomplices if you don't put an end to this. The bruiser delivered a right hook. Oliver swore, then laughed. If you don't believe me, ask his son. This man suffers from dementia, and his cancer treatments have muddled his thoughts even more. His own son said so the first time this asshole mistook Nick for his grandfather. Kayla saw one of the men look uncertainly at the others. When the rest remained resolute, he clenched his jaw and glared at Oliver. Great. They were all either sheep incapable of thinking for themselves or were simply too greedy to pass up whatever paycheck they would receive for being here. The bruiser hit Oliver again, so hard his chair nearly tipped over. Oliver grunted, a muscle in his swollen jaw tensed. You can hit me all damn night, he gritted. It isn't going to change the fact that Nick is just an ordinary guy. The old man looked over at Kayla. What of the woman? Oliver tensed. What about her? She's not ordinary, the old man said, and the gleam in his pale blue eyes as they met hers sent a chill coursing through her. Oliver snorted. How do you figure that? The old man moved in her direction, his steps slow and careful. The knobby knuckles on his hand whitened as he gripped the head of his cane. "I saw pictures of her car in the aftermath of her accident. They had to use the jaws of life to extract her. And I saw the blood on the sheet that draped her in the hospital as Nicholas and the others rolled her out of the elevator. There's no way in hell she came away from that with just a broken arm and a few bruises." Kayla held his gaze, unable to look away from the avarice it reflected. Oliver snorted. "Ever hear of airbags?" "She isn't even wearing the cast." The old man gave her a greedy once-over, "so she clearly heals quickly." He stopped before her, and though he spoke to Oliver, he didn't look away from Kayla. "If you won't tell me what I want to know, she will." Kayla clamped her lips together in a mutinous line. The old man smiled. "One way or another." He glanced over his shoulder. "Send Marcy in." One of the men spoke into a walkie attached to his shoulder. Kayla shared an uneasy look with Oliver. A door on one side of the room, the only entrance and exit she could see, opened, admitting a stern-faced, heavy-set woman carrying a kit. The door swung shut behind her. The thick heels of her shoes clunked on the floor as she crossed to stand beside the old man. She nodded at Kayla. "Is this her?" "Yes." She crouched down, set her kit on the floor, and opened it. Kayla's nerves rattled when the woman drew on vinyl gloves. "What are you doing?" Oliver asked. The bruiser hit him. "That's none of your concern." The woman wrapped a rubber tie tightly around Kayla's upper arm. Kayla strained against her wrist restraints. "What are you doing?" The woman said nothing as she tore open a moist towelette and swabbed the bend of Kayla's elbow. She didn't meet Kayla's gaze when she drew out the kind of needle used to draw blood. Kayla moved her elbow from side to side, avoiding the needle. When that seemed unlikely to deter the woman, she braced her feet on the floor and shoved her chair back. The old man swore. "Nelson!" One of the four silent men in the distance strode forward and moved around to stand behind Kayla. Leaning down over her, he gripped her forearms and biceps to hold her arms still. His body kept the chair from moving, his grasp on her arms so tight it would leave bruises. The woman palpated the bend of Kayla's arm with 2 fingers, then inserted the needle. As soon as she connected a vial to the tubing attached to it, blood slithered through the needle and down the tubing to collect in it. Kayla's doctor's office drew blood for routine tests every year during her annual physical exam, but they never filled more than 5 vials. This woman took more, then filled a bag as if Kayla were donating blood. All the while, Oliver cursed and threatened and suffered more punishing blows from the bruiser. The old man smiled, revealing slightly crooked teeth. "Whatever's different about her, whatever Nick has passed on to her, we'll find in her blood." "You aren't going to find anything, you crazy fuck!" Oliver shouted, then shifted his gaze to the woman. "And any medical personnel who work for you will lose their licenses and face criminal charges once their part becomes known." The woman glanced at the old man. He shook his head. "It's all bullshit. Go ahead." The woman drew out a large, self-adhesive bandage about the size of the knee bandages Kayla had kept on hand when Becca used to spend hours running around on the playground, learning to skate or riding her bike. Carefully removing the paper backing, she applied it to the bend of Kayla's arm above the puncture. Then she packed everything away in her kit, rose, and left. Chapter 14. Oliver suddenly began to laugh. He laughed and laughed as if someone had just told him the funniest joke he'd ever heard. The old man glared at him. "You think this is funny?" "I think it's fucking hilarious," Oliver responded around a chuckle. "The guys are gonna bust a gut laughing when they find out about this." "No one is going to find out," the old man stated, his voice cold and sure. But Oliver shook his head. Oh, someone will find out. His tone added, "You're kidding yourself if you think they won't. Because the joke is on you. I'm in the witness protection program, dumbass. You think the feds won't come knocking on your door when I don't check in?" The men in the distance exchanged looks. The old man scowled. "What are you talking about?" "You should have done your homework. Not only would it have confirmed that Nick isn't who you think he is, it would have revealed that I'm not who you think I am either. If you dug deeply enough. You think I'm just Nick's roommate? His personal assistant? You think I just order his art supplies and help him sell his paintings? Try to arrange showings that will get his career as an artist off the ground so he can ditch his security gig. You think it's just coincidence that they placed me with a man who is well-schooled in hand-to-hand tactical fighting? Who placed you? The feds." Oliver laughed again and spat blood. "I'm of no further use to them if I die, so they found me a really good babysitter. If anything happens to me, you're done. That's what's so fucking funny. All your assets will be frozen, your passport will be confiscated, and you'll spend the rest of your short life in jail because you went after Nick and got me instead. And I'm not talking about the bullshit sissy jail they send rich men to when they fuck people over and steal millions or billions. I mean the jail in which you'll become your fellow inmate's punching bag and find yourself some guy's girlfriend until the cancer kills you, if the nightly ass-poundings don't kill you first." "You're bluffing." "Am I? A man like you probably has a shitload of resources at your disposal. If you were playing with a full deck, you would have used them and performed due diligence before kidnapping the two of us. You shouldn't have just checked out Nick's background. You should have checked out mine." The old man puffed up. If you had," Oliver continued, "you wouldn't have missed the trail of breadcrumbs the feds left when creating my new identity. Any talented hacker could discover them." Silence fell. Oliver gave no indication whatsoever that he was lying. Even Kayla began to wonder if at least some of it might be true. "But," Oliver said, "I'm nothing if not an opportunist. The feds wouldn't value me otherwise. So I might be willing to make a deal." Though the old man arched a brow, Kayla could see that Oliver's words disturbed him. "Why make a deal when all I have to do is kill you?" Oliver sighed. "Did you not hear me say that if I don't check in, they'll show up at your door? When the feds forced me into witness protection, I tried to slip away. A lot. They had me working at a fucking gas station halfway between two small towns way out in BFE. And every damn time I did get away, they managed to find me and forced me back in. I don't know if they put a chip in my fucking head or what, but the feds always find me, no matter how careful I am not to leave a trail. They just got tired of looking, so they finally agreed to place me in a larger city where I wouldn't be bored off my ass all the time. It's harder for them to protect me here, so they stuck me with Nick." The bruiser hauled off and hit him again. "I call bullshit." "Call bullshit all you want," Oliver growled. "And while you're at it, call the U.S. Marshals Service. Ask for Deputy Henderson, and mention the name Spencer Zaveri. If you don't feel like looking the number up online, you'll find it on my phone." The old man took a step toward him. "Who is Spencer Zaveri?" "I am. Or I was before they changed my name. Look it up, then come back, and maybe we can strike a deal. You're a billionaire. Being in the witness protection program hasn't exactly left me with a big bank account. Offer me enough money and I'll keep my mouth shut and walk away without a backward glance. Offer me more than enough, and I'll convince Kayla to do the same." The old man looked at Kayla. "And how do you plan to do that?" Oliver shrugged. "Everyone has a price. Hers might be her dickhead ex-husband meeting with an accident and being permanently ejected from her life. Or maybe her daughter having a nice plump trust fund waiting for her when she turns 25. I'll figure it out, whatever it is, and you can help me make it happen. And who knows, if you offer her whatever you offer me, maybe she'll satisfy your nutball curiosity and agree to donate more blood so you can turn it into whatever immortality serum you think you can create to cheat death. Silence descended, thick and tense. "Time is ticking, gentlemen," Oliver drawled. "If we don't go home tonight, Nick is going to start looking for us. That was the whole point of kidnapping you." Oliver sighed, as if dealing with someone so dense exhausted him. "How many times do I have to tell you he's an ordinary guy? He may look for us, but he won't find us here, and you won't lure him into a trap. He'll just call in the feds when I don't come home." "We'll see." Turning away, the old man hobbled toward the door with as much dignity as his frail form could muster. The bruiser strode after him, followed by the other men. The door closed behind them with a snick. Kayla stared at Oliver. One corner of his bloody lips turned up in a smile as he winked at her with the eye that wasn't swollen. He glanced up at the high ceiling, then around the room. "You see any cameras? My vision's a little blurry." She looked around. "No." "I figured there wouldn't be. He wouldn't want to risk having video confirmation of his crime." Kayla struggled against the zip ties that bound her wrists to the chair, but could neither break them nor squeeze her hands free. Leaning forward, she eased her weight onto her feet and stood with the chair on her back. Though walking in such a hunched-over position was awkward, she managed to make her way over to Oliver. "Do you think they're listening to us?" "I doubt it. I don't think he put a lot of thought into this operation." Curiosity sparkled in his right eye as he watched her. His left was nearly swollen shut now. She lowered her chair to the floor beside him. "Was all that bullshit? The witness protection program thing?" Nodding, she scooted her chair back and studied the ropes that bound him to the chair. There was no way she would be able to untie them one-handed, even if she could reach the large knot, nor did she have a hope in hell of unfastening the zip tie that bound his wrists. "Yeah, I was just leaving a few breadcrumbs of my own, the kind that will raise red flags at the network if he investigates them." "What are you doing?" "Trying to figure out how to untie you." "Damn, you kick ass, Kayla. Nick's a lucky man. I love strong women." Strong? Kayla wasn't strong. She was sweating. Her heart raced, and she felt shaky inside. Oliver blew his breath out until his chest sank, then wiggled and squirmed. As Kayla watched in amazement, he maneuvered the rope around his chest, up and over his shoulders, then ducked his head and freed himself. He stood, his balance less than steady, arms still secured behind his back with a zip tie. He tried to sink to his knees, but ended up falling with a pained grunt instead. "Damn it! I think that asshole broke a couple of my ribs." A long groan spilled from his lips as he hunched over and forced his bound hands under his butt and down his legs until they were in front of him. Impressive. Kayla didn't think she could do that, and she exercised and stretched at least 5 days a week. Once his hands were in front of him, he pushed himself to his feet again. Raising his hands to his teeth, he tugged on the long end of the zip tie. "I'm pretty sure you aren't going to be able to bite through that," she murmured, scooting around until she faced him without the empty chair between them. His poor battered face lit with a grin. "I'm not trying to." Fisting his hands, he raised them over his head and brought them down in a flash, as if he were trying to stab himself in the stomach. The plastic tie broke. Her eyes widened. "How'd you do that?" "It's not as hard as it looks." Oliver placed his hands together, palm to palm, and formed fists. "This, however, might be more difficult. I've only ever done it with duct tape." In the next instant, he squatted and drove his fists down between his ankles at the same time. The zip tie held, and Oliver lost his balance. Bracing a hand on the floor, he grunted and gripped his ribs. "Are you okay?" she asked hesitantly. He nodded. "Just dizzy. I think I took one too many blows to the head." Parking his butt on the floor, he began to untie the laces of one of his boots. "Are you really Spencer Saveri?" I guess they'll find out when they look it up." He smiled, the swelling in his face that steadily worsened, warping it a bit, as he tugged the lace out of his boot. Looping the lace around the middle of the zip tie that bound his ankles, he took one end in each hand and began to pull on it in a sawing motion. Seconds later, the zip tie broke. Oliver rose to his feet, then staggered to one side. Kayla loosed a cry of concern. He threw his hands out to the sides and spread his legs as if bracing on the deck of a rolling ship. After a moment, he seemed to stabilize. "Okay, I might have a concussion. Either that or whatever they drugged us with is still fucking with me." Carefully, he closed the distance between them. Kayla watched as he leaned down and threaded his shoelace through the zip tie on one of her wrists. Blood dripped from his upper lip onto her arm as he tugged on the two ends in a sawing motion again. "Sorry about that." She nodded as the zip tie sprang open. "I'm guessing those aren't ordinary shoelaces." He went to work on the other tie. "Nope. During our training, seconds are taught to be prepared for anything." The zip tie broke. Kayla rubbed her wrists. Both bore raw red marks from her tugging against the restraints. "Now what?" She rose. The room around her tilted sharply, sending her tumbling sideways. "Whoa!" Oliver grabbed her biceps and held on tight. "You okay?" Fisting her hands in his bloody shirt, Kayla held on tightly. "Dizzy," she managed to force past cold lips. He wrapped his arms around her and held her close. "Did they hit you while I was out?" Fury darkened his voice as every muscle went taut. "No, at least I don't think so. My face doesn't hurt." "Do you think maybe they took too much blood?" "Maybe." "You're pretty small. Do you even weigh 110 pounds? "No." It was why she had never donated blood before. He swore. "The damn tranquilizer probably didn't help. You're about 70 pounds lighter than I am. If they gave you the same dose they gave me, it might have been too much." She closed her eyes and rested against him for a moment. "I think you're right. I'm not feeling so well." Her heart continued to race, her skin felt clammy, and her stomach was not happy with her spinning head. "Maybe you should sit while I try to figure a way out of this." Kayla's rubbery legs drove her to consent. Oliver gently lowered her to the chair. Leaning down, he peered into her eyes. "Yeah, your pupils are a little dilated." He gave her arm a reassuring squeeze. "Rest for a bit. I'm going to have a look around." She nodded, clenching her teeth when the room swirled once more and nausea rose. Oliver's brow puckered with concern as he reluctantly moved away and began searching the room. He disappeared behind a mountain of crates. Kayla breathed in and out through her nose, trying to wish the nausea into non-existence, but it only worsened. "There's a commercial garage door on the far side behind those crates," Oliver muttered as he reappeared, "but it has a digital lock, and I don't think it leads outside." Kayla swallowed hard as he walked past. Hot saliva seeped into her mouth. She swore silently, knowing from her pregnancy days that a miserable bout of retching would likely follow. "The asshole who got off on beating the crap out of me wasn't armed," he muttered. "I think the other 4 were, though. Did you notice them wearing shoulder holsters?" Her stomach roiled. "Kayla?" "Ah, hell." Bolting out of the chair, she staggered over to the nearest crate, bent over behind it, and vomited. Her head swam. She lost her balance. Footsteps approached. Oliver wrapped an arm around her from behind and steadied her while he drew her hair back and held it. Her stomach continued to heave long after she emptied it. By the time it stopped, she could barely stand. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "It's okay," he murmured, guiding her away from the disgusting sight and smell. "My heart's racing." She leaned against him, her legs weakening so much she feared he might end up having to carry her. "Your breathing is ragged, too. I don't know if it's the blood loss or an overdose or a combination of the two, but I need to get you the hell out of here." "Go without me." "Fuck no." "Think I'm gonna pass out." Were her words slurring? "If you do, I'll just carry you over my shoulder." "Can't." "Sure I can." The levity he injected into his voice failed to camouflage his concern. "You're light as a feather. and I'm not leaving without you, Kayla." If he said anything else, she didn't hear it. The world around her went black. Nick stared at Brightwood Industries' sprawling campus. It was deceptively pretty. Sleek modern buildings made of steel and glass bespoke high-priced architecture. In their center, a lake formed a figure eight and oozed both beauty and tranquility. Trees stood sentry along its banks, still flowering thanks to Houston's crazy temperatures. Ducks nested in the bushes. A covered portico to one side protected picnic benches, upon which employees no doubt enjoyed their lunches while they watched the waterfowl. On an adjacent building, a wall of glass revealed a cafeteria, dark now, that overlooked the water. A quaint little bridge crossed the lake at its narrowest, providing shorter passage to other buildings or to one of the parking lots beyond them. Those lots were largely empty now. His preternatural hearing strained to pick up a hint of Kayla's and Oliver's voices, but instead found only the muted conversation of departing employees and the cleaning crew just beginning their shift. Seth abruptly appeared beside him. Nick jumped, then swore, his nerves strung tight. Either they aren't here, or they aren't speaking. "They aren't here," Seth stated. "Roland found them." His big hand clamped down on Nick's shoulder. The lovely campus before them descended into darkness. That odd feeling of weightlessness that teleportation inspired hit Nick. Then the world brightened, illuminated by LED lights that beamed down on a mostly empty parking lot. Tall trees surrounded Nick and Seth, obscuring the view a bit. But Nick saw enough to recognize that this campus was vastly different from the one he'd just left. This one looked more akin to one of the network's headquarters. Bland, nondescript, very few windows, nothing to inspire a second glance if Seth hadn't told him Kayla and Oliver were somewhere inside it. Roland, Dana, Imhotep, Eliana, and Marcus stepped from the trees to Nick's left. Aiden suddenly appeared beside Seth. Roland nodded to them. "We need to move in quickly. Oliver is attempting an escape." Nick frowned. "Why, it's too dangerous." Surely he knew Nick was looking for them and would find them soon. The British immortal glanced at Seth, then back at Nick. He was afraid to wait. "Kayla is ill. She needs medical attention and—" Nick took a step forward. "What's wrong with her?" Gunshots sounded, barely detectable by his ears thanks to high-quality silencers. "Shit," Oliver whispered somewhere inside the building, his breathing labored. "Come on, Nick, where the fuck are you? I'm kinda outnumbered here." Nick tensed and started to dart forward. Seth grabbed his arm, effortlessly holding him in place. "We're here, Oliver," he broadcast mentally. "Where are you?" "We just left a warehouse full of crates that had a fire-rated overhead commercial garage door," he huffed, "and are making our way through the building. I managed to seize a couple of weapons but have no extra ammo." "Halt your escape and seek shelter. We're on our way in." Seth met Nick's gaze. "There are commercial garage doors in the back. You, Imhotep, and I will enter there." Eliana stepped forward. "Dana and I will go in through the front door and create a diversion." Aiden nodded. "I'll go with them and keep an eye out for reinforcements." Roland motioned to Marcus. "We'll zip past them and make our way back to you. If we find Oliver and Kayla first, we'll get them out." Seth nodded. "Aiden, Roland, you both have telekinetic abilities. Use them to redirect every surveillance camera you see up to the ceiling, so none of this will be captured on video. I'll do the same on our end. I want to make the cleanup as easy and uncomplicated as possible for Henderson and his crew." When they both agreed, Seth released Nick. "Okay, let's go." He and Imhotep shot away in a blur. Nick followed, heart pounding, worry filling his stomach with acid. What was wrong with Kayla? Aiden said she was ill. How ill? Ill in what way? Was she ill or was she injured? Had they hurt her? More silencer-muted gunshots sounded as the three of them approached large garage doors at the back of the building. Surveillance cameras that should be focused directly upon them instead pointed up at the night sky. Oliver spoke inside, keeping his voice low. "From the storage room. We went right, then left again. I've taken out 2 hostiles in green and gray so far." Seth waved a hand. The garage door rolled upward at his telekinetic command, issuing metallic creaks and groans. "Stay here." Ducking, Seth sped inside. Nick ground his teeth, impatience battering him. At the front of the building, Eliana greeted some men and started rambling on about surprising a birthday boy inside with a strippergram. What the hell was a strippergram? At last, the creaking door reached its zenith, and he could see within. Seth stood in the center of an empty, cavernous room. A camera mounted above the door on the opposite wall stared up at the ceiling, guided there by Seth, no doubt. Another garage door graced the wall to Nick's left. It rolled up as Seth approached it. Nick and Imhotep followed. As soon as he stepped inside, Nick smelled Kayla, Oliver, blood, and vomit. Even Seth couldn't keep him from zipping forward through the maze of crates and boxes until he reached 2 chairs close together. Rope and broken zip ties littered the floor around them, along with sprinkles and small puddles of blood. His hands curled into fists. At least one of them had taken a hell of a beating. The acrid stench of vomit wafted from behind a nearby crate. Roland's words came back to him. "Kayla is ill. She needs medical attention." Had they beaten her until she vomited? A red haze of fury engulfed him. A growl rumbled up from deep inside his chest and spilled from his lips. Imhotep strode toward a door Nick hadn't even noticed. "This way." More silenced gunshots reached his ears, accompanied by cries of fear and pain. These were farther away than the others. Seth fell into step with Nick as they raced after Imhotep. "Marcus and Roland have taken out 4 armed men similar to those Oliver described." Good. Nick wanted them dead. All of them. Everyone who had harmed Kayla and Oliver. Everyone who had allowed them to be harmed. And Richard Rubal perched at the top of the list. That bastard was going to pay for this. Imhotep led them around another corner and another. Seth kept pace with him and redirected every camera they encountered while Nick brought up the rear. Running footsteps approached. 2 men wearing olive-green cargo pants and light gray shirts swung around the corner at the end of the hallway. Both wielded semi-automatic handguns bearing silencers. Swearing, they raised their weapons and fired. Nick put on a burst of preternatural speed. Pain sliced through his arm and shoulder half a second before he plowed into them. Bones cracked. Their weapons fell to the floor. Then they slammed into the wall behind them, went through it, and sailed into the next room. Crashes and clatter arose. Nick dove in after them. His vision unimpeded by the darkness within, he took in the vacant office, the desk with papers strewn across it, and the computer keyboard dangling over the edge. Groans drew him around the desk. A large desktop computer with a shattered screen rested upon one of his targets. The other man rolled to his side with a groan and struggled to rise. Rage pumping through him, Nick fisted a hand in the man's shirt and threw him back out into the hallway. The man yelped as he hit the floor outside and skidded across it until his head rammed into the far wall with an audible crack. His body went limp. Nick glanced down at the man under the computer. Even as Nick listened, the bastard's heart gave one last stuttering beat, then stopped. Marcus and Roland appeared outside the hole, looked at the dead man in the hallway, then looked at Nick. "So," Marcus said slowly, "does this mean we're not taking prisoners?" Nick leapt over the desk and ducked through the hole. "I'm killing them all." Roland chuckled. "I like him." Marcus rolled his eyes. "You would." The 2 British immortals continued along the hallway while Nick caught up with Imhotep and Seth. Imhotep stopped outside a door. He grasped the doorknob and turned it. Bullets tore through the door and peppered his chest. A couple missed and hit Seth. "Cease!" Seth thundered. Silence descended. Imhotep didn't even stagger backward. He just turned the knob again and pushed the door open. Oliver stood inside, weapon raised, Kayla draped over one shoulder. Relief washed across his features as he lowered the gun. "Sorry, man. I thought you were one of them." "No worries," Imhotep replied in his baritone voice. He was so ancient and powerful, the wounds carved by the bullets were probably already closing. Nick pushed forward. Oliver looked like shit. His face was bruised and bloody and battered all to hell. And Kayla wasn't moving. She didn't rise up and send him a relieved smile, or reach a hand out, or burst into tears. She didn't acknowledge them in any way. She just hung limply, her hair and arms dangling down Oliver's back. Nick reached for her. Oliver grunted in pain as he leaned forward to facilitate Nick's claiming her. Cradling her in his arms, Nick studied her. Her face was pale, her skin clammy. "What's wrong with her?" Oliver shook his head and gripped his side. "I'm not sure. They drew some blood. I think maybe they took too much, or maybe they gave her too large a dose of the tranquilizer. She said she was dizzy, then threw up. I'm dizzy too, so I guess it could be the drug, but mine could just as easily be from a concussion." Eliana, Dana, and Aiden appeared in the doorway, their faces filled with concern when they saw Oliver and Kayla. Dana looked up at Seth. "We had to knock out the security guards, and we killed 2 armed hostiles on our way here. As far as we can tell, no one called in reinforcements. Aiden found Richard Rubal and a big hulking guy with bloody knuckles in a back room. Roland and Marcus finished sweeping the building and joined him. Roland is scaring the living shit out of them, while Marcus keeps him from slitting their throats, and Aiden reads their minds." Seth gripped Nick's shoulder with one hand and Oliver's with the other. "I'm taking these 3 to network headquarters in North Carolina. Henderson and his crew will be here shortly. Hold down the fort until then. I'll take care of Rubal and the other man when I return." The room darkened. Then the bright lights of a state-of-the-art infirmary surrounded them. Nick recognized it. It was nearly identical to the one in the network headquarters in Houston, but this one was larger and boasted advanced electronic exercise equipment in one corner. 2 men with glowing blue eyes currently ran at preternatural speeds on the modified treadmills. Nick stiffened. He had forgotten the East Coast headquarters housed several vampires who had surrendered to the Immortal Guardians, hoping network doctors would be able to stave off the insanity that would soon plague them. They slowed to a halt when Seth, Nick, Oliver, and Kayla appeared. A petite, slender woman, about Kayla's size, rose from a desk nearby. She wore blue jeans and a Tar Heels t-shirt beneath a white lab coat. Her long brown hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Her gaze swept over them, lingered on Oliver, then fell to Kayla, lying unconscious in Nick's arms. "What happened?" Seth motioned for Nick to lay Kayla on an exam table. "Kayla and Oliver were kidnapped and tranked, not with the drug that affects immortals, but with another one. They drew some blood from Kayla. Then she began to feel ill. You have more experience with tranquilizers than the network doctors in Houston, so I brought her here. I can heal wounds, but I can't remove a drug once it's been absorbed into her system." Nick lowered Kayla to the table and stepped back. Oliver moved to stand at his side, his bruised and bloody face full of concern. Seth rested a hand on Kayla's forehead and the other on her chest. Dr. Melanie Lipton moved to stand beside them. The 2 vampires stepped off the treadmills and watched from a distance, faces sober. After a moment, Seth swore. "The tranquilizer isn't making her ill. She's been poisoned." Shifting his hand to Kayla's arm, he ripped the bandage off and held it out to Melanie. "Whatever it is has been leaching into her from the white pad." Melanie took the sticky tan bandage, careful not to touch the white gauze pad in its center, and sniffed it. "I don't recognize it." Seth shook his head and returned his hand to Kayla's chest. "Nor do I. But she's going into cardiac arrest." Alarmed, Nick took a step closer. "Can you stop it?" "I'm working on it." Aiden appeared, one hand on Eliana's shoulder. Before he could teleport away again, Melanie held the bandage out to him. "Smell this. Can you tell me what poison it is?" Aiden's brows drew down. "She's been poisoned." "Yes." He sniffed it, thought a moment, then shook his head. "At first I thought it might be cyanide, but I'm not sure. I'm afraid I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to poisons." "Okay, thank you." Melanie turned to the open door and called, "Jared!" A blur entered the room. Then a man who stood at least 6 feet 8 inches tall stared down at her. Nick had only met Jared once. The powerful immortal was as ancient as Seth, but had only recently joined the ranks of the Immortal Guardians. "Yes." "Get Alec." Jared vanished. "I'm going to head back to Brightwood and keep an eye on things," Aiden said. Then he disappeared as well. Jared reappeared with an immortal about Nick's height. "Alec." Melanie crossed to him and held out the bandage. "Smell this. She's been poisoned and is going into cardiac arrest." Alec took the sticky bandage and sniffed it. His brows drew down. "First I thought it was cyanide." His voice carried a German accent. "I detect a hint of almonds, but—" He sniffed again. "If it is, it's been mixed with something else." Another sniff. "Aconite? Perhaps antimony?" Nick took in Seth's grim expression and looked at Alec. "Is there an antidote?" "Without knowing the combinations of toxins?" Alec shook his head. "We could try hydroxocobalamin in case it is cyanide." He looked at Melanie. "Maybe activated charcoal for the other?" Kayla's body stiffened, then went limp. "What happened?" Nick blurted. "Was she having a seizure?" "Her heart stopped," Seth murmured. "I had to shock it." Absolute terror swept through him. "Is it beating?" There were so many other heartbeats in the room and the building that Nick couldn't isolate hers. "Yes, I've stopped the damage from progressing, but I'm having difficulty reversing it." He sent Nick a look that cut like a knife. "I'm afraid I've little experience with countering poisons. I'm usually called upon to heal injuries, and the poisons I've dealt with in the past were never a combination of multiple substances." This was a nightmare. He couldn't lose Kayla, couldn't be the cause of her death. That bastard Rubal had been using her as bait to lure him and had clearly deemed her expendable. "Why the fuck would Rubal even have something like that lying around?" Nick demanded. "I don't know," Seth said. "Henderson is still looking into the man's business dealings." Melanie and Alec continued to debate treatments, then set up 2 IVs. One replenished the blood taken from her. The other delivered whatever antidote they had decided to administer. Seth's hands began to glow, which only terrified Nick more. That only happened when he was healing a lot of damage. Again, Kayla stiffened, then went limp. Nick's throat thickened as he blinked back tears. He rubbed his palms on his thighs, wishing he could at least hold her hand, but he couldn't touch her while Seth was healing her. Helpless fury careened through him, colliding with despair. "Kayla," he murmured. Oliver moved closer and rested a hand on his shoulder. Silence reigned in the room. Conversations spawned by the hundreds of employees in the building formed white noise in the background. Seth withdrew his healing touch and stepped back. Nick didn't like the look on his face and hastily glued his gaze to Kayla's chest. It still rose and fell with shallow breaths. He looked at Seth. "Well?" "She'll live." Stopping the progression of the damage gave whatever Melanie and Alec administered time to work, but I was unable to repair all the damage to her heart. Nick stared at him. "What does that mean?" "I'll try to heal her again once the last of the poison has been neutralized, and once her blood volume has been restored. But..." "But?" He had thought the powerful ancient immortal could heal or reverse anything save decapitation. As if he'd heard the path Nick's thoughts had taken, Seth said, "Some things are beyond even my healing capabilities. Most illnesses I can heal. Most injuries, too, save some that affect the brain." He shook his head. "But this poison appears to have weakened her heart in ways I may not be able to remedy." This couldn't be happening. He glanced from Seth to Melanie to Alec and back. "What does that mean? Is she going to die?" "Not today." Seth's voice was soft and carried regret. "Perhaps not even a year from now. But her risk of heart attack and stroke has increased considerably." Nick stared at him. "You're saying she could drop dead of a heart attack or stroke at any moment?" If I cannot reverse more of the damage done, then yes, I'm afraid so. Fuck. Nick took one of Kayla's cold hands in his. The backs of his eyes began to burn. It had taken him 4 centuries to find her. He couldn't lose her now. They'd had so little time together. Eliana cleared her throat. If Nick transformed her, could the virus repair the damage? Nick looked at Seth. The Immortal Guardians' leader pondered it. I believe so. Immortals have suffered some grievous head wounds in recent years. Ethan's mind is wired differently, and so difficult to navigate that I couldn't heal all the damage he suffered when he and Aiden were attacked. But he eventually made a full recovery. So the virus must have healed what I could not, and may very well be able to do the same for Kayla. If Nick transformed her. He had never broached the subject with her. Hell, he hadn't had time, really. They might have known each other for several years, but they had only been lovers for a short time. He had hoped to work his way up to asking her if she would transform and become immortal, and he hadn't been terribly confident she would agree. Roland Warbrook had suffered greatly after his transformation, not from the violence that had followed, but because he had been forced to watch his beloved children grow old and die, then his grandchildren, then their children and grandchildren. Would Kayla want to do the same? If she said yes, she and Nick could spend the rest of eternity together. Kayla would never grow old. She would be strong and fast and would never get sick. But she would have to watch Becca grow old and die. How many times had he heard grieving men and women say parents should never outlive their children? Jenna transformed for Reshot, Seth murmured. Was he listening to Nick's thoughts? Nick shook his head. Jenna had no choice. Vampires took that from her. Eliana touched his back. There's always choice. You should ask her, Nick. Having decades more with her daughter may offset the grief Kayla will eventually experience. Nick hoped like hell it would, because he couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Chapter 15. Kayla sighed as consciousness beckoned. Damn, she felt tired. She'd been spending too many hours making love with Nick instead of sleeping. Not that she regretted it. Nick was an amazing lover, but it was really starting to take a toll. She tried to open her eyes and couldn't. Her lids were too heavy. At least the nausea was gone. Wait, what nausea? Alarm shot through her. She and Oliver had been kidnapped. They'd been drugged. That woman had taken her blood. Then Kayla had vomited and gotten dizzy and... She couldn't remember. Had she passed out? She finally managed to pry her eyes open. Dim light bathed her from the white ceiling above. She looked to the left. Machines monitored her heart rate, which increased as she watched. Crap. Oliver had been planning an escape. They hadn't made it out, had they? Those a-holes were taking more of her blood, or... Kayla. Startled, she looked to her right. Nick sat beside her. His hair stood up on one side as though he'd run his fingers through it one too many times, and his eyes glowed faintly. Something squeezed her hand. She glanced down. His long fingers were curled around her hand where it rested on the bed, and it was a nice bed. Comfortable mattress, cushy bedding, definitely not hospital grade. She glanced around, yet they appeared to be in some sort of infirmary. Where am I? Network headquarters in North Carolina. Her gaze shot to his face. We're in North Carolina? Yes. What happened? She and Oliver had still been in Houston when she'd passed out, hadn't they? Nick's grip tightened. Eliana, Seth, and I, along with some of my other immortal brethren, tracked you and Oliver down and freed you. You were being held by a man named Richard Rubol. Where had she heard that name before? Is he the old man you told me about? Yes, he's the one who recognized me at the hospital. Rubal is dying. He has metastatic lung cancer that has spread to his liver, and he apparently saw in me not just a way to beat the cancer, but a way to reverse the aging process so he could remain young forever. He told you all that? No, Seth read it in his mind. I thought you said that had been taken care of. Regret flooded his handsome features as he brushed her hair back from her forehead with his free hand. We all believed it had, but Rubal found a way around it. Because he's aware of the dementia and mental confusion he suffers, he sometimes writes himself little notes to remind himself of things he doesn't want to forget. And he did that after seeing me in the hospital. He did it again before he went to see me at my home, then again before he sent those men to capture me. Seth didn't find any memory of those notes in Rubal's mind because of the dementia, so neither he nor the network erased the trail Rubal left himself to follow. Where is Rubal now? Dead. She swallowed. You killed him when you rescued me? No. The network cleaned up and erased all traces of what went down at Brightwood Industries. When Seth took Rubal home, another network crew met him there and eliminated every note and piece of evidence Rubal had gathered in his quest to capture and use me to cure himself. Then Seth put him to bed and stopped his heart, so everyone would believe Rubal died peacefully in his sleep. She swallowed. At least they wouldn't have to worry about more sneak attacks in the future. Is Oliver okay? He's fine. They beat him really badly. He's all healed now, sweetheart. Good. She had a vague memory now of Oliver tossing her over his shoulder. He had risked his life to free her, refusing to leave her behind, even though he could barely stand and knew lugging her weight around would slow him down. She took stock of her body. Other than feeling a little tired, she was okay. Her stomach no longer roiled. Her heart wasn't racing. Clammy sweat didn't chill her skin. I'm all healed, too. They must have given her blood, or maybe the drug had simply worn off. Not completely. The faint glow in his eyes intensified. Her pulse picked up. What do you mean? He closed those amber eyes a moment, then opened them. A muscle leapt in his jaw. They poisoned you, Kayla. Her eyes widened. What? Rubal thought they could obtain my cooperation by dangling an antidote in front of me, and if it didn't work... He shook his head. He didn't want to leave any witnesses behind anyway. The bandage the woman put on your arm after she drew your blood was soaked in poison. She stared. I wondered why she was using such a big bandage. It was because it could hold more poison? 2 poisons, actually. The network had a cure for one, but not for the other. Seth was able to halt the progression of both poisons, but your heart stopped twice, and he was only able to heal some of the damage done to it. Kayla willed herself not to panic. What does that mean? He leaned closer. Sweetheart, it weakened your heart. Seth tried again to heal you after doctors here at the network infused you with blood and administered the antidote, but he couldn't restore your heart to what it was before. Both he and Dr. Lipton believe the damage has left you at far greater risk of having a heart attack or stroke. Fear rose, not just for herself but for her daughter. She was all Becca had. Now that Becca had cut all ties with her father, she had no other family members who could offer her support if something happened to Kayla, not even grandparents. Kayla's father had died of a heart attack when Becca was a little girl. She'd lost her mother to cancer 3 years later. When Becca had cut her dad out of her life, she'd done the same with his parents, because they kept blaming the divorce on Kayla. The only other living relatives Becca had were Kayla's grandmothers, both of whom were in their 90s and lived in nursing homes up north. And then there was Nick. Kayla had just found him, had fallen in love with him. She wasn't ready to say goodbye. They'd had so little time together. She wanted more. Tears rose, but she hastily blinked them back, not wanting to upset him more than he already was, because Nick was clearly torn up about it. Though he maintained a calm expression, those eyes of his betrayed his inner turmoil. How long do they think I have? There's no way of knowing. Long enough to see Becca graduate? Long enough to see her launch her career, marry, have kids? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Not likely. Shit. I'm so sorry, Kayla. Releasing her hand, he draped an arm across her stomach and curled it around her as he leaned closer. This is all my fault. He continued to stroke her hair. No, it isn't. It's mine. When he would have protested, she cut him off. If I hadn't been in that accident, Richard Rubal wouldn't have seen you at the hospital, and none of this would have happened. His brow furrowed. The accident wasn't your fault. And this wasn't yours. She held his gaze. I mean it, Nick. If I hadn't been in an accident, you wouldn't have run into Rubal at the hospital. If I hadn't moved in next door to you, you wouldn't have cared enough to risk everything to heal me when I was in the accident. If my husband hadn't cheated on me, I wouldn't have divorced him and moved next door to you. If America hadn't sent troops to Vietnam, you never would have met Rubal all those decades ago. If Rubal's doctors had caught the cancer sooner, maybe he would have beaten it and wouldn't have been searching for a miracle cure. If a vampire hadn't turned you 400 years ago, you wouldn't have lived long enough to meet Rubal, or me. So stop blaming yourself. That's bullshit. What happened, happened. It is what it is. Assigning blame won't change anything. It sure as hell wouldn't change the fact that her life had just been significantly shortened. Knowing she could drop dead of a heart attack or stroke at any moment was terrifying. Nick gave her waist a squeeze. But there is something that can change things. He spoke hesitantly, as though he feared her reaction. At least, it can change how things play out from this point on. She studied him. What? You're a gifted one, Kayla. I can transform you without any fear of your becoming vampire. Again, her heart rate picked up, and she hoped like hell it wouldn't send her into cardiac arrest as he continued. Seth believes the virus can heal what he was unable to. Some of my immortal brethren suffered severe brain injuries not long ago, and Seth and the other healers were only able to partially heal them. They worried the brain damage that lingered might be permanent, but the virus took over and healed the rest. They all made complete recoveries. It took a little longer with Ethan, but even he recovered. Seth thinks the virus can do that for your heart. He believes if you transform and become immortal, your heart will be fully restored and strengthened. Moisture glimmered in his earnest amber eyes. So you won't die. She stared at him. You want to make me immortal? His throat again worked in a swallow as he nodded. I don't want to lose you, he admitted, his voice hoarse. I've waited 400 years to find you. But I love you too much to transform you if it isn't what you wish. The decision is yours. Scooting over to the opposite side of the bed, she held up her arms. Come here. Nick didn't hesitate. Swiftly settling his long frame beside her on the bed, he wrapped his arms around her and held her close. Kayla burrowed her face into his chest, her thoughts whirling like a dust devil as he rested his chin atop her head and stroked her back. Would I age if you transformed me? No, and once done, it's irreversible. There is no known cure for this virus, so you must be certain before you decide. If he transformed her, she would never grow old, never sicken or die, and would no longer have to worry about her heart failing. But I would outlive Becca. Yes. Pain pierced her like a knife at just the thought of it, of losing her daughter. If you transformed, you would have more time with her, Kayla, he murmured, and she would get to experience all the things she would miss if she didn't transform. But there's something else, he added, regret once more entering his deep voice. What? You won't be able to have more children. Drawing back, she peered up at him. Such sadness filled his beloved features. Even if you didn't transform. A muscle in his jaw twitched. If you stayed with me, I couldn't give you children. Why not? Immortal males aren't sterile, but our sperm die as soon as we ejaculate. It's why I can't infect you with the virus through sex. The virus dies with the sperm, and no immortal females have ever gotten pregnant. We believe they can't. But most take precautions anyway to avoid it, because we have no idea what the virus would do to a fetus, if a child born with it would age, or if it would remain forever trapped in the body of an infant. Kayla shook her head. After my divorce, I didn't think I would ever fall in love again, so I never really thought I would have more children. A glimmer of moisture entered his eyes. I would have loved to have children with you, to watch your belly swell with my baby. And he had never had children of his own. I think I would have liked that too, she confessed, sharing his regret. But we would still have each other. He cupped the back of her head. Would that be enough for you? Would I be enough for you? Enough to compensate for losing Becca, and for having to eventually bow out of her grandchildren's lives? She would never grow old if she transformed. She might be able to share her secret with Becca, but doubted she would be able to go beyond that and explain to her grandchildren and their grandchildren why she didn't age. She rested a hand on Nick's jaw, drew her thumb across the dark stubble that coated it. How she loved him. He brought her a happiness and contentment she hadn't experienced in a very long time, a happiness and contentment she now believed she had never truly found until he had saved her life and changed it overnight. The years she'd spent married to her ex couldn't compete. She and Nick never fought. They never ran out of things to talk about. Even just sitting together in silence on her back patio or planting flowers in his slowly transforming backyard was fun. He accepted her for who she was. He loved her for who she was, how she was. No makeup, no hairspray, no frills. And he showed it often. What would it be like to spend eternity with him? To look forward not to days or weeks or months with him, but to century after century of love and laughter, friendship and romance, teasing and tenderness, not to mention adventure. She doubted life would ever be boring with Nick. She could see in his eyes that he longed for that. The fact that he didn't pressure her in any way only made her love him more. Just imagining having to watch Becca grow old and die while I don't breaks my heart. Some of the light in his eyes dimmed. And yet, the way I see it, she continued softly, I'm going to lose her either way. If I don't transform, I'll live the rest of whatever time I have left knowing I probably won't get to see her graduate. I won't be there to cheer her on and support her as she embarks upon whatever career she chooses. I will likely never meet the man she'll marry, will never hold my grandchildren. Again she stroked his cheek, enjoying the way the rough stubble abraded her skin. But if I transform, I'll not only be able to do all those things I would have otherwise missed, I'll also have the memories of them to see me through the darkness when I lose her. She pressed a kiss to his lips. And I'll have you. Through it all, Nick. I'll have you. She kissed him again, then narrowed her eyes playfully. I will have you, right? Hell yes, you will, he vowed. As long as you want me, you'll have me. He stroked the nape of her neck. I love you, Kayla. I've known for some time now that I want to spend eternity with you. You never said anything. One side of his lips quirked up wryly. I was afraid to. I've loved you for years. You haven't loved me for nearly as long. She smiled. I'm not so sure about that. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Just think about it, please, and know that I want to be with you either way. You don't have to decide tonight. I've already decided. He stilled. You have? She nodded. I want you to transform me. Relief blanketed his features before he drew her into a hug so tight it constricted her breathing. Thank you. Patting his back, she wheezed, Just don't crush me to death before you do it. His hold immediately loosened. Sorry. She laughed. It's okay. He stared into her eyes, his a brilliant amber now. You're sure you want to transform? I'm sure. She didn't know how the hell they were going to explain it all to Becca, but she was certain this was what she wanted to do. Much of the tension left his body. Would it be okay if I asked Aiden or Roland to transform you? She frowned. Why don't you want to do it? Should she feel hurt about that? Because she kind of did. I do, but Aiden and Roland are both older than me and far more powerful. They're also healers. And we've discovered in recent years that gifted ones who are transformed by elder or ancient immortal healers always end up being stronger and faster than those who are transformed by younger immortals like myself, or by vampires. He slid his big hand from her nape to cup her cheek. I want you to be stronger, Kayla. I want you to be faster and have greater regenerative capabilities. And if Aiden transforms you, you'll likely even be able to spend more time in the sun than I can without it burning you, so you'll be able to take your grandchildren to the playground. She arched a brow. Would I be stronger than you? Definitely. Incredible. Nick was freaking powerful. But didn't most men react badly to women who were stronger than they were, whether that strength was physical, intellectual, political, or applied to the woman's position in the workforce? She studied him closely and could find no objection in his features, no hesitation whatsoever. Her grandmother had once told her that only a strong man could love a strong woman, that a weaker man would resent her. Nick was strong. As far as she could tell, he bore no weaknesses at all. How much stronger would I be? He smiled. A lot stronger. She drew a teasing finger down his chest. So I would be able to overpower you and make you do my bidding? His lips stretched in a wide grin. Sweetheart, you don't have to overpower me to get me to do your bidding. All you have to do is ask. I'm always up for it. She laughed. Yes, you are. I just worried you might not like me being stronger than you. Some men wouldn't, I think. He shrugged. Only if they're pussies. Again she laughed. Real men love strong women, he stated matter-of-factly. Real men admire them. Your strength is one of the many things that drew me to you, Kayla. Gaining more of it won't turn me off. It will turn me on. What doesn't turn you on? He winked. With you? Nothing. You're a walking, breathing aphrodisiac. I love everything about you and want you constantly. His smile faded a bit, but didn't disappear entirely. I do wish I could give you children, though. Me too. She had been a mother for 18 years. Nick had never had the chance to be a father. She wished she could give him that. We could always adopt, he suggested hopefully. Roland and Sarah adopted a little boy, a gifted one who lost his mother. I heard one of the other immortals mention that sometimes the network has a hard time helping orphaned, gifted one children find new families, because their abilities can cause problems when humans adopt them. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could adopt an orphaned, gifted one. She smiled. Maybe we could. You'd make a great daddy. He smiled back. You're already a great mother. He kissed her. So, are we doing this? Will you let me ask Aiden to transform you? Yes. Again he hugged her tight. Thank you. Nick stared down at Kayla. After sleeping for a few hours, the two of them had availed themselves of one of the network's showers and donned clean clothes. The only garb the network kept on hand was standard hunting blacks. Seeing Kayla in a tight black T-shirt that hugged her full breasts and small waist, cargo pants that molded themselves to her lovely rounded hips and thighs, and black boots made his body burn. She looked like a hunter. She looked like she was already one of them. Damn, that turned him on. Resting a hand on her back, he motioned to the couple that had joined them in the infirmary. Kayla, this is Aiden and Dana O'Byrne. Aiden, Dana, this is Kayla. Kayla smiled at the couple and held out her hand. Nick told me what you did, how you helped him find Oliver and me and rescue us. Thank you so much. Aiden bowed over her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. You're very welcome. We always support our brethren, and Nick was damned determined to get you back. Dana nodded and shook Kayla's hand. I haven't been immortal for very long, but have come to understand that Immortal Guardians are basically one big, tight-knit family that would do anything for one another. And it's clear that you and Nick love each other. So you're a part of that family too now. Aiden nodded, whether you transform or not. Kayla sent Nick an uncertain glance. Did Nick speak with you? Aiden smiled. About transforming you? Aye, he did, and I'd be happy to do it, if you're certain. She relaxed. I'm certain. Excellent. Aidan leaned forward and clapped Nick on the back. Congratulations! Thank you. Kayla bit her lip and sent Dana a cautious look. So, you're okay with that? Dana raised her brows. With Aidan transforming you? Sure. She sent her husband a sly smile. I'm always up for a threesome. Kayla's eyes widened. Wait, what? Nick tried to keep a straight face. He really did, but the dismay on Kayla's features was too funny to ignore. He burst out laughing. Aidan and Dana did too. Nick curled an arm around her. She's teasing you, sweetheart. Transforming you won't involve anything of a sexual nature. Oh. Wilting with relief, she smiled. Good. Aidan dropped a kiss on Dana's lips, as if I'd ever want another woman. Still smiling, Kayla narrowed her eyes at Dana. You're evil. Dana grinned unrepentantly. I know, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Plus, I can tell you're a little nervous, so I thought I'd try to lighten things up a bit. Kayla wrinkled her nose. I am pretty nervous. Dana waved a hand. That's natural. Did Melanie tell you what to expect? She nodded. The bite will make me loopy. Then I'll be sick for a few days. Very sick, Dana said. I don't remember much of my transformation, but I do remember feeling like I had the worst case of the flu ever. High fever. Aidan frowned. Dangerously high. Nausea, vomiting, a pounding migraine. Even my teeth hurt. Aidan hugged her. That's because your fangs were coming in. Then he smiled at Kayla. But Nick will be there with you the whole time, and the rest of us will be nearby if you need us. I'm going to teleport the two of you to David's place once I drain you, then transfuse you with my blood. David and Seth both spend a lot of time there and have had quite a bit of experience helping gifted ones through their transformations. Dana straightened away from Aidan and reached out to take Kayla's hand. Why don't we find you a nice comfy bed to recline on? Nick caught Aidan's gaze and tapped his temple as the women walked away. Are you reading my thoughts? Yes, the Celt responded. Did Seth tell you the poison weakened her heart? He did. It may make the transformation a bit trickier, but I'm a powerful healer in my own right. If her heart begins to fail, I'll know it in an instant and can keep it pumping for her. If necessary, instead of draining enough blood to carry her close to death, then returning it to her infected with the virus, I can do it in stages. Drain less blood, return it to her, wait until she stabilizes, then drain blood again, return it to her, and wait some more. The blood exchange will take longer that way, but it may be safer in the long run. Nick nodded. Thank you. Aidan smiled. I won't let you lose her. She'll be healthier than she's ever been in her life in a few days. The two of them joined the women. Kayla reclined on one of the beds the recovery section of the infirmary boasted. Dana piled another pillow behind her. How's that? That's good, thanks. Nick rounded the foot of the bed. The mattress dipped as he sat beside Kayla, his hip brushing hers, and clasped her hand. Aidan took her other hand and raised her arm until his lips hovered above the bend of her elbow. Ready? She smiled and clutched Nick's hand tighter. As I'll ever be. She winced when Aidan sank his fangs into her pale skin, then sent Nick a wry smile. For some reason, I thought that wasn't going to hurt. Dana grinned. It's because the movies always make it seem orgasmic. Orgasmic my ass, Kayla muttered. Though Nick laughed, he watched both Kayla and Aidan carefully, searching for any sign that it wasn't going well. Oh, Kayla breathed. I feel... Her eyelids lowered slightly. I feel so relaxed all of a sudden. She smiled. So relaxed. Her head fell back against the pillows. Rolling it toward Nick, she smiled. Hi, handsome. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed the back of it. Hi, beautiful. You've been running your fingers through your hair again. Her words came a little slower, as though she were on the brink of sleep. "Have I?" Probably. It was a nervous habit he'd never been able to break. "Yeah. I love it when it's messy like that. It's how it always looks after we make love." She started to reach for it with her other hand. "Don't move your arm, sweetheart." Her eyes closed. Her lashes fluttered as her head rolled on the pillow, turning her face away from him. Then she opened her eyes again, as though struggling to remain awake, and squinted up at Aidan. Frowning, she looked at Nick and said in a sluggish whisper, "That Scottish guy is kissing my arm. That's so weird." Aidan's eyes danced with mirth as Dana stifled a laugh. "Don't worry about Aidan," Nick murmured, mustering a smile. "He's an odd sort." "Odder than you?" she teased, lids lowering to half-mast. "Definitely." She shivered as her face slowly paled. "I'm cold." Nick grabbed a blanket off the foot of the next bed and draped it over her, then grabbed another. When he turned back, she appeared to have lost consciousness. Not uncommon after an immortal's or a vampire's bite, but it nevertheless sent a jolt of fear through him. He piled the second blanket atop the other. Aidan suddenly shifted his hold on her arm. Freeing one hand, he rested it atop her chest. Kayla stiffened, then relaxed. Nick froze, absolute terror assaulting him. "What is it?" "Her heart stopped," Aidan said in his head. Instinctively, Nick reached for her hand. "Don't touch her," the Celt ordered gently. "I'll keep it pumping for her until it can resume beating on its own, but that will be harder for me to do if you're connected to her." Not touching her was torture. Nick needed the contact to convince himself he wouldn't lose her. "You won't lose her. I'm already infusing her with my blood. The first thing the virus will do when it takes hold is repair her heart. Remember, this virus is like no other on the planet. It behaves like a symbiotic organism. It can't live if she doesn't live, so it will strengthen her damaged heart before it does anything else." Nick knew the words to be true, but found little comfort in them. A small hand slipped into his. He glanced down. Eliana stood beside him. Curling her free hand around his arm, she leaned into his side. "What are you still doing here?" he asked softly. "I thought you'd left." "Seth needed to meet with me and several others he's relocating, and wanted the privacy of Rawdon's boardroom." As the head of the East Coast division of the network, Chris Rawdon had a huge office here in North Carolina that included an adjoining boardroom, so heavily soundproofed that even Seth couldn't hear what was spoken inside it once the doors were closed. She smiled. "I suspect he chose the meeting time so I would be nearby if you needed me." He squeezed her hand as he returned his gaze to Kayla. "Thank you for being here." A moment passed. "She'll pull through, Nick." Eliana's voice held no doubt, only reassurance. "I know she will. She's strong, and too stubborn not to. She loves your handsome ass." Despite the fear that still battered him, he found a smile. "No more than I love her." It nevertheless took an inordinate amount of time for color to return to Kayla's lovely features. Aidan removed his hand from her chest. A moment later, he lowered her arm. Nick clasped Kayla's hand, so relieved to find it warm again that he blinked back tears. An hour later, Aidan again sank his fangs into Kayla's arm and began to drain her, and once more he had to rest a hand on her chest and keep her heart pumping when it began to falter. Eliana remained at Nick's side, holding his hand whenever he couldn't hold Kayla's to keep him from totally losing it. "Did you know Kayla tried to free Oliver when they were at Brightwood Industries?" she asked, no doubt trying to distract him from the panic that kept beating the crap out of him. "She did?" Kayla hadn't mentioned it, and he'd spoken little with Oliver in the brief time since. She nodded. "The woman was zip-tied to a chair, a tranquilizer, and 2 poisons coursing through her body, yet she still managed to hobble over to Oliver and tried to unfasten the rope that bound him." "Damn," Dana said, her voice full of admiration as she smiled down at Kayla. "She kicks ass." Eliana grinned. "And she'll kick even more once she's immortal." Aiden removed his hand from Kayla's chest. Color returned to her face, a little faster this time. Withdrawing his fangs from her arm, Aiden lowered it to the bed. "And she will be immortal, Nick. Give her a few days and she'll be strong enough to toss you through the roof, or through a wall." Dana winced. "Yeah, just FYI, until she gets used to her new strength, she might literally do that." Sending her husband a look of chagrin, she whispered, "Sorry." Aiden's brown eyes sparkled with amusement as he curled an arm around her. Dana sent Nick a wry smile. "Going from having the strength of an average human to having the strength of a 3,000-year-old immortal warrior requires some serious adjusting. You might want to either stay at David's home for a while or find a place in the country until she grows accustomed to the changes in her body." Eliana nodded. "The houses in your neighborhood are pretty close together. If she accidentally tosses you through the roof?" Dana held up a finger. "Or miscalculates how quickly she can stop while running at preternatural speeds and ends up plowing through an exterior wall." Eliana laughed. "Then someone is bound to notice." Their warnings of what to expect in the future went a long way toward easing his fears in the present. Nick clasped Kayla's hand, relieved by the contact. "I'll take that into consideration." He actually looked forward to Kayla tossing him through the roof. Chapter 16. Kayla raced through the forest. Cool wind blasted her. Trees whipped past in dark, towering blurs. Footsteps pounded behind her. When fingertips brushed the back of her shirt, she put on a burst of extra speed. Masculine laughter followed her as the footsteps faded. She grinned. Aiden had transformed her 2 weeks ago. Now she could run faster than she could legally drive on a freeway. So fast, in fact, that Nick couldn't catch her. Unless she wanted him to. She slowed her pace slightly. Boots pounded the ground behind her. Fingers again brushed her shoulder blade. When she glanced over her shoulder, arms banded around her and lifted her against a muscled chest. Their forward momentum slowed, then halted. Nick lowered her until her feet touched the ground. When she turned in his arms, she expected to see a smile. Instead, his brow furrowed and concern darkened his features. "Never look back when you're racing through a forest at preternatural speeds. Running into a low-hanging branch at human speeds is bad enough. Doing it when you're running faster than you can drive?" She winced. "Yikes, you're right. Would I even survive that?" "Not if it decapitated you." "And if it didn't?" "Maybe. You heal even quicker than I do now. And I could summon Seth to speed the process, or reattach any limbs you might lose. But I'd rather not test it." "Me either. Maybe I should just avoid forests altogether." He shook his head. "There are trees in the suburbs, and the city, too. Run the gauntlet often enough, and tracking the position of every obstacle in front of you will soon become second nature." Nodding, she leaned into him. He had been training her vigorously since the day after she had awoken, sporting glowing eyes and retractable fangs. He also hadn't let her out of his sight. Her transformation had terrified him. Apparently, her heart had stopped a few times, and her fever had risen so high that they'd had to submerge her in an ice bath to bring it down. Nick had sunk into the frigid water with her and held her close to keep her from hurting herself in a desperate and delirious attempt to escape the cold. He was such a sweetheart. Kayla remembered none of it. Nick had confessed it all when she had awoken, and his haggard appearance, the tears that had sparked in his glowing amber eyes when he'd told her how afraid he'd been, had made her newly strengthened heart ache. Drawing in a deep breath, she marveled for the millionth time over the vast array of scents she could now detect. Soil, the decaying leaves beneath their feet, the birds nesting in the tree to her left, water from the stream a mile away, 2 raccoons foraging for food, a possum doing the same, an owl, a plethora of plants, the smoke from distant hearths. And Nick. His scent was the best. His was her favorite. She would never get enough of it. Drawing in another deep breath, she savored it. "You smell so good." His arms tightened around her as he dipped his head and nuzzled her hair. "You do too, especially when you want me." She smiled. "I always want you." "I know." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "But do you want me enough to spend eternity with me?" Leaning back to look up at him, she quirked a brow. "I did transform for you." Much to her surprise, he shook his head. "You transformed for Becca." Kayla stared at him. "What?" "You were worried about Becca. You transformed for her." He didn't really believe that, did he? That she had only transformed so she could have more time with her daughter? "I love Becca." "I know you do." "I love you too, Nick." His lips tilted up at the corners. "I know." "Do you?" she asked, studying him carefully. "Do you really?" His brow puckered. "You know I didn't just transform for my daughter, right?" He said nothing. "Nick, I transformed so I could be with you." He started to shake his head, then paused and stared at her as though he was unsure whether to believe it. "I was concerned about Becca," she told him. "How could I not be? I'm all she has, and I always want to be there for her. But what you and I have, what we share—" She shook her head. "Do you know how rare that is?" "Rare enough that I've only experienced it once in 400 years, he responded. "I've only ever felt this way with you, Kayla." And oh, how those hoarsely uttered words touched her. "I just found you, Nick. I didn't want to lose you. And the idea of spending the rest of eternity with you?" She patted his chest above his heart. "That is why I transformed. That is what I want. Eternity with you." He cupped her face in his big hands. "I want the same." He pressed his soft lips to hers in a light kiss that nevertheless carried the full weight of his feelings for her. "I love you, Kayla." "I love you too." He kissed her again, longer. Then he raised his head and met her gaze. "Will you marry me?" She smiled. "Yes." Again he took her lips in a kiss, this one deep and devouring. Her pulse picked up, her rapid heartbeat matching his as he coaxed her lips apart. She moaned when he slid his tongue inside to stroke hers. His scent suffused her, heightening her arousal. He had once told her she was an aphrodisiac. That's exactly what his scent was to her, rapidly escalating her hunger, her need. Their breath shortened as his big hands roved her form, cupping her breasts, teasing her nipples through her shirt and bra. She arched into him, rising onto her toes to align her hips with his, rubbing against the long, hard length behind his fly. Now that she was immortal, her every sense was heightened. Hearing, sight, smell, touch, taste, and all of it made her ache to have him inside her. "Immortal sex is the best sex ever," she gasped between kisses. "Sex with you is the best sex ever," he murmured. "Your eyes are glowing." Her hazel eyes glowed green, something rare in the Immortal Guardians world, since almost all of them had brown eyes that glowed amber. She trailed kisses along Nick's jaw, practically climbing him in her need to get closer. "Are we far enough from David's place to keep the others from hearing us?" They had spent the 2 weeks since her transformation in North Carolina at the home of David, Seth's immensely powerful second-in-command. A favorite gathering place for Immortal Guardians on the East Coast, David's home was always packed with immortals and their seconds. "No," Nick groaned as she rocked against him. "We're still within a 5-mile radius." "Shit. Then they can hear us?" "Mm-hmm." He pressed a hot kiss to her neck and nipped her earlobe. Damn, he turned her on. But as much as she wanted him to take her right now against the nearest tree, she had no interest in providing audible porn for the others. Breaking contact with him, she stepped back. Cold air rushed between them, but did nothing to dispel the heat that raged inside her. She took another step back, touched her neck, then slid her hand down to cup one breast. "You want me?" A sexy growl rumbled up from his chest. "Yes." "Then you're going to have to catch me." She drew her shirt over her head and let it fall to the ground. "I'll leave a trail for you to follow." His amber eyes brightened. Kayla took off through the trees, putting on a burst of preternatural speed that would give her a great enough lead to pause and discard a shoe here, a sock there, her pants, her bra. Once she put enough distance between herself and David's home, she halted. The space wasn't really big enough to be called a clearing, but the trees around it parted just enough to allow a soft bed of grass to grow. Branches snapped. Her heartbeat picked up. Then Nick burst into the small meadow. He stopped, eyes glowing, fists clenched around the clothing she'd discarded. Moonlight bathed him, dancing across the muscles his T-shirt exposed. Damn, he was hot. "Look at you," he murmured, his voice so thick with desire it was almost a growl. Kayla fought down a blush. Never in her life had she stood outside, completely naked, but Nick made her want to do things like that. He made her want it all. Her clothing dropped to the grass as he stalked toward her with panther-like grace. "You're so damn beautiful." He tugged his shirt over his head, discarded his boots, his pants, everything. She swallowed hard, so ready for him, so eager for his touch that she could barely stand still. "You make me burn, Kayla." He stopped a hair's breadth away, his hard cock brushing her stomach. "You make me want it all." His words so closely echoed her own that she couldn't wait any longer. "Then take it all." Curling her arms around his neck, she jumped up and wrapped her legs around his hips. "Take me." She was so ready for him. He lowered his head and crushed her lips beneath his. Kayla buried her fingers in his hair as his tongue stroked hers. At the same time, he found her slick entrance with his cock and drove deep. Both moaned. "You feel so good," she breathed. Nick was big all over. She loved to feel him inside her, stretching her. "You're so tight and warm." She flexed her inner muscles, squeezing him tighter. He groaned. "Immortal sex is the best sex ever." She laughed, the sound dissolving into a moan as he began to move. Her senses were so heightened now that she never lasted long. She tried to hold out, tried to make it last, but when he didn't hold back, when he took her, deep and hard, without having to worry about accidentally hurting her, well, in only minutes she was crying out as an orgasm swept through her. Nick rode the pleasure with her, growling her name as he filled her with his heat. His knees buckled, then hit the grass. There he knelt, still buried deep inside her, her legs wrapped around his waist as she straddled his lap. Their breath came quickly, their hearts pounded in tandem. His glowing amber eyes met hers. "You're mine." Smiling, she stroked his stubbled cheek. "And you're mine. Now and always." He kissed her, slow and thorough, then sent her a grin. "How soon will you marry me? I can't wait to call you wife." She laughed as happiness spiraled through her. "As soon as I can control my eyes enough to keep them from glowing around Becca, I want her to be there." He pressed his forehead to hers. "I do too." "I don't suppose you could find a way to temporarily be less sexy, could you? I feel like my eyes glow all the time now that your scent is always teasing me, and I can feel even the most casual of your touches so much more." He smiled. "Now you know how I've felt for the past 6 years. I had a hell of a time keeping my eyes from glowing around you." 6 years. She shook her head. "I can't believe you've loved me that long. I was always so attracted to you, but couldn't bring myself to believe you'd ever be interested in a frumpy single mother like me, especially after Eliana started coming around." He raked a gaze over her that felt more like a caress. "There's nothing frumpy about you, Kayla. You always make me burn." She stared at him. He smiled. "Get dressed. I want to show you something." 10 minutes later, they stood in Nick's living room back in Houston. Aiden released Nick's shoulder. "Let me know when you're ready to return." Nick nodded. "Thank you." Aiden teleported away. Kayla arched a brow. "What did you want to show me?" Taking her hand, he led her upstairs, down the hallway, past his bedroom, to the door he always kept closed. She watched him curiously. His shoulders seemed a little tighter than they had been before, his smile a little more forced. "I have 3 art studios," he said, "one in the garage, one across the hall, and this one." Grasping the knob, he turned it and pushed the door open. Kayla stepped inside, eager to examine his work. She loved his paintings downstairs, and she halted. Her eyes widened. Turning, she stared up at him. Nick stuffed his hands in his pockets and leaned against the doorframe. He hadn't looked this uncertain since he had explained to her that he was different after her accident. She returned her gaze to the art that filled the room. Countless canvases, drawing tablets, and papers leaned against every wall and rested on tables. She took another step inside, then another. There were oil paintings, acrylic paintings, watercolors, pastels, charcoal drawings, sketches, colored pencil drawings, and she was present in almost all of them. Some portrayed only her, capturing a wide range of expressions. Others showed her playing with Becca, or homeschooling her on the back patio, or the two of them working in the garden. Even the styles varied, some reminding her of the pre-Raphaelites, others speaking of neoclassicism or the Renaissance, while yet more reflected postmodernism. She stood before one that he must have painted during the first year she'd lived next door to him. Becca appeared to be only 12 years old or thereabouts. The two of them were planting the first flowers Kayla had bought for their new home. Kayla was smiling down at Becca, while Becca handed her a plant bearing bright purple pansies she had just removed from its plastic container. The detail was incredible, from the freckles on their faces to the wrinkles in their clothing to the mud stains that never quite washed out of their cotton gloves. Kayla moved around the room, noticed the easel he'd set up next to the window that overlooked her backyard. Picking up a sketchbook, she flipped through it. Setting it down, she carefully shifted paintings forward to look at those behind them. Finally, she turned to face Nick. "They're beautiful." So beautiful, tears welled in her eyes. Since her divorce, most of the photos she'd snapped with her phone or her iPad featured only Becca. Those that included them both, more often than not, merely showed them posing and smiling for the camera. But these... Nick had captured so much more than their faces. He'd captured many of the wonderful, everyday moments they'd shared together as mother and daughter that she had been unable to catch with a camera. And those paintings and sketches that focused solely on Kayla, those had captured the love he felt for her. He cleared his throat. "Oliver thought you might freak out when you saw them. He was afraid you'd think I'm a stalker or something." Nick's unease indicated he feared the same. She tried to hide her amusement. "Is that why you always kept this door closed?" He nodded. "I may not be able to stand out in the sun anymore, feel its warmth on my skin without burning, but I can still look out the window and enjoy it." He ventured a step inside. "This was already my studio before you moved in next door, but once you did..." He took another step toward her. "You drew me even more than the sun I've so long been denied." Kayla stared up at him, unable to look away. "Nick." "Do you really like them?" She nodded. "You aren't freaked out?" She squinted her eyes at him and pretended to contemplate it. "That depends. What's in the studio across the hall? Paintings of whoever had lived next door before her?" He laughed. "Landscapes, depictions of my home with the Iroquois. More artwork like that in my living room. I do draw and paint other things. You're just my favorite subject." She grinned. "Then I'm not freaked out." He wrapped his arms around her. "I love you, Kayla. I love you too." Rising onto her toes, she brushed her lips against his. "I can't believe we're going to have forever together." "Me either. I don't think forever will be long enough." He lowered his mouth to hers, his kiss soft and slow and full of love. She smiled when he drew back. "So?" He arched a brow. "So?" She caressed the strong line of his jaw, then drew a finger down his neck to his chest. "Now that you've shown me your paintings, is there anything else you'd care to show me?" He grinned. "Hell yes." She laughed when he lifted her into his arms and headed for the bedroom. This concludes Broken Dawn by Dianne Duvall, narrated by Kirsten Potter. Copyright 2020 by Dianne Duvall. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dianne Duvall and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.